This was definitely not the wind. At this point Michael knew he could no longer blame it on coincidence. Well, perhaps the only coincidence that existed was that the legendary stage human just happened to have a bloodline that could transform it into a serpent, the same bloodline the royal family of the Black Serpent Empire carried, and he just happened to find a similar treasure to one a prince from that same empire had used. That man was most likely from the Black Serpent Empire. And considering his power was near demigod level, I won't be surprised if he was one of their most important figures. It's hard to say if he was the only one, but he was definitely one of them. Michael knew a bit about the Black Serpent Empire. Even the three most powerful kingdoms that could function as empires themselves in other regions could not match the empire's greatest combined. The empire was simply that powerful. Combined with the presence of legendary stage beings, their might was considerable. This was why Michael had been heavily worried about getting entangled with them. It was only after his advancement to rank 3 that he had become considerably more indifferent. With the loss of that man, isn't the empire something of a paper fortress now? Though he respected the unknown figure for his power, Michael was a little pleased by his absence. The weaker the empire was relative to him, the better. This way, not only could he do as he wished, at least in the regions dominated by the empire, he would not need to fear anyone. If they dared to come to his doorstep he would show them what a near-demigod creature was capable of. Though he had not yet merged the blood pool with the undead drake blood, Michael was almost certain it would be able to match the level that both the legendary stage human and shoujo had reached before their deaths. And the undead drake blood was not the only rank 4 creature he had either. Unless the empire has an actual demigod, I don't need to worry about anything. Even if they link the death of their prince to me, they should be the ones worried about giving me an excuse to retaliate. As for the possibility of the Black Serpent Empire possessing a demigod, Michael did not believe it was high. Even a highly advanced civilization like Aurora did not have many of these beings. Michael did not know the actual number, but he was sure it was not large. This could be discerned from how the Vice Dean had dared to attack 2 rank 4 Federation officers on his behalf. If the Federation were all-powerful, Michael did not think she would have dared. It was most likely because she knew the Federation could not touch her over that particular matter. Michael did not believe the Black Serpent Empire could compare to Aurora in any meaningful way. Looking at his current resources alone, he could probably take them on himself. For rank 4 undead with thousands of rank 3 undead behind them. Only a demigod level being like the Vice Dean could realistically suppress the current him. I'm getting ahead of myself thinking like this. Michael caught himself before the thought could settle too comfortably. A rank 4 power was still a rank 4 power. The Black Serpent Empire had been operating at that level for hundreds of years. Against that kind of depth, his barely approaching a year as a supernatural was a humbling comparison regardless of how unusual his trajectory had been. Though he found it hard to believe they had a demigod, possessing very strong trump cards was entirely believable. In any case, there was no active conflict between him and the Black Serpent Empire. They had no confirmed knowledge of what had happened to their prince, even if suspicion existed. As long as they did not bring the matter to his doorstep, there was no need to be thinking about attacking them. He had more than enough on his plate already. Michael exhaled and straightened slightly. In any case, he said quietly to himself, I'm a gentleman of good morals and sound principles. I don't go looking for trouble. Michael turned his attention back to the epic grade item in his hand. There was also the 3-star extraordinary grade treasure to consider. The Emperor's Aegis shell was a defensive treasure. When activated through mana infusion it released a dome-shaped barrier capable of withstanding attacks up to peak rank 3 strength for up to 60 seconds before requiring cooldown. As long as mana was supplied it could be reactivated repeatedly, making it less a one-time emergency tool and more a sustained defensive resource. Among extraordinary grade treasures, its defensive performance was considered among the finest of its class. Michael had already planned to give the Emperor's Aegis shell to his cousin, and he still planned to do exactly that. He held no genuine expectation that Lily would succeed in becoming an Awakener, let alone achieve it within 2 months. That said, she was already a supernatural now. For her, the Emperor's Aegis shell was an extremely reliable safety measure. Overkill in terms of grade relative to what she currently was, certainly. But Michael had never particularly subscribed to the idea that protection should be calibrated exactly to current need. Better to have something that would hold through more than she might ever face than something that would fail precisely when it mattered. The barrier it produced could hold against peak rank 3 attacks for up to 60 seconds with mana to sustain it. For Lily's current situation, in the world she was operating in, that was more than enough to keep her alive through almost anything she was realistically likely to encounter. And if by some chance she actually succeeded at the awakening ceremony and became an awakener in the future, the usefulness of the item would not decrease. If anything, it would only extend. An awakener with access to a top-tier extraordinary grade defensive treasure would find it relevant well into the stages ahead. Michael turned the shell over in his hand once before placing it back into his storage space. He turned his attention back to the epic grade item. Seeing as they both carry the name Emperor's Aegis, this might actually be a set of items. I wonder if the rest are at the Empire or scattered somewhere else. Set items were not uncommon at the higher grades, though finding a complete set was another matter entirely. Each piece carried its own individual effect, often already impressive on its own merits. But when multiple pieces from the same set were equipped or activated together, the combined effect was pronounced. The synergy between pieces unlocked bonuses, additional abilities, or amplified existing effects in ways that no single item in the set could replicate alone. The rarer the set, the more dramatic the difference between partial and complete activation tended to be. The fact that one of the set pieces was at epic grade made Michael particularly interested. Michael looked at the Emperor's Aegis Decree in his hand and cast Detect. Item name, Emperor's Aegis Decree. Grade, Epic Grade. When activated, releases a concentrated burst of suppressive imperial authority outward from the user in a wide radius, momentarily disrupting the focus and mana circulation of all non-allied targets within range. Disruption duration scales with the rank difference between user and target. Against equal rank opponents the effect lasts approximately 3 seconds. Against lower rank opponents the effect is considerably more pronounced. Michael stared at the panel for a long moment. The suppressive imperial authority effect was not something he had expected. Given the previous treasure type, he had something that complemented it. What he was looking at instead was an offensive disruption tool that momentarily severed the mana circulation of every non-allied target in a wide radius simultaneously. 3 seconds against equal rank opponents did not sound like much until one considered what 3 seconds of delay meant in a genuine exchange at that level. In a fight between powerful beings where single exchanges could be decisive, 3 seconds was not a small window. This is genuinely impressive. He turned the decree over in his hand thoughtfully. The more he considered it, the clearer it became that this particular item would work better in the hands of his undead demonic supernatural than anywhere else. It was at rank 4 after all. Michael, on the other hand, had no particular interest in relying on external items when dealing with opponents at his own current level. He dared not claim he was invincible within rank 3, given the vast universe and whatever exceptional individuals existed in corners of it he had never encountered. But it was not an exaggeration to say he was close to unrivaled within this rank. After his advancement there was probably no ordinary peak rank 3 supernatural that could match him regardless of how close they were to the next threshold themselves. Half a step into rank 4 was still rank 3. And that had been over a week ago. He was more powerful now than he had been at the moment of advancement, and the gap had only widened since. These past few days had not been idle ones. At rank 3, thanks to his class, he could engrave up to 20 of his undead directly into his body and receive meaningful attribute boosts from each engraving simultaneously. Combined with the feedback he had received from both beginning and Lily advancing to rank 4, and the general accumulation of everything else that had happened across this absurd week, Michael was genuinely uncertain how powerful he currently was. Class, Death's Heir. Attributes. Strength, 2158.75, 1446.75 plus 712. Agility, 2400.71, 1598.71 plus 802. Constitution, 2574.92, 1885.92 plus 689. Intelligence, 2620.92, 2000.92 plus 620. Attribute points, 517. Seeing this level of growth, all thanks to his decision to change his class, Michael did not regret it at all. The only advantage rank 4 beings had over him now was their domain. But in terms of attributes, Michael did not think he was lacking compared to a genuine rank 4 supernatural. If he fought Director Lin again, he would not be able to defeat her if she did not suppress herself, but she would be in for a genuine surprise if she was only at the early stages of rank 4 and did not have significantly higher attributes than him. Then there were his attribute points, which had increased from 400. With his race giving 6 attribute points and his class giving 7 points per level, he had gained a total of 117 points from his recent level-ups. Unfortunately, with all this growth, even if all his other undead advanced to rank 4, it was hard to say whether his attributes would surpass the 3,000 mark. The only realistic hope was if all his engravings were filled with rank 4 undead. Thanks to my race, on the surface my attribute numbers appear lower than an ordinary human's would at equivalent strength. I wonder how high they would need to be to match my actual strength. Probably above the 10,000 mark. With this absurd amount of points required for ordinary beings, it was no wonder many strong beings took decades to centuries to advance. Except for someone with an extreme advantage like Michael, reaching these numbers as an ordinary supernatural was close to impossible. Only with decades of careful accumulation would there even be a chance. Michael looked at the decree one more time before storing it carefully. He turned his attention to the other epic grade items. Including the treasure the legendary stage human from the Black Serpent Empire had used, the remaining epic grade items in Shoujo's collection numbered 4. One was a spear. Its length was dark green, and the pressure it radiated outward was oppressive. Simply standing near it produced a faint but unmistakable sense of weight pressing against the chest. Another was a small jade-colored hair accessory shaped like a miniature crown. It looked unassuming despite its color, carrying none of the immediate presence that the spear announced so plainly. If anything, it seemed to occasionally blur slightly at the edges in a way that made sustained focus on it mildly difficult. The third was a bamboo shaft. Where the spear radiated oppression and the crown preferred obscurity, the bamboo shaft gave off something closer to warmth. The vitality coming off it was strong and clean. The fourth was a musical instrument. In the 500 years since Shoujo had ascended to rank 4, its record against intelligent races at the same level was surprisingly limited. Aside from the monsters it had farmed and eliminated across its territory and occasional excursions into surrounding regions, Shoujo had only ever fought a total of 7 rank 4 intelligent race beings. 4 women and 3 men. Of those 7, only 5 had carried epic grade treasures. With Shoujo's memory to reference, Michael could piece together the ownership clearly enough. 3 of the 5 epic grade treasures had belonged to men. 2 had belonged to women. The spear and the Emperor's Aegis decree had come from the 2 most dangerous opponents Shoujo had ever faced among intelligent races. The remaining 3, the jade crown, the bamboo shaft, and the string instrument, had come from opponents that ranged from mid to high difficulty by Shoujo's own internal assessment. Challenging encounters, each one, but not the kind that had left lasting impressions the way the spear's previous owner and the Black Serpent human had. Michael picked up the spear carefully. As a spear user, Michael was naturally drawn to it before any of the others. His current soulbound spear was only extraordinary grade 3 stars, and after the battle with Shoujo it was no longer usable. Michael had been meaning to address that particular problem and simply had not had the time. Michael cast Detect on the spear. Item name, Venom Flare Lance. Grade, Epic Grade 2 star. Effect. Passive. The lance continuously emanates a dark flame that does not spread or consume but lingers on whatever it touches. Contact with the flame introduces a corrosive burning effect that bypasses ordinary resistance. The flame cannot be extinguished through conventional means. Active. When driven forward with deliberate intent, the dark flame surges along the full length of the lance and concentrates at the tip into a compressed point of poisonous fire. Anything pierced by the active strike receives a deeply embedded flame that continues burning from the inside, resisting suppression and accelerating the breakdown of internal defenses and regenerative ability. Before the Black Serpent human's existence, the owner of the Venom Flare Lance had been the strongest opponent Shoujo had ever faced among intelligent races. What made that fact particularly interesting to Michael was that she had been an elf. The common understanding of elves was that they were creatures who naturally favored distance and long-ranged attacks. Finding one who was dominant in close combat was rare. Michael could not help but smile. Just like his previous weapon, this one carried a poison attribute. The expression of it was different, built into flame rather than a direct toxin, but the underlying nature was the same. Michael did not actually have strict requirements for the spear he used. A spear was a spear. But having a familiar attribute was something good. To find a replacement so soon, and one that was better in every way, was not something he had expected after killing Shoujo. At this point Michael found it genuinely difficult to summon any lingering frustration toward Jester for interfering with his fate. If Jester had not acted, none of this would have been his anytime soon, or possibly ever. Michael knew his own character well enough. Even if Shoujo had met the stronger version of him and not attacked, unless Michael had specific need of a corpse he would not have actively gone after any monster. There was a real chance Shoujo's treasures would never have reached his hands at all. Michael took one last look at the spear and stored the Venom Flare Lance carefully alongside the decree. "I suppose I owe you one," he said quietly, though Jester was nowhere nearby to hear it. Michael turned to the next treasure. The Jade Crown. This one had belonged to the second woman among Shoujo's 5 defeated opponents who had wielded epic-grade treasures. Among the 5 figures, if the Black Serpent human sat at the top and the elf sat just below, this woman occupied the 4th position in Shoujo's internal assessment. Michael picked up the Jade Crown carefully and cast Detect. Item name, Veilborn Circlet. Grade, Epic Grade 1 star. Effect. Passive, the wearer's presence becomes naturally difficult to perceive. Detection abilities, sensory skills, and spatial awareness directed at the wearer experience consistent interference, reducing their accuracy and range. The effect is not invisibility but a persistent blurring of the wearer's existence in the perception of others. Active. When activated, the passive interference intensifies into a complete suppression of the wearer's presence for a short duration. During this window the wearer becomes effectively undetectable by anything below the wearer's own level. Against equal-level opponents the suppression creates a meaningful delay in detection rather than complete concealment. Seems rather ordinary. Compared to the Venom Flare Lance and the Emperor's Aegis Decree, this one felt relatively understated. Perhaps that was why it sat at 1 star. Among 1-star epic-grade treasures it might even rank in the lower ranges. But Michael was not dismissive of it. An epic-grade treasure was still an epic-grade treasure. The gap between the highest tier of extraordinary and the lowest tier of epic was not a small one. Only special treasures like the one he had received from the Academy were exceptions, and even that treasure had once been a 1-star epic-grade item. The Veilborn Circlet's effect itself was genuinely useful. Fighting an opponent who wore this would be incredibly annoying in ways that raw strength could not easily address. Michael thought about which of his undead would get the most out of it. If I have no immediate need for it I can always give it to Fade. Together they would probably make a perfect fit. With that thought settled, Michael stored the circlet and reached for the bamboo shaft. Item name, Everbloom Staff. Grade, Epic Grade 3 star. Effect. Active, continuously radiates a dense concentration of pure vitality, accelerating natural recovery for all allies within range. All allies within range receive a plus 25% boost to Constitution and plus 15% boost to all other attributes. Passive, mana consumption for nature-based abilities is reduced by 70%, and as long as the wielder can consistently provide mana, all sustained injuries will be healed instantly except in exceptional cases. Michael stared at the panel for a long time. 3 stars. Michael had not expected that from the bamboo shaft, and yet here it was. Epic grade 3 stars. He looked at the staff with considerably more attention than he had given it before. This was the third 3-star epic grade treasure in his possession. The first was the damaged coffin of the Forgotten. The second was his storage ring. Both had come as rewards tied directly to his advancements. This was the only one that had come naturally. To think Shoujo had kept a 3-star epic grade support treasure in a cave alongside bones and dust for an unknown number of decades, completely ignorant of what it actually was. Michael exhaled quietly. Truly, he said to the empty space, ignorance is expensive. Though the description of the Everbloom staff read in a relatively straightforward manner on the surface, the effects themselves were anything but ordinary. The first effect alone, a 25% boost to Constitution and 15% to all other attributes for every ally within range, was strong. That kind of passive amplification applied to multiple rank 4 undead simultaneously was not a small thing. But it was the second effect that made Michael read the panel twice. As long as the wielder could consistently supply mana, all sustained injuries would be healed instantly. Michael thought about his current mana reserves. His intelligence was sitting above 2,600. With this treasure he was essentially a cockroach, as long as he was not killed in a single strike. Michael turned the staff over in his hand one more time. There doesn't seem to be anyone perfectly suited for this. It was not that he lacked options. He himself was a candidate, and among his undead there were several reasonable ones. Unfortunately there was no perfect fit. He stored it and moved to the last item. The musical instrument. A string instrument to be precise. It was roughly the size and shape of something that could be held against the body, its frame carved from dark lacquered wood. The body was narrow and elongated, curving slightly at the base. The neck was long, the frets marked with small inlaid pieces of what looked like pale bone at even intervals. The strings themselves were few in number, thick and taut, running from a carved headstock down to a tailpiece fixed at the instrument's base with a small decorative knot. It looked like something that belonged in a performance hall. It looked like a pipa from his old world. Michael picked it up carefully and cast Detect. Item name, Sovereign Pipa. Grade, Epic Grade. Effect, String 1, Shattering Pluck. A single pluck releases a concentrated sonic burst directed in a straight line. The burst carries physical force capable of fracturing barriers, disrupting formations, and staggering opponents. Force scales with mana invested. Effect, String 2, Binding Resonance. A sustained note releases an invisible resonance field that anchors targets within range, restricting spatial movement including teleportation for the duration the note is held. Effect, String 3, Soul Tremor. A plucked chord sends vibrations directly into the spiritual body of targets within range, destabilizing active domain effects. Effect, String 4, Sovereign's Dirge. A full strum releases a sweeping wave of oppressive sound that suppresses all living targets within range, reducing their combat output by 20% for 30 seconds. Michael stared at the panel in shock. Another 3-star treasure. Jester, I love you. Michael wanted to shout in excitement, especially after reading through the item's effects. The excitement lasted a few seconds before doubt crept in quietly behind it. Michael thought back through Shoujo's memory of the encounter. The owner of the Sovereign Pipa had managed to seriously injure Shoujo, which was no small feat, but they had also been killed off relatively quickly once the engagement shifted into close range. The fight had not been the protracted, grinding exchange that the Black Serpent human or the Elven Spear wielder had produced. Were the effects truly as strong as the panel suggested? Michael reached out toward the second string. Binding Resonance seemed like the least offensive of the 4 effects, the one least likely to cause collateral damage to the cave around him. A reasonable choice for a quick test. Still, Michael was cautious and created multiple layers of barrier around himself first. Michael had barely touched the string when he felt a noticeable and immediate drain pulling from his mana reserves, the sensation arriving before he had even produced a sound from it. Michael raised an eyebrow and pulled his hand back. So strange. His mana had already crossed into the early stages of rank 4 in terms of volume. Yet a single touch of the string's surface, without activating it all the way through, had produced a noticeable reduction. A few actual uses at full activation might drain him considerably. Michael looked at the pipa with considerably more complicated feelings than he had experienced 30 seconds ago. It was possible this instrument was not designed for rank 4 users at all. The Black Serpent human had used a 2-star item and still managed to push shoujo to its limits. The pipa's previous owner had wielded a 3-star instrument and had still been killed relatively quickly. At this point Michael did not think the owner had been weak. The more likely conclusion was that they had simply not been able to fully utilize what they were carrying. Michael stored the pipa carefully. Tremendous potential. Unfortunately, I can't think of anyone suitable, he said quietly. Still, this counts as a trump card. Michael had thousands of undead. If he evolved a sufficient number of them, he could simply have them take turns using the item. He shook his head slowly. He was becoming an increasingly unreasonable opponent the stronger he grew. Disgusting. Just the way he liked it. Michael did a quick count of the epic grade treasures now in his possession. Before today he had possessed 2. Today had added 5 more. The Venom Flare Lance. The Emperor's Aegis Decree. The Veilborn Circlet. The Everbloom Staff. The Sovereign Pipa. 7 epic grade treasures in total. 5 of them acquired in a single day. There was no daylight highway robbery in history to match this. Of those 7, 4 were 3-star items. The Everbloom Staff and the Sovereign Pipa sitting alongside the damaged coffin of the Forgotten and the storage ring at the top of his collection. Michael exhaled slowly and looked around the cave one final time. The battle with Shoujo had turned out to be one of the most fruitful encounters of his life. Only one experience could genuinely compete with the returns from this single night and the days that followed. The time in hell, when he had stood at the edge of death and comprehended his law. That had given him something no treasure could replicate. But in terms of material gain, this came very close to the top. After storing all the epic grade treasures, Michael did not immediately leave for the blood pool. The epic items and the blood pool were unquestionably the greatest things the cave had offered, but that did not mean the rest of the space had nothing left worth checking. Shoujo had accumulated many things in its lifetime and across 500 years of operating in this forest. Michael moved through the remaining sections of the cave methodically. As expected, there were other items. Some had belonged to wanderers and careless individuals who had strayed too deep into the forest and paid for it. Others had come from stronger opponents Shoujo had dealt with before its ascension to rank 4. The grades varied. The lowest among the recoverable items were 3-star rare grade, with a handful of extraordinary grade pieces scattered through the collection. After checking every corner of the space carefully, Michael had recovered 12 intact items in total. Combined, their value probably could not match a single epic grade treasure in a direct comparison. But that was a high bar to measure against. At the very least they were genuinely useful supplementary pieces. He could also set some aside for Lily to play with or use as she grew into her strength and sell the rest toward paying off a portion of his debt. The debt to the elves was not included. No matter how much he accumulated, that particular balance sheet was less a debt and more a permanent feature of his financial landscape at this point. Rich in assets. Perpetually in debt. Such was his life. After clearing the cave, Michael made his way back to the blood pool. He stood at its edge for a moment, looking at the layered colors shifting slowly beneath the surface. The pressure it radiated had not diminished in the time he had spent searching the rest of the cave. If anything, standing closer to it now made it more pronounced. He summoned the undead drake blood. It appeared in its humanoid form, the familiar scaled features and dragon horns catching the bioluminescent light of the cave walls. The moment it fully materialized, Michael felt something closer to yearning coming from the undead. Michael did not stop it. Under the combined gaze of Michael and the demonic supernatural standing beside him, the drake blood walked toward the pool and stepped in. The moment contact was made, the blood began to boil. The drake blood's skin began to turn red. Michael activated his talent without hesitation. A panel appeared immediately. Extraordinary material detected. Merge with undead drake blood. Michael accepted. He exhaled slowly as the process initiated, watching the drake blood sink deeper into the pool as the merge began pulling the accumulated essence inward. Fortunately, his evolution points from these past few days had built up considerably. From the pool a light emerged. Not the blinding flash that had accompanied Lily's evolution. This was steadier, a warm luminescence that rose from the blood's surface and wrapped around the drake blood's submerged form without obscuring it entirely. Through the glow, Michael could still make out the drake blood's figure. The connection between them remained clear and active. From what he could tell, this was going to take a while. That was not a problem. What was good was worth waiting for. Michael sat down near the pool's edge and occupied himself with his own thoughts, one eye always on the luminescent figure in the blood. Roughly an hour passed. Then a thought came through the connection. The drake blood wanted to transform. The pull toward its true form was pressing against whatever restraint the undead state imposed on it, insistent and growing stronger as the pool's essence continued working through its bloodline. No. Michael sent back a firm refusal immediately. The true form of the drake blood was not a small thing. The body expanding into its true form would displace the pool, potentially scattering everything. Completely unacceptable. Another hour passed. Michael watched as the drake blood silhouette within the pool began to shift, its outline growing in size. The pool's level was dropping as the accumulated essence continued being drawn inward, the volume of blood visibly lower than it had been an hour ago. The intent to transform came again through the connection. Michael suppressed it again. Firm and immediate. The drake blood endured. Another hour. Then another. Each time the transformation urge surfaced, Michael pushed it back, and each time it returned it was stronger than the last, the bloodline responding to what was being absorbed by demanding the form that could best contain it. The outline in the pool was noticeably larger now. What had been a humanoid silhouette was becoming something that strained at description. The pool's surface was significantly lower. Most of its contents had been absorbed. Michael looked at the ceiling above them. Then at the cave walls. Then at the drake blood's growing figure. He made his decision the moment the pool's contents were fully consumed. He told the undead drake blood to no longer suppress its transformation. Michael recalled his other undead into the coffin space and teleported, reappearing in midair above the hill, the everlong forest spreading outward in every direction beneath them. For a moment nothing happened. Then the ground began to shake. The shaking intensified. What had begun as a low tremor moving through the earth beneath the hill spread outward through the surrounding forest, the trees nearest the hill shaking as the vibration reached their roots. Then the hill split and gave way. A head emerged first. Then a roar. It hit the open air with a force that pressed against Michael even at his elevated position. It was the drake blood. But different. The scales that had always carried a reddish tint were deeper now, saturated with a blackish crimson. Two long horns curved from its head like a crown. More importantly, it was growing. Michael watched from midair as the drake blood continued to expand, its true form asserting itself without restraint for the first time since the merge had completed. 100 meters. 200. 400. Michael's eyes widened slightly. 600. It stopped somewhere just past 700 meters, the full length of the undead drake blood's true form stretching across the everlong forest, its head raised high enough that Michael at his elevation was looking at it more or less directly rather than down. Silence settled over the forest. Then the drake blood turned its massive head and looked at him. Michael looked back at it. Undead High Drake, level 100, max. How did it feel when one finally acquired the strength to stand strong anywhere in the universe? Michael felt a wave of emotions flood over him. Whether it was in the land of origin, Aurora, or the greater universe beyond, as long as he did not actively seek death, Michael dared to say he now had the strength to be regarded as a genuine pillar of power. "I wonder how strong you are now," Michael said with satisfaction as he observed the gigantic body of the creature in front of him. After all, there were differences between those of the same level. What Michael could say with certainty was that a creature near the demigod level, regardless of where it stood among its peers, was formidable anywhere in the universe. What made Michael even more satisfied was the lack of instability in his connection with the undead despite it now being only a step away from the next rank. Part of that came from his current strength. The other part came from the nature of his class, which granted him near absolute dominance over undead creatures. Against undead that belonged to him specifically the effect was even stronger. "Perhaps if I find a way to advance you to the next rank, nothing will go wrong." One should know that for classes like Necromancer and Beast Tamer, it was strongly advised not to have contracted creatures 2 major ranks above their own as the risk of losing control increased significantly. It was not impossible to have a creature at that level, but unless one was fully confident in their control, the creature could turn against its master with lethal consequences. This was not the first time a thought like this had surfaced for Michael, but it was the first time he had seriously entertained the idea of actually attempting it. In any case, there was nothing to be done about it now. His resources for any such endeavor were essentially non-existent at this moment. Michael had the undead Hydrake turn to ash and absorb into his body as a tattoo that soon faded into his skin. However, his focus was not on that, because the moment the process initiated he nearly fell from the sky. The tattoos granted by his class skill, which allowed him to engrave the essence of the dead into his body to boost his attributes and grant new abilities, came with a cost. The most noticeable was the weight. Fortunately, it was not the weight of the entire undead, or Michael would not have dared dream of filling all his engraving slots since he would not have been able to move at all. But the remnant weight from each engraved undead was still enough to press down on his body in a cumulative way. One could call it a burden since it offered no direct benefits in itself. Fortunately, it was not a crippling one. It did make Michael's physical movements heavier, but that was the extent of it. When Michael added the undead Hydrake back as a tattoo, the new weight nearly knocked him out of the sky. It seemed strange that a mere 10 levels would cause such a pronounced change, but perhaps that was precisely what it meant to cross from a Drakeblood to a Hydrake. Michael had a strong suspicion that the next stage of evolution would have the word dragon in it somewhere. After adjusting to the new weight and registering the slight passive strength boost from the Hydrake's engraved state, Michael turned to look at the destruction below. The hill was gone. The section of forest where it had stood was now a wide irregular crater, the earth pushed outward in every direction. Trees within a significant radius had been knocked flat or stripped of their canopy by the shockwave of the Drakeblood's emergence, lying at angles that pointed away from the center. The crater itself was deep enough that Michael could not see the bottom of the cave from his current position. Whatever remained of Shoujo's home was now open to the night sky. Michael looked at it for a long moment. This was the second time in roughly the same week that he had left a significant portion of the Everlong forest looking considerably worse than he had found it. The first had been the 2-kilometer clearing carved out for the tribulations. Now this. He was becoming something of a problem for the local geography. Michael turned and spread his senses outward. Within 50,000 meters the forest was alive with presence, all of it maintaining careful distance from the crater and from him. Most were rank 3. A few sat at the upper end of that range. Regardless of their power, they were all Shoujo's farm animals. From Shoujo's memory, Michael could tell that every creature in the Everlong forest from generations back had been subject to Shoujo's blood curse, a binding that prevented them from leaving the forest's boundaries regardless of how strong they grew or how much they wanted to. They had been born into a cage they could not see and had lived and died within it without ever understanding why the boundary of the forest felt like a wall. With Shoujo dead, the curse would dissolve on its own over time. These creatures would eventually be free to go wherever their instincts led them. Though they were monsters, Michael felt something that was not quite pity but sat close to it. They had been cultivated like crops for centuries. After a brief moment of reflection, Michael set the sentiment aside. Now that I think about it, it's about time I started increasing my other strength. Michael still had more than 2,000 contract slots to fill. This was the true foundation of his power. The more undead he contracted, the more evolution points accumulated daily, and the more options that opened up across everything else. These monsters would do nicely. As for destroying the ecosystem, Michael did not think killing monsters counted as destroying an ecosystem. Michael cracked his knuckles quietly. "Let's get to work," he said to no one in particular, and disappeared. For the next few hours Michael's contract slots filled steadily. Meanwhile in Aurora, his original body sat inside his storage ring and worked through the memories of the two legendary stage beings. The two tasks ran in parallel across his two bodies without conflict. It was only when night had settled fully over both worlds that Michael allowed himself to stop. Contract slots, 4,463 out of 4,463. Thanks to the abundance of monsters in the forest, Michael had managed to fill almost all his contract slots in just a few hours. Even for a strong being like him it had been exhausting. It was only because 90% of the monsters were weak enough that a single cast of Undead revival was sufficient that he had been able to accomplish it at all. Fortunately the heavens rewarded the diligent. Starting from tomorrow, every single day Michael would be receiving a total of 4,000 evolution points. Though the evolution costs required for advancement are getting larger, this is still a significant daily income, Michael muttered, a thoughtful expression appearing on his face. However, it quickly darkened. 2,000 of his older undead were at least 3-star extraordinary grade creatures. To advance them to rank 4, Michael would need to evolve each to 1-star epic grade, which for monsters required close to 10,000 evolution points each. For 2,000 undead that came to 20 million evolution points. Fuck. Michael's curse echoed through the purple world of his storage ring, which was now considerably more crowded than it had been that morning. He had just been telling himself that 4,000 evolution points a day was a meaningful income. At that rate, reaching 20 million would take 5,000 days. Roughly 13.5 years. That was too slow. Far too slow. Though Michael had known that progress would slow as he grew stronger, facing the actual numbers when time was near was a different experience from the abstract expectation. He had only been a supernatural for barely a year. Expecting him to be satisfied with 13 years of waiting was asking too much of his current temperament. Of course it was only Michael who would be dissatisfied with such a speed. In the universe, many realms only had a handful to a few dozen rank 4 supernaturals as peak power. If any of them were told their numbers would increase 100-fold in 13 years, they would happily wait 100. No. This won't work. Michael's eyes had taken on a slightly red tint as the anxiety built. He wanted nothing more than to head out now and rob many strong dimensional cracks from the Federation. And this is only for 2,000 undead. I have 2,000 more of varying strength, so I'll need another 20 million on top. Rounded up conservatively, I'd need close to 50 million evolution points to be safe. At 4,000 per day, 4,000 undead all advancing to rank 4 would take at least 27 years. Michael would be 46 by then. He could not help wondering if he should be grateful his next advancement task was unlikely to be like the previous ones. If the limit break task was not a 100-year requirement, he would have been in serious trouble. Fortunately, I'm heading to the academy tomorrow. I need to see if I can negotiate access, preferably exclusive access, to stronger dimensional cracks. The academy would not do that for free. Unless he happened to be the dean's long-lost illegitimate son, there would be a price attached. I wonder if the locations of the demonic supernatural hideouts would be worth such a deal. He had originally planned to share that information freely or at minimal cost. The reality of 27 years had changed his priorities considerably. If the wait was 3 to 5 years he could grit his teeth and endure. 13 was beyond his tolerance. 27 was simply not a conversation he was willing to have with himself. With those thoughts still circling, Michael withdrew from the storage ring and returned to the material world, sitting down on his bed in his room. Only a few minutes had passed when a knock came at the door. "Come in, Aunt Mia." He managed a smile despite everything running through his head. Aunt Mia pushed the door open and stepped inside. Despite being an ordinary person, she did not look particularly surprised that Michael had known it was her. Living alongside Jester long enough had accustomed her to certain things. Her eyes found his face immediately, and the slight tension in her posture eased when she saw him smiling. "You're still up," Michael said. "It's quite late." "I was waiting for you to come home," she said simply. Michael's eyebrow rose slightly. "Why?" Aunt Mia took a breath. Her hands, which she had been holding together in front of her, tightened slightly. "Lily's look." She began, then paused. Michael felt a small knot of concern form. The changes in Lily after the evolution had been significant. He had not thought much about how it would land with someone who had known Lily since birth. He was just about to explain when Aunt Mia continued. "Could you do the same for me?" "Huh?" Michael stared at her in surprise. Aunt Mia read his expression immediately, and the color rising in her face deepened considerably. "If it's a problem, forget I said anything," she said quickly. "I just thought." "It's not a problem," Michael said. He meant it. He had already been planning to evolve Aunt Mia. What he had not expected was for her to be the one to ask. "Why do you want it?" he asked with genuine curiosity. Aunt Mia's expression moved through several phases before settling into something that was approximately dignified embarrassment. Well. Lily looked quite healthy now, so, no, I mean. Michael watched her and arrived at the understanding without her needing to finish. He pressed his lips together to keep the smile from becoming too obvious. In the end, no woman could fully resist the allure of beauty. To think that the chance to evolve, something people in this world would genuinely kill for, had quietly become a beauty treatment within their household. Michael shook his head slightly, the smile winning out. "Come with me, Aunt Mia." Soon the night passed somewhat peacefully, and morning came on the next day. Around a dining table 4 people were having breakfast. 2 male and 2 females. What was immediately striking about the arrangement was the visual symmetry of it. On the male side the two shared extremely similar features. The female side mirrored the same situation. What made it more striking was that each pair seemed to be an older and younger version of the same thing. The females sat across from each other, one appearing to be in her late 20s, the other in her mid-teens. The males were closer in age, one in his late teens and one just behind him. All 4 had green eyes. Together they looked like a family. "Well, we all are family," Michael thought in silence as he glanced at Jester. "Well, except for one maybe." In any case, everyone at this table carried his blood in some form. Aunt Mia and Lily had both been evolved using it. Jester's vessel had been built from his body entirely. Familiar blood could not run any stronger than this. Michael looked around the table at the 4 of them and felt a certain quiet satisfaction. Lily was staring at her mother with undisguised curiosity from across the table. The differences between them post-evolution were considerable. Aunt Mia had gone into the process as a woman in her mid-30s who had weathered the ordinary difficulties of life. They had left visible marks regardless of how much things improved afterward. Evolution had addressed all of that at once, and had done so dramatically enough that even Michael, who had performed the evolution himself and knew what to expect in general terms, found himself looking twice. Her posture was the first thing. Her back had straightened completely. If she wanted to hunch now, it would have to be a deliberate choice. Her voice when she spoke carried a lightness to it that had not been there the previous evening. She had also grown taller. Not dramatically so, but enough to be immediately visible. Not quite Michael's height, which had climbed steadily over the past year, but tall by most women's standards. Then there was the bob cut, which Aunt Mia had kept deliberately short out of professional habit. Then there was the face. None of the other three at the table had what Aunt Mia had, which was the particular quality of maturity that her evolution had refined rather than removed. Michael and Lily both carried a youthfulness that the evolution had only sharpened. Jester was simply a copy of Michael. Aunt Mia alone brought something different to the table. She looked like a top-tier model. Michael noted with some private amusement that though her evolution had traded a certain endowment for refinement, making what had been there before was less pronounced now, what remained in its place was a quality of elegance that was harder to quantify but considerably more difficult to ignore. He returned his attention to his breakfast without comment. Lily had not returned her attention to anything. She was still staring. Aunt Mia was a thin-skinned person, but being stared at with sustained intensity eventually wore through her composure. She threw a glare at Lily. Lily was not frightened in the slightest. "Who would believe you're my mother?" Lily said, looking between them. "We look like sisters now." Aunt Mia's expression shifted towards something between embarrassment and a complicated pride. Lily clicked her tongue thoughtfully. "I just hope this doesn't bring about a step-dad." Michael paused mid-bite and turned to look at his aunt. He took in the full picture of what she looked like now and realized that Lily's concern was not without merit. Michael was not opposed to his aunt having a romantic life. That was entirely her choice and he had no standing objection in principle. She had given a significant portion of her life to raising him and Lily under difficult circumstances and deserved whatever happiness she wanted for herself. Yet the thought of a stepfather appearing from somewhere unannounced left Michael genuinely unsure of how to feel about it. He returned to his breakfast without comment. Across the table Jester's expression had not changed, which was normal for Jester. But his thought process, had anyone been able to read it, was considerably simpler than Michael's. Aunt Mia was Michael's family, which meant her well-being fell under his concern by extension. Any man who intended to involve himself in that picture would, before anything else, have to pass through whatever judgment Jester formed about them. His master would not always be present to supervise. Though Jester also understood his master well enough to know that Michael would ultimately support whatever made his aunt genuinely happy, as long as it posed no threat to her well-being. Still, any man with the ambition to be with Aunt Mia would need to treat her accordingly. If he dared to do otherwise, then it meant he possessed the balls of a god. Even Aunt Mia could not hold her composure entirely at Lily's comment. A blush came to her face. Lily noticed immediately. "Mom. What are you thinking?" "Shut up." This time her glare shut Lily up. Aunt Mia exhaled quietly when no one was looking at her anymore, her eyes losing focus as she drifted into thought. She had been a widow for many years. To say she had not been lonely through any of it would have been a lie. But the conditions of her life before Michael's awakening had never given romantic thoughts much space to breathe. It was only after Michael became a supernatural and things finally improved that the pressure had eased, but the thought of a relationship had still never appealed to her much. With what Lily said, Aunt Mia found she could not quite refute it. Michael noticed his aunt's silence. His expression became distinctly strange. He glanced at her from the side. Aunt Mia had not been unattractive before the evolution. Objectively, she had been a reasonably attractive woman who had simply been worn down by circumstances. However, with her current look, Michael found himself involuntarily imagining the volume of attention that was going to find its way in her direction. The hungry uncles alone would be a considerable problem. Michael exhaled slowly through his nose. At least she had the physical strength now to handle any ordinary man who overstepped. That was something. Michael set the thought aside before it developed further. Regardless of what evolution brought to their lives, what mattered most was that they could live longer now. Before reaching rank 3, he could power feed them enough to extend their lifespans by centuries. If either of them ever wanted more power by then, he would simply feed it to them further. But that would mean using his taming skill again. After using the skill, he could apply his talent to them, but Michael cut the thought off there. The main reason was that he did not particularly like the idea of keeping family members as pets. The other reason was Lily specifically. It would be one thing if she lacked any opportunity to awaken, but being bound as a pet would ensure she never could. What concern did a pet have with awakening? Though the taming skill would allow him to bring family members to the land of origin since they would have an identity attached through the skill's effect, Michael saw no particular appeal. Soon Michael set his spoon down and pushed back slightly from the table. "I'll be heading off now," he said to his aunt. Aunt Mia looked up from her bowl. The unfocused quality of a moment ago cleared immediately. "Will you come back soon?" Michael held her gaze for a moment before answering honestly. "I'm not sure. With everything that's happened recently, the academy will probably be busy for a while." He paused. "But I'll try my best to come back and spend time with you both when I can." Aunt Mia looked at him for a long moment, then nodded once. "Then go," she said. "Don't let your teachers punish you for being late." Michael's expression went slightly odd. By teachers she meant the academy instructors, right? After his last incident that had destroyed the manor and revealed his power, would they actually try to punish him? Then again, why was he assuming the punishment would have to be physical? In the end Michael nodded anyway. He sent a mental message to Jester as he stood. "Protect them. And when you have time, go to the Supers Association branch and ask them where my money is. They have been dragging their feet for days now. Make it clear that my patience has limits." Jester's acknowledgement came back immediately. "Don't attack anyone." "Yes, master. Or kill anyone." As for the Supers Association, if they dared to withhold what was owed he would go find Rin and cry loudly in her direction. If that managed to bring the Vice Dean into the conversation, he would like to see how the Federation would not cough blood over the result. After a few months in the academy Michael had begun to understand some things. Michael looked at the table one last time. With a final nod he disappeared. With his wisdom state active, the journey did not take long. Michael arrived above the city where the academy's secret realm was situated and slowed his approach to take in the state of things from above. "I expected worse, to be honest. This is much better than I thought." The city was damaged. That much was undeniable. There were sections where the destruction was clearly visible, and the traces of monster activity from the dimensional crack expansion were readable in the landscape if one knew what to look for. But it was standing. The city's fundamental infrastructure had not collapsed. The scale of destruction was only marginally worse than what Brightgate had sustained at its worst periods. As expected of the academy, Michael muttered with genuine respect. Even facing an expansion event that had pushed stronger monsters into the surrounding area, the institution had held its ground and kept the damage within manageable parameters. That spoke to the quality of the forces it could deploy. Minimal destruction did not mean no destruction. The reconstruction timeline, if Michael had to estimate it, would take at least 2 years before the city recovered anything close to its previous appearance. Probably longer if the more severely affected districts required foundation work rather than surface rebuilding alone. Michael gave the city one final look before descending toward the Academy's secret realm entrance. Moments later he was back on Academy grounds. The contrast with the city above was immediate. The Academy grounds looked largely as he had left them. What was different was the population. There were considerably more students moving through the grounds than there had been before his departure. Seems like the Academy announcement worked. Michael watched the increased activity for a moment before moving in the direction of Director Arvin's office. After all, he had another purpose for coming to the Academy beyond simply reporting in and attending to school business. He had only walked a certain distance across the grounds when a strange pulling sensation reached him from somewhere ahead. What made it stranger was that he could simultaneously sense something being drawn toward him from the same direction. 2 separate tugs meeting in the middle. Michael stopped walking. He was curious but also alarmed. In the end he decided to investigate. This was the Academy. Whatever this was, a direct threat within these grounds was unlikely. Michael steeled himself and walked in the direction the pull indicated. It led him to Director Lin's office. He stood outside for a moment and took a slow breath. Then he knocked. "Enter." Director Lin's voice. Since using his senses to check what was inside would be rude, Michael had no idea what to expect as he pushed the door open and stepped through. Across the room, beside Director Lin's desk, stood a figure he recognized immediately. Teacher Brian. Among the many things Michael had anticipated finding on the other side of Director Lin's door, Teacher Brian had not appeared on any version of that list. The moment recognition landed, Michael felt two things in quick succession. The first was something close to excitement. The second was an awkwardness that settled almost immediately behind it, because Michael was not entirely sure how to calibrate his reaction. Teacher Brian had known him when he was a newly awakened student barely finding his footing. The distance between that version of him and the current one was not a small gap, and he had not had time to think about how to bridge it naturally. Across the room, Teacher Brian's expression told a similar story. "It seems the two of you know each other." Director Lin's voice pulled both of their attentions back to the room. It was at that moment Michael registered that Rin was also present. He had been so focused on Brian the moment he entered that she had simply not registered in the first sweep of his attention. He nodded to her in acknowledgement. She returned it with her usual expression, which conveyed approximately nothing. Teacher Brian recovered first. He turned to Director Lin and nodded. "We became acquainted not long after he first awakened," he said. Michael confirmed his words with a nod of his own toward Director Lin. Teacher Brian turned to look at Michael. "Though I knew this was the academy you enrolled in," he said, "I had thought it would be a while longer before our paths crossed here. This is a surprise." "How are you doing?" Brian asked. "Well," Michael said with a slight smile. "And you, sir?" Their exchange was simple. Across the room Rin was watching with a slightly odd look on her face. This was the first time she had seen Michael interact with someone and look genuinely present in the conversation rather than professionally engaged with it. The Michael she had spent time with gave the impression of treating everyone like air if they had no business or conversation to conduct with each other. She had assumed that was simply how he was. But watching him now he looked different. Then it occurred to her that she had heard him say Teacher Brian. Was it because he saw Brian as a mentor? Rin's guess was quite close to the mark. Teacher Brian had been present at several points in Michael's early days that, individually, might not have looked like much from the outside. Taken together they formed something more substantial. He had been the one to introduce Michael to the spear. Brian had also sold him his first pair of monsters that later became the foundation of everything that came after. Then there was the matter of his family. When Michael had evolved to high human and the transformation had threatened to spiral beyond what he could control, it had been Teacher Brian who had acted and kept his family safe, even if the matter had been done out of convenience at the time. And before all of that, during the demonic supernatural attack on Woodstone City, Brian had acted as a guardian for the people. The current Michael could look at a near-demigod creature and make rational calculations about whether to engage it. The Michael of that period could only protect himself and his family and not much beyond that. All of this had left an impression that strength and time had not erased, even if their actual interaction with each other had not been particularly extensive. Some things settled into a person and stayed there regardless of how much else changed around them. Teacher Brian was one of those things for Michael. On the other side, Brian was quietly filled with a wave of emotions. To think the naive boy he remembered from Woodstone City, who went around carelessly using his detection skill on people without stopping to consider whether that was appropriate, would have grown so much in under a year. To Brian, who was above 100 years old, 1 year was an extremely short period of time. It was not only the appearance that had changed. Brian felt a sense of threat from Michael, which alarmed him. Brian was a proud man who was confident in his own strength, so to him anyone who could give him a sense of threat had to be at the same level as him. This was not arrogance. It was the mindset of the genius who had swept the Federation 100 years ago. This meant the naive boy from Woodstone City now stood on the same level as him. All of this in under a year. Brian kept his expression steady, but the wave of emotion that moved through him was heavy. He thought of his daughter. She had become a king-rank cultivator at 15, which in the whole universe he dared to say was virtually unknown. She had still spent years reaching that level. In terms of cultivation talent even Michael could not compare to her, but going from an ordinary person to king-rank cultivation in under a year was just as rare an achievement as his daughter's. Brian did not dare imagine what Michael would look like 100 years from now. The thought was genuinely difficult to hold. Michael's change was the first thing that contributed to his heavy emotions. The second was the connection he felt between himself and Michael. The moment the two saw each other they understood the nature of the connection immediately. Seeing Brian, who had turned back to continue his conversation with Director Lin after leaving a quiet suggestion to talk privately sometime when Michael was free, the title of a new gift he had received after his advancement came to mind. Aurora's Child. Muttering the words quietly, Michael called up his panel and scrolled down to the gift section. Gift, Aurora's Child. Description: ever since Aurora awakened, she has been searching for a partner to her will. Unfortunately, she has yet to find one. Still, Aurora has not given up. At certain points, she chooses individuals born within her realm as candidates to inherit her will. Effect: law effectiveness is increased by 200% within Aurora. Note: you are the 5th live candidate. To think Teacher Brian is actually a candidate. The surprise of the revelation was not small. Michael did not quite know what to think about it. As for the gift itself, his feelings were considerably more straightforward than the revelation about Brian. The effect was genuinely good. A 200% increase to law effectiveness was not something to dismiss. But the inheritance itself held no appeal for him. He had no intention of pursuing Aurora's will. The path that gift was pointing toward was not one he was interested in walking, and he was self-aware enough to recognize that attachment to a world's will, however powerful, came with its own set of constraints he had no particular desire to take on. If he lost the gift as a consequence of that disinterest, it would be unfortunate. The effect would be missed. But it would not be a crisis. Besides, he had something in hand that carried similar effects and operated without the geographic limitation. Unlike the gift, which only activated within Aurora's boundaries, what he had could be carried anywhere. However, Michael's mind was not particularly focused on the gift's effect at that moment, but on why Teacher Brian was a candidate. To be honest, he did not know why he himself had been chosen in the first place. Talent seemed like the obvious answer, but Michael dismissed it almost immediately. He had no natural talents. Everything he had accumulated had been built on a foundation he had not been born with. He had essentially cheated his way to where he stood. If talent was the requirement, Rin standing not far from him was a considerably more intuitive candidate. But Rin was giving off no pulling sensation whatsoever. She was evidently not a candidate. So talent, at least in the conventional sense, was not the criterion. Power was the next possibility, but Michael was not the first young rank 3 to exist in Aurora's history. The world had been around long enough that exceptional young awakeners were not unprecedented. If power alone were sufficient, the candidate pool would be considerably larger than 5 live individuals. Which left the third possibility. His greatest secret. Infinite evolution. Michael turned that over carefully. The more he examined it, however, the more the edges blurred, and after a few more seconds of increasingly circular thinking he stopped and set the question aside. He would likely not find a satisfying answer through speculation alone. He turned his attention back to the connection between himself and Brian that had led him to this office in the first place. It was clearly a product of the Aurora's Child gift, but what was the practical use of it? Was it simply identification, a way for candidates to find each other? Or did the connection carry something more functional once it was acknowledged? As Michael sank deeper into his thoughts, Director Lin's voice recaptured his attention. Michael. Michael refocused. Though he had not been following the conversation between her and Teacher Brian, from the brief impressions he had caught they appeared to have been discussing something unrelated to him or the recent chaos entirely. So why was he being called? Michael. Do you know why the scale of the demonic supernatural activity this time was so significant? They have performed coordinated attacks in the past. But this is the first time we have seen simultaneous activity across multiple locations throughout the realm. I'm talking about beyond the sea and other nations rather than concentrated pressure on a few points. Michael was not shocked by the question. He had spent close to a week at home with access to the internet, and the news had spread thoroughly enough that anyone paying attention had a general picture of what had happened across the realm. He considered his response for a moment, knowing he had to give an answer even if it was just to play along. They planned it for a long time, he said, playing safe. Director Lin nodded. That is part of the truth, she said. However, what she said next shocked Michael. The reason the operation reached this scale is because they had help from outside the realm. Michael knew what Director Lin meant by outside the realm. This was not some other faction within Aurora's borders. Another civilization had extended its hand into this realm's affairs. Local conflicts were one thing, but an outside force with designs on Aurora was a different category of problem. If things were not handled carefully, this could be the foreshadowing of an invasion. Surely the demonic supernatural should understand that inviting an outside force in is like opening your door to a shark, right? After all, hell was different from one's own home. Common sense and logical reasoning. You expect those from crazy men? Director Lin asked with a mock smile and shook her head. Director Lin then asked another question. Do you know the Solara, Edron, and Vale civilizations? Michael's answer to this question a year ago would have been a blank stare. A year ago he had not known those names existed, let alone that they belonged to civilizations like Aurora. It was only after entering the supernatural world and the academy that he had become knowledgeable about these things. In his time here he had not focused on external civilizations specifically, but the information had accumulated passively through general study, and the three names Director Lin had just listed were not unfamiliar. They were the three closest civilizations to Aurora. More importantly, they were also hostile toward Aurora. From what he understood, the tension between Aurora and those three existed because Aurora's growth rate had been exceptional enough that Solara, Edron, and Vale had collectively decided it represented a future threat. In their view, a civilization growing at such a pace, left unchecked, would eventually want dominance over its neighbors. To Michael, their fear was not irrational. Subordination was not an unreasonable thing to worry about. However, based on his knowledge, though the three had gathered together to suppress Aurora, the most they could manage was to barely maintain a stalemate. Hearing their names, Michael immediately had a guess. Are they the ones backing the demonic supernatural this time? Director Lin nodded once. All three. This is also what Teacher Brian and I were currently discussing. This is also connected to why we called the students back, Director Lin continued. Something needs to be done, and it needs to be done soon. If we allow this to drag on, we will be dealing with considerably worse problems down the line. Michael heard the opening in that and took it. What does the Academy plan to do? Director Lin regarded him for a moment before answering. The Federation and the Academy have reached a joint decision. We are going to strike the demonic faction directly. She paused. Calling it a war would be generous, given that these people are not the type to stand in a field and fight and that they hide so well. But with the Federation's reach and the Academy's own sources, we have identified several of their locations. She continued. If we move fast enough before they can react, we can deal damage significant enough that they will have no choice but to pull inward. It will force them to focus on recovery rather than whatever nonsense they are planning now. This will also buy Aurora some breathing room and send a clear message to the three civilizations watching from outside. Michael's immediate thought was that cornered people did unpredictable things. With how erratic the demonic supernaturals had proven themselves to be, this might only force them to bite back harder. But he believed the Federation and the Academy were not organizations that made decisions carelessly. They should have their own calculations and considerations, so he kept the thought to himself. Inwardly, Michael also felt a stir of excitement. He did not know how extensive the Federation and Academy's sources were, but he did not believe their information could match his in depth or detail, not unless they had also managed to capture a rank 4 from the other side and extract their memories wholesale. This was exactly the situation he had been waiting for. He had spent time quietly considering how to extract maximum value from what he knew, and now the opportunity had arrived. Director Lin, there's actually something I wanted to discuss with you privately. Director Lin raised a brow slightly. Oh. What is it about? It's about the demonic faction. A trace of curiosity entered her eyes. She had just been wondering what this talented student had been seeking her out for. Of course she would never have guessed that Michael had only stumbled into the office following his connection with Brian. He had initially planned to visit Director Arvin first. Speak. Hearing this, Michael instinctively glanced toward Rin and Teacher Brian. The meaning behind the gesture was obvious. However, to his surprise, Director Lin did not ask either of them to leave. Instead, she simply leaned back slightly in her chair and gestured casually. If it concerns the demonic supernaturals, there's no need to avoid them, she said calmly. You can speak freely. Looking at her relaxed attitude, Michael could roughly guess what Director Lin was thinking. She probably assumed he merely had some small clue or insignificant observation related to the recent incident. Something useful perhaps, but not important enough to warrant privacy in front of the other two. To be honest, Michael could not blame her. If their positions were reversed, he would probably think the same thing. After all, no matter how exceptional his growth had been recently, he was still technically a student, and the subject involved the demonic faction, one of Aurora's greatest long-term threats. What meaningful thing could a student possibly know that they did not? Michael felt slightly frustrated. After all, he genuinely did have something important to say. His gaze shifted toward Brian and Rin again. Teacher Brian simply watched quietly. Rin looked mildly curious. Michael hesitated for a brief moment before making a decision internally. Fine. If they wanted him to speak openly, then he would simply drop the largest card immediately. I know some of the demonic faction's locations, Michael said calmly. The room became quieter. But Michael continued before anyone could interrupt. Important locations. Some of them should contain rank 4 members. The atmosphere changed instantly. Director Lin's previously casual posture straightened almost immediately. Teacher Brian's eyes sharpened. Even Rin's usually indifferent expression shifted faintly. For a brief moment, no one spoke. Then Director Lin's voice came out considerably more serious than before. Repeat that. Michael remained calm. I know several demonic faction locations, he repeated. Including some important strongholds. He paused deliberately. And based on the information I possess, some of those locations should contain rank 4 existences. Director Lin stared at Michael for several seconds without speaking. In the end she decided to give him a listening ear. How? She asked quietly. Michael had already expected that question. But before answering, he glanced toward Brian and Rin again. This time the meaning behind the gesture was even clearer. This time, Director Lin complied. She turned toward Teacher Brian first. I apologize for the sudden interruption, but please give me a little time with my student. However, to Michael's surprise, Teacher Brian did not comply. If Michael truly possessed important information, then as a Federation powerhouse, Brian could not simply walk away because of a few polite words. Brian had no desire for conflict with Director Lin, nor did he wish to pressure Michael unnecessarily. But this involved the demonic faction. As a representative of the Federation, he had a responsibility, even if it meant doing things that left a bad taste in his mouth. Though even now, a part of him still found it difficult to fully believe that a student could possess information that the Federation and Academy did not have. But what if Michael truly knew something important? If so, leaving casually would be negligence. So Brian remained standing. Director Lin's eyes shifted toward him. For a moment, neither spoke. Then Brian finally broke the silence. "If it concerns the demonic faction to this degree," he said calmly, "then I'm afraid I can't simply pretend I heard nothing and leave. As long-standing partners, Director Lin should know that now is the time for us to stand together against a common enemy." There was no aggression in his tone. Rin glanced between the two quietly. Michael, on the other hand, looked a bit uncomfortable. The atmosphere had become quite awkward. In the end Michael felt he should intervene before any words were exchanged. Though Michael had a bad impression of the Federation, it did not extend to Brian. This was still someone Michael very much respected, so seeing him in an awkward position made Michael feel a bit awkward as well. In any case, Michael did not believe the Academy would hide the information from the Federation since both parties were in cooperation. There was no need to complicate things. "Teacher Brian, there's no need to complicate things. I assure you the Academy will share any information they deem important with you. After all, what I know might not necessarily be different from what you already have." After hearing Michael's words, Brian felt a little better and did not cause any further trouble. Soon only Michael and Director Lin were left in the office. The atmosphere became noticeably quieter after the others left. Director Lin was the first to speak. "So," she said calmly, "what exactly is this information you have?" "As long as the demonic faction has not suddenly relocated everything within the past few days," Michael said slowly, "I know 10 strongholds within the country alone that should satisfy the Federation's goal of striking hard." Director Lin's pupils narrowed faintly. 10. Not 2. Not 3. 10. Even she and the Federation only knew 5. "Say them," she said immediately. "I want to see how much overlap exists with our own information." However, when she said that, a rather awkward expression appeared on Michael's face. Director Lin immediately noticed it. Michael lightly scratched his cheek before speaking somewhat softly. "Before that, I actually wanted to ask the Academy for something." Director Lin stared at him for a second, then suddenly laughed lightly. As someone who had lived for many years, she immediately understood what Michael was doing. He wanted to trade. She felt this was perfectly normal. Though she did not know how this youth had obtained his information, it was probably not easy. Expecting him to simply hand it over for free was too much. Information of this level absolutely possessed exchange value. Director Lin crossed her arms slightly. "What do you want?" This kind of straightforward conversation was exactly what Michael had hoped for. He did not hesitate any longer. "I want access to the Academy's higher-grade dimensional cracks." Director Lin blinked in surprise. Clearly, that was not the request she had expected. For a brief moment she almost asked why, then she remembered Michael was a necromancer. Immediately, the question became unnecessary. Dimensional cracks were filled with monsters, and monsters meant corpses. To a necromancer, they were practically resource mines. Fortunately he had not asked her to settle his debts. At least for now that matter had been left alone until the Dean and Vice Dean returned. After thinking briefly, Director Lin finally spoke. "If your information is truly worth it," she said slowly, "then not only will I grant you access to the Academy's dimensional cracks, I'll personally negotiate with the Federation and have them open some of theirs to you as well." Michael's heartbeat quickened slightly. That was exactly what he wanted. Compared to the Academy, the Federation controlled considerably more dimensional cracks throughout Aurora. After all, the Federation was the true giant of the realm. If he gained access to both, the speed at which his Undead Legion could progress would increase drastically. Especially now, since his current bottleneck was not talent but time. This deal would shorten the time needed to evolve his Undead to rank 4, and during that same period he could push himself to the peak of rank 3 as well. Michael suppressed the excitement in his heart and kept his expression relatively calm. "Then I believe we can cooperate very well," he said. Director Lin snorted lightly. "You sound more like a businessman than a student." Michael smiled slightly. His days playing noble in the land of origin had their merits. They were one of the main reasons his bearing was rather refined, aside from the confidence that had grown alongside his power. Being poor is difficult, Director Lin. I'm sure you know my circumstances. If I wasn't a supernatural, even eating would be a problem. Michael cried poor at Director Lin. Director Lin looked at him strangely for a second. Did he think she was unaware of his actions back in Brightgate? This youth was not quite the honest type. Still, she did not dwell on it. Now, she said, the information. Michael nodded, then his expression became serious. For the next few minutes he shared the 10 locations he had already prepared to reveal. At the end, much to the surprise of both Michael and Director Lin, only 3 locations overlapped between his information and what the Academy and Federation already had. For Michael, he was surprised by their efficiency. He had possessed insider information, after all, even if some of it was now outdated since the demonic supernatural had been unaware of the demonic faction's plan this time. For Director Lin, the fact that only 3 locations overlapped was striking. What Michael did not know was that it was precisely because of these overlaps that his information gained credibility, making her considerably more convinced that the other 7 locations were legitimate. How exactly did you obtain this information? Director Lin finally asked. This time there was genuine disbelief in her voice. Michael simply smiled faintly. I have my own methods, he said calmly. For some reason, after talking with Director Lin, Michael felt more at ease. He got the sense that she would not give him too much trouble as long as he did not disrespect her, which made him abandon his prepared excuses. He was right. Director Lin stared at him for several moments, then eventually shook her head. Everyone had secrets. This much was obvious in Michael's case. Whether it was his class change or his terrifying growth in under a year, none of it was normal. Even great fortune and talent were not enough to explain it. Thinking of Michael's growth, Director Lin grew curious and decided to check if there had been any changes to his level. Though she doubted the possibility given that only a week had passed since they last met, she was curious nonetheless. Fuck. Immediately a curse rang out from the office and echoed through other parts of the secret realm. Everyone who recognized Director Lin's voice wondered how such a dignified figure could curse like that. Michael, who had already sensed her gaze on him, could only shake his head helplessly. I wonder if there's a way to hide my information from other awakeners, Michael couldn't help but think. How did you level up so fast? Director Lin was rightfully surprised. Whatever happened to the idea that the stronger you were, the harder it was to grow? Were they playing different games? Why was Michael just one step away from beginning preparations for the next rank? For such a significant gap at their level, only 2 things could explain it. One was that Michael had achieved rare enlightenment that boosted his mastery over his law. 2 was that he had killed a large number of monsters. The first might be possible, but the second seemed unlikely. How many monsters of the same rank would he have had to kill to level up so fast? As for the possibility of Michael killing above his rank, she did not believe so. She had tested his powers a week ago. Yes, he was strong, possibly unrivaled at rank 3, but that was not enough to kill a rank 4 being. No wonder you felt different when I saw you today. How did you level up so fast? Hearing her question, Michael felt helpless and simply chose not to answer, holding Director Lin's gaze in silence. Director Lin stared back. The 2 maintained eye contact for several seconds before Director Lin finally gave up with a faint snort. You're too secretive. Michael smiled faintly and said nothing. Director Lin's eyes narrowed slightly. For some reason, Michael's silence made her feel even more suspicious. She tapped her fingers against the table once. Fine. I won't ask how you leveled up for now. Michael's smile became a little more relaxed. But, she continued, if you have any more information about the demonic faction, bring it out now. Just as Director Lin thought she was overthinking things, she noticed Michael's expression become a little strange. Her eyes narrowed. You really do have more. Michael coughed softly and looked away for a brief moment. Not exactly. Director Lin stared at him in silence. Michael scratched his cheek lightly. I mean, I do know a few more locations. Director Lin's expression stiffened slightly. Michael added quickly, but I'm not sure if they're still accurate. You know a few more locations. Michael nodded. But you're not sure if they're accurate. Not fully, Michael said honestly. The 10 I gave you earlier are the ones I'm confident should still be useful. As for the rest, those locations have probably already been abandoned. Director Lin inhaled slowly. For a moment, she genuinely did not know whether to laugh or curse again. She had thought 10 locations was already outrageous. Now Michael was telling her there were more, but he had held them back because they were not certain enough. This student. Director Lin rubbed her forehead. How many? Michael hesitated. Director Lin's gaze sharpened. Michael. Around 12. Director Lin's hand froze against her forehead. 12 more. Unconfirmed, Michael reminded her seriously. Director Lin stared at him. Michael looked sincere, which somehow made him even more suspicious. For a few seconds, Director Lin said nothing. Then she lowered her hand and spoke in a slow voice. List them. Michael nodded and did not hesitate. He made sure the new locations he listed were outside his nation, and added a few inconsistencies to some to make them harder to verify but not impossible to find. By the time he was done, Director Lin was still looking at him with suspicion. Michael noticed her expression and felt slightly uncomfortable. Director Lin, your eyes are scary. Hearing this, Director Lin exhaled softly. Whatever. Even if only 2 of your locations prove true, this is still valuable. Michael nodded faintly. Director Lin's thoughts moved rapidly. The Academy and the Federation had planned to strike hard. But with Michael's information, the scale of that strike could change completely. If handled properly, this would no longer be a simple suppression operation. It could become a clean, coordinated purge. Of course, wiping them out entirely would be impossible since the other side did not lack strong experts, but they should be forced into hiding for a while. After a moment, Director Lin looked back at Michael. You said you wanted access to dimensional cracks. Michael nodded rapidly. If even half of what you gave me today proves accurate, I'll make sure you get more than just access to a few dimensional cracks. Michael's expression shifted slightly in confusion. He did not quite understand what she was implying, but to give him a taste of his own medicine, Director Lin did not bother explaining. Still, Michael's interest rose. Director Lin looked at him for a moment before shaking her head. You really are a businessman. I never thought the day would come when I'd have to ask someone to act like a proper necromancer. Michael did not refute her. Though he was no longer a necromancer, when he still was he had been half-baked at best. All right, enough chatting. Please ask Mr. Bryan to come back into the office. No need for you to return. You don't need to tell me twice. Director Lin's gaze had been so uncomfortable that Michael wanted nothing more than to leave her sight. Soon he was outside the office building, where he spotted Rin and Teacher Bryan in the distance, talking. After hearing Director Lin call for him, Bryan did not hesitate, and soon only Rin and Michael were left alone. Hi. Michael greeted first. Hello. Rin answered. Just as Michael was about to use the excuse of wanting to meet up with other friends, Rin said something that caught his attention. I have the space-type materials you wanted. Rin, is that a new hairstyle on you? Whenever Michael stated that none of his undead were below rank 3, he was technically not lying. Putting aside the many rank 3 undead under his command and the terrifying existences that had already stepped into rank 4, there was indeed one creature around him that had yet to reach that stage. Wisdom. Which was honestly a little ironic. Among all his undead and contracted creatures, Wisdom was the one whose traits Michael copied the most often. Whether it was phase movement, spatial sensitivity, or perception enhancement, Wisdom's abilities had proven useful on countless occasions. And yet the owl itself was still stuck below rank 3. To be fair, this was not because Wisdom lacked talent. Talent might be important to other powers, but to Michael it was not much of a concern. After all, if one lacked talent, he could just use his own talent to feed them some. The problem was much simpler. Though Wisdom could barely be considered a true spatial creature at the moment, it still counted as one to some extent. Also, in the entire year since Michael had entered the supernatural world, Wisdom remained the only creature he had encountered capable of naturally using spatial abilities before even reaching rank 1. It was also the only creature Michael had seen that could count as a spatial type. This alone already made it extraordinary. Michael had long intended to use Wisdom's unique trait as a foundation to push it toward becoming a genuine space beast. The batch of spatial materials Rin had previously given him had already brought Wisdom a step closer to that goal. Not only had Wisdom advanced to rank 2, but its race had also evolved into a Void Feather, a 3-star rare creature with a much stronger affinity toward spatial energy. However, to Michael, Wisdom still could not truly be considered a complete spatial beast yet. The reason was because rare-grade creatures had limits. Even a peak rare creature with exceptional stats and abilities would eventually hit a ceiling. More importantly, Michael was worried that future evolutions might dilute Wisdom's spatial affinity instead of strengthening it further. What he wanted was not a creature that merely possessed some spatial abilities. He wanted a creature whose existence fundamentally revolved around space itself. A true spatial life form. Only then would Wisdom's future evolution path stabilize around that concept permanently rather than risk drifting elsewhere. Hearing that Rin had acquired even more spatial treasures immediately put Michael in a good mood. He still did not know exactly how far Wisdom's potential could ultimately go this time. But as long as he could push it into the extraordinary rank while firmly anchoring its evolution around spatial attributes, Michael would immediately evolve it further and advance it into rank 3 without hesitation. What did you say? Rin looked at him strangely after hearing his sudden compliment. Michael maintained a completely serious expression. Your hairstyle looks good on you. Rin stared at him silently. Michael did not break eye contact. After a few seconds, Rin raised a hand and lightly touched her hair. I trimmed it. Michael nodded immediately. I noticed. Rin looked unconvinced but did not focus too much on the matter. Instead, she looked directly at Michael and asked. Do you want the materials here or somewhere more private? I suggest we go to my apartment to make the exchange. Michael's expression immediately became a little hesitant. Rin noticed it instantly. Why do you look hesitant? Michael coughed lightly. Nothing. Let's just go. Michael did not know how to explain himself. That this was the first time in his 2 lives that a girl had invited him over to her place. Though unfocused on matters of love, Michael was still a man. These little thoughts couldn't help but flash past his mind. Of course he did not think anything would happen. Seeing Michael's silence, Rin snorted inwardly. She couldn't help but think that even if nothing was going to happen, was there a need to be hesitant about being alone with a girl? If only Rin knew that Michael saw her as someone with more masculine features than ordinary men. Had she known he did not think of her as a normal girl, she would probably have exploded on the spot. As they moved through the academy grounds, several students subconsciously glanced in their direction. Rin was already famous enough on her own. Michael was as well. After all, he was the current first-year number 1 and had displayed a terrifying show of strength just a week ago. The combination of the two naturally attracted attention. Michael ignored the gazes completely. Rin did as well. The two walked deeper into the academy grounds until the environment around them gradually began to change, replaced by rows of large studio apartments and independent buildings spread across an expansive district. The deeper they went, the denser the mana in the surroundings became. Michael's eyes flickered slightly. Interesting. This was his first time in the 2-seater dorms, so he couldn't help but look around curiously. After observing the area for a while, Michael couldn't help but ask a question. Do the two-seater dorms not have dust elves? Rin's lips twitched faintly. No. Michael nodded slowly. That's bad. Though Michael had spoken with no hidden meaning in mind, to Rin it felt like he was bragging. Especially since Michael himself technically had access to a private residence area far more absurd than this one, thanks to his special status and achievements. The two eventually stopped in front of one of the deeper buildings within the district. Compared to the others nearby, this one looked noticeably more refined. Rin raised her wrist calmly. Her edge watch emitted a faint blue glow. A scanning light swept across her before the apartment entrance unlocked with a soft sound. Then Rin stepped aside slightly and gestured inward. Welcome to my humble abode. She deliberately placed emphasis on the word humble. Michael, thinking it was just a standard greeting, nodded and entered, with Rin following behind him and closing the door with a quiet sigh. Michael's eyes swept across the apartment quietly. Though smaller than his villa by far, it was very comfy. It had a similar layout to the two-bedroom apartment he lived in with his family in Woodstone City, but better in many ways whether in scale or what it had to offer. Though the building blocked his senses, Michael could tell there was also an underground space underneath. He also immediately noticed something else. It seems your roommate isn't home. Rin, who had just taken off her outer coat, paused briefly before answering. I don't have one. You don't? Michael was surprised. Wasn't this the two-seater dorm? Aren't two-seater dorms supposed to be for two people? Rin's lips twitched faintly again. With my status, the academy turns a blind eye to things like this. Michael blinked in confusion. My master is the vice dean. A demigod-level awakener. Rin continued calmly. I'm also one of the academy's core students. As long as I don't do anything excessive, nobody cares whether I occupy the second room for myself or not. Hearing that, Michael immediately became envious. This was the effect of having a terrifying backer. If he had also become the disciple of the vice dean or even the dean himself, would he need to negotiate and trade information just to gain access to dimensional cracks? The access would probably have already been placed directly into his hands from the start. Michael suddenly felt a little tired. As expected. Connections mattered everywhere. Meanwhile, Rin was still speaking calmly. After all, not everyone is like you, the first rank among their year with a villa all to themselves. For some reason, Michael could hear a faint trace of sass in her tone. Michael became a little confused. Though he was not particularly gifted socially, he was not stupid either. Over the past few minutes, Rin's tone had occasionally carried a strange edge toward him. At first he thought he had imagined it. Now he was less certain. After thinking for a few seconds, Michael decided not to overcomplicate things and simply asked directly. Do you have an issue with me? The apartment became quiet. Rin looked at him. Michael looked back honestly. He genuinely wanted to know. Was it because of his hairstyle statement? Rin stared at him for several seconds before suddenly turning her head away slightly. No. Rin was quiet for a moment. Then she exhaled softly. Sorry, she said. I was being petty. How are you so powerful? Suddenly her voice rose a notch, startling Michael. After our last battle and what we went through together in hell, I could already see the gap between us was significant. But I told myself there was still a chance. That if I kept pushing, I could at least close the distance. She then turned to look at him directly. Then I came back and heard that not only had you advanced to rank 3, but that your power within rank 3 was unrivaled. How are you so powerful when you awakened 2 years after me? The apartment was quiet after she finished speaking. Michael felt awkward and did not know how to respond. For some reason Rin's words reminded him of Arian back in the land of origin, except the feeling was different. The distance he had felt toward Arian was not something he felt toward Rin. Perhaps it was because Rin was an awakener. That shared identity had kept him seeing her as an equal even as the gap between them widened. If Michael had understood Rin's background, her current state would have made more sense to him. From a young age, Rin had always been a genius, always at the top among her peers. However, everything changed when she met Michael. The possibility that she might never surpass him unsettled something fundamental in her. This was the particular affliction of geniuses. None of them could comfortably accept being less than someone else. What Rin was experiencing was the same thing Brian, Michael's former classmate, had gone through when he witnessed Michael's true power back in hell. A genius you could imagine surpassing was manageable. A seemingly unstoppable one was a different matter entirely. However, the solemn mood did not last long. Rin straightened slightly, and just like that the weight in her expression settled back into something closer to her usual composure. In any case, she said, her tone returning to normal, I just wanted you to know. Keep growing. When I finally surpass you, I want it to mean something. Michael stared at her with an odd expression. The shift was so sudden that for a moment the whole exchange felt slightly unreal. The heavy atmosphere of a moment ago had dissolved into something that felt almost childish. What Michael forgot was that he and Rin were the same age. Both 19. He had no grounds to find it childish. Then something occurred to Michael. He gave Rin an odd look. Don't tell me, he said slowly, the reason you invited me to your apartment wasn't just to hand over the space materials, but to tell me this. Rin's composure cracked. A faint flush rose to her face. To Michael she suddenly looked like a completely different person. I said what I said, she replied firmly. Remember it. Michael nodded helplessly. Okay. A brief silence followed. Then Rin seemed to remember something. What exactly made Director Lin curse earlier? She saw my level, Michael answered honestly. He had barely finished the sentence when he felt a gaze settle on him. Familiar in its intent. He knew immediately what it was. Rin had used detect on him. Michael felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. It seemed he extended more courtesy to others than they extended to him. Then Rin's brow furrowed. Why can't I see your level? Michael let out a slow sigh. Are you still planning on surpassing me? Get out. It did not take long for Michael to be kicked out of Rin's apartment without mercy. However, Michael could not bring himself to care much about that. Right now his attention was fixed on the materials now arranged within his storage space. It was time to finally evolve wisdom to the average level of his legion. Since his villa would still take some time to be repaired and restored after the recent destruction, Michael needed another temporary place to stay. The most important thing was that it needed to be private so he could focus entirely on wisdom's evolution. After finding a quiet alley, Michael summoned his damaged coffin of the forgotten and transferred the materials from his storage space there. After doing this he reached out to his storage ring and brought wisdom out. The moment the owl appeared, it immediately became energetic. Its silver-black wings spread wide as it circled around Michael several times excitedly, leaving behind faint spatial ripples that made it appear illusionary in the air, before finally landing on his shoulder and rubbing its head against his cheek affectionately. Master. Its voice sounded clearer compared to when they first met, though the childish tone remained extremely obvious. Ever since advancing to rank 2 and evolving into a void feather, Wisdom's intelligence had improved significantly. Compared to before, when it could barely communicate simple thoughts, it could now speak in short sentences properly. However, at heart it was still a child, one of Michael's few treasures. Michael lightly rubbed the owl's head. What is it? The moment he asked that, Wisdom immediately began complaining. Lonely. Very lonely. The owl's feathers drooped slightly. Michael blinked in surprise. Lonely? Wisdom puffed up slightly as though finally finding someone willing to listen to its grievances. Master always busy. Always gone. Michael suddenly felt a tiny bit guilty. Thinking about it carefully, he really had neglected Wisdom somewhat recently. Most of his attention had been focused on his stronger undead and the constant dangerous situations around him. Meanwhile, Wisdom spent most of its time either inside the coffin, the storage space, or hidden away for safety. You brought people for Wisdom, but they don't talk. The owl continued in an aggrieved tone. By people, Michael immediately knew it was referring to his other undead. Wisdom likely called them people mostly because they were always in their human form. Wisdom puffed up angrily. They do nothing but stand still, and when they don't stand still they attack each other. Michael could practically feel the resentment radiating from the owl. As for attacking each other, it was likely the undead training. Ever since Michael caught Ghost leading a bunch of ants to train with self-made weights, he knew that as his undead grew in strength and intelligence, they started to become their own persons. Of course this was a stretch, as aside from Jester, most still relied on their instincts, like one certain undead goat of his who was now Lucky's underling and grass feed provider in exchange for plants. As for why it didn't eat its own plants, Michael did not know. And Lily scary. Michael coughed lightly and laughed a moment after. Without needing to guess, Lily had probably tried to see what it tasted like but could not eat thanks to his command. At this point Michael genuinely felt bad for the owl. Among over 4,000 creatures under him, Wisdom was probably the only one emotionally normal enough to actually feel isolated. Most undead simply obeyed orders mechanically. The more intelligent ones like Jester, Spartan, Fade, and the others either spent their time cultivating, experimenting, or carrying out tasks. None of them were exactly ideal companions for what was mentally still a child. Wisdom rubbed its head against Michael's cheek again pitifully. Master should stay more. Michael sighed softly. I'll try. The owl's eyes immediately brightened slightly. Then, as though suddenly remembering something, Wisdom puffed up proudly and disappeared from Michael's shoulder. A faint spatial ripple spread outward. The next moment the owl reappeared upside down above Michael's head. Wisdom stronger now too. Prince said Wisdom too weak so master not with him. Its tone carried obvious pride. Michael's lips curved faintly upward. Yes. You are. To be honest, the reason Wisdom had always been so heavily protected was not simply because it was Michael's pet. That was only part of it. The more important reason was because Wisdom was weak while simultaneously possessing abilities far too valuable for its own good. Its existence alone was absurdly useful to Michael's law and combat style. Michael knew this wouldn't change even if he were to advance to rank 4 tomorrow and Wisdom remained the same. Of course it was better for Wisdom to be stronger, so the effect of its traits when copied would be stronger as well. In any case, Wisdom's nature and value were precisely why Michael had always kept it away from danger. But Michael believed that once Wisdom stepped fully into rank 3, things would finally change. At that level, the owl should possess enough self-protection ability to survive independently even against stronger enemies. And more importantly, its already remarkable spatial abilities would likely undergo another transformation entirely. One had to know that even back when Michael himself had only been at the peak of rank 2, he genuinely could not touch Wisdom if the owl focused entirely on escape. And that version of Michael had already been powerful enough to suppress ordinary rank 3 supernaturals. Michael's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at the owl flying around happily nearby. Once Wisdom truly entered rank 3, just how abnormal would it become? The thought was honestly difficult to estimate. The current Wisdom was already a void feather, a 3-star rare creature. If everything went according to plan today, Michael intended to push it directly into rank 3. Wisdom suddenly reappeared beside Michael again and rubbed against his face proudly. Wisdom useful. Michael almost laughed. You've always been useful. The owl visibly became happier hearing that. Then Wisdom tilted its head slightly. Master happy? Always. After satisfying the creature's clinginess a bit more, Michael finally placed it into the damaged coffin of the Forgotten as well. Back in the land of origin, Michael once again stepped into the Everlong forest. The familiar atmosphere of ancient wilderness greeted him immediately. Towering trees stretched endlessly upward while the chirps of birds flowed like music. Compared to Aurora, the mana here felt wilder and more primal. The moment wisdom was placed into the coffin space and returned to Michael's soul, Michael immediately shifted most of his consciousness back into the land of origin. Then, without delay, he retrieved the damaged coffin of the Forgotten once more. A ripple spread through the air and the palm-sized coffin emerged silently beside him. Michael opened it casually and summoned wisdom back out alongside several large boxes filled with materials. The owl instantly flew out energetically again as though being separated for even a short moment had been unbearable. Master. Its silver-black body darted through the forest air rapidly, occasionally phasing in and out of space before circling around Michael repeatedly. Michael simply let it play nearby while he focused his attention on the materials laid out before him. At first glance, the total volume did not seem particularly large. Only 2 reinforced boxes. But Michael knew very well that the actual value inside was absurd. Especially the 15 spatial stones. In Aurora, spatial materials were considered extremely rare resources, and this was universally true beyond Aurora as well. The fact that Rin had managed to gather this amount in such a short time honestly spoke volumes about her background and connections. Of course, not all of it had been freely given. Part of these materials counted as Michael's share from the living steel he had helped Rin secure. The rest was compensation from a few favors she owed, which amounted to nothing given that he owed her a larger favor since she had stopped him from becoming a kidnapping victim. Looking at the neatly arranged spatial treasures, Michael suddenly wondered if he had sold the living steel too cheaply. After all, even degraded, that thing had still been an epic-grade material. A living metal capable of growth. Most likely it had returned to being an epic-grade item by now. The more Michael thought about it, the more he wondered if he had let go of an amazing treasure. But the thought only lasted a second before Michael shook his head lightly. It doesn't matter. What could some metal compare to his own treasure? His gaze shifted toward the nearby wisdom. Compared to this bundle of cuteness, the living steel was nothing. Michael crouched slightly and picked up one of the spatial stones. It was cold to the touch. Inside it, distorted silver currents flowed continuously like liquid space trapped within solid matter. Even the surrounding air warped faintly around it. Nearby, wisdom suddenly froze mid-flight. Its silver eyes immediately locked onto the stone in Michael's hand. The owl swallowed audibly. Then. Shiny food? Mine. Michael almost laughed. You can already tell. Wisdom immediately appeared beside him through a short-range spatial jump and rubbed against his arm excitedly. Mine. 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 Michael flicked the owl lightly on the head. Greedy bird. Wisdom puffed up indignantly. Michael shook his head helplessly. It seemed this creature had forgotten the pain from last time. Well, it didn't matter. After all, it would survive this one too. Wait, master. Just as it seemed like the owl had finally remembered something, Michael had already extracted a small drop of his blood essence, wrapped it together with wisdom and the 2 boxes within his mana. Merge wisdom with extraordinary spatial materials. Yes. Michael did not hesitate, and soon the extraordinary scene that had played out thousands of times, to the point of numbness, repeated itself again. The moment Michael confirmed the merge, the 15 spatial stones shattered simultaneously. A violent light exploded outward. Space distorted instantly. The forest around Michael blurred heavily as layers of spatial ripples spread through the surroundings one after another like invisible tides. Even the nearby trees began flickering in and out of existence from the unstable spatial pressure leaking outward. At the center of it all, wisdom let out a startled cry. Master, wait. Then the owl vanished completely beneath the white radiance. Unlike the previous time, the merging process this time was absurdly long. 1 minute passed. Then 10. Then 30. Then an hour. Michael's expression slowly became more serious. Usually merges did not take this long. Even many of his extraordinary rank undead had completed their evolutions in under an hour. But Wisdom's transformation showed no signs of stopping. The white cocoon surrounding the owl at some point turned silver. The surrounding mana became increasingly chaotic. Like this, hours passed quietly. Finally, at roughly the 5th hour, the violent spatial fluctuations suddenly stopped. The silver light surrounding Wisdom rapidly began collapsing inward. The gigantic cocoon shrank continuously and the distorted space gradually stabilized. A moment later, the bright silver radiance fully faded. Standing in the middle of the slightly ruined clearing was an unfamiliar figure carrying an extremely familiar aura. Michael's eyes narrowed slightly. Before he could properly focus on Wisdom's new form, a flood of notifications suddenly exploded across his vision. Merge successful. Void Feather has successfully evolved to Spatial Void Raven Owl. Species Grade, Extraordinary 3-star. Wisdom has leveled up to level 50, max. New skill acquired, Void Stomach. The user may create independent folded storage dimensions connected directly to its body. Living and non-living matter may both be stored depending on stability and available mana. Storage capacity is dependent on rank. Michael's pupils constricted slightly. A storage-type skill. And not a simple one either, since it could store living beings as well. Then there was another skill Wisdom had gained. New skill acquired, Spatial Mark. Spatial Mark, the user may imprint spatial coordinates onto targets, objects, or locations. Once marked, the target can be tracked across vast distances through spatial resonance. Michael's eyes slowly narrowed. This skill seemed a bit terrifying. As long as Wisdom managed to leave a mark behind, escaping pursuit would become vastly more difficult. Before Michael could continue reviewing the notifications, movement finally came from the clearing ahead. The unfamiliar figure slowly lifted its head. Silver-white eyes opened gradually. At first glance, Wisdom still resembled an owl. But only vaguely. Its body was now considerably larger, almost reaching Michael's chest in height while standing normally. Its feathers were still silver-black but carried a faint hint of green. What surprised Michael more was that this was the first creature he had evolved with his blood that still did not inherit his eyes. Master? Its voice sounded much clearer than before. Still childish though, which made it familiar. Michael stared at the owl for several seconds. Then Wisdom suddenly vanished. Michael's instincts exploded instantly. But before he could react, 2 wings wrapped around his neck from behind. Wisdom stronger now. Michael's eyes twitched slightly. He genuinely had not sensed the movement clearly. This was absurd. Very absurd. Even stranger was the fact that Wisdom's movement did not feel like speed. It felt more like skipping space itself. Michael slowly exhaled. Then he looked toward the floating notifications again before finally focusing on the most important line among them. Wisdom has reached level 50, max. Which meant it was time for advancement. Michael slowly steadied his breathing while Wisdom continued clinging proudly to the back of his neck. The owl clearly had no understanding of how absurd what it had just done was. Michael, however, understood perfectly. Michael reached up and grabbed the now much larger owl before pulling it in front of him. Wisdom puffed its chest out proudly. Wisdom strong now. Yes, Michael admitted honestly. Very strong. The floating feathers behind the owl shifted slightly as if reacting emotionally. Tiny cracks appeared in the air around them before healing instantly. Seems like it still needs time to control its powers. That much was quite understandable. After all, it had jumped an entire major rank. This was also not the result Michael had expected. Originally, he had estimated that merging all the materials with Wisdom would at best push it into the extraordinary rank with a 1-star rating. If things went especially well, then maybe 2 stars. But 3 stars? And not only that, but directly reaching the peak of rank 2 immediately after evolving? Evolution also did not need to be direct. Just like his High Drake, the moment something fundamental about them changed positively, it counted as an evolution. Regardless, the current outcome genuinely exceeded Michael's expectations. Of course, this was good news, but at the same time it also created another problem. Initially, Michael's plan had been that after Wisdom completed its race evolution, he would evolve it one more time and use that second evolution to push it fully into rank 3. Even if Wisdom had only reached 1-star extraordinary rank, Michael was confident the level increase from the merge alone would have pushed it past level 40. So in Michael's calculations, one more evolution afterward should have been enough to smoothly complete the breakthrough into rank 3. But all those calculations had collapsed completely the moment Wisdom's race rating reached 3 stars, because now the next evolution was epic grade. Michael's expression became slightly pained. This situation was actually very similar to Jester's. Jester had also reached the threshold where its next evolution would step into the epic category to advance to rank 3. Epic grade evolutions were also absurdly expensive. Michael simply did not have enough. Of course, the situation was not truly hopeless. Thanks to his current daily evolution point income, he was already receiving more than 4,000 points every single day from his Undead Legion. In 3 more days, the accumulated amount would cross the threshold needed for an epic grade evolution. Fortunately, Wisdom's situation was not urgent. Beside him, Wisdom tilted its head slightly after noticing Michael staring at it. "Master sad?" Michael shook his head. "No. Just poor." Wisdom blinked in confusion. "Don't overload your brain with matters like this. Come, show Master how fast you are so I can copy, examine your abilities." Soon the Everlong Forest once again cried in pain. Meanwhile, Michael in Aurora was currently meditating to achieve a better understanding of his law. After all, though leveling up was nice, at rank 3 it acted more like a qualification to break through to the next rank. Why this qualification mattered to Awakeners was because as long as they could fulfill their task, they could achieve an easier breakthrough compared to ordinary supernaturals while still earning some rewards. In actuality, leveling up did not give an instant boost to one's power. The only leveling up that counted starting from rank 3 was Origin's acknowledgement of one's comprehension of their law at their current stage. The boost gained from this understanding of the universe was also somewhat more pronounced than what ordinary supernaturals received. If Michael could not level up through experience points, he could do so through comprehending his law. This way, by the time his task came, if another requirement to level up arose, he would already have a head start and could afford to focus more on the other requirements. This was also another advantage Awakeners who leveled up through law comprehension had over those who focused on experience points. It could not be said that one was better than the other, as both had their pros and cons. After all, comprehending one's law took a significant amount of time even for a genius like Rin, teacher Brian, or his former classmate Brian. For some it might be better to spend a couple of years reaching max level, learn one's requirements for the next rank, and focus on that instead. After another few minutes of meditation, Michael finally came out of the state with a sigh. Even if I reach max level tomorrow, fully comprehending my law at rank 3 will keep me in this stage for a while. At that thought, the slight recklessness that had been in Michael's heart since leveling up started to fade somewhat. Standing up from his meditative pose, Michael made his way up to the surface from underground. Right now he was in one of the 2-seater dorms, similar to Rin's apartment. After being inspired by Rin, Michael couldn't help but wonder if he could score some benefits for himself even without being the disciple of a demigod. With nothing to lose, he had gone to see the instructor in charge of allocating dorms and stated his purpose. To his surprise, it had gone fairly well. It was at that point Michael realized that maybe he was actually a second-generation person without knowing it. Michael had ended his meditative session not because he couldn't continue, but because he had decided to check in with Director Lin for updates. He knew they would conduct some investigation first, so he wanted to gauge how far along they were and get a sense of when the Academy and Federation would make their move. However, He had only just returned to the surface when he sensed a presence in front of his door. A familiar one. Michael immediately appeared at his door, and before the person could knock it was already open. "Good day, Teacher Brian." Teacher Brian didn't look surprised that the door had opened before he knocked. "Good day," he replied with a faint smile. Michael stepped aside. "Please come in." Teacher Brian entered calmly while his gaze swept briefly across the apartment. After closing the door behind them, Michael led Brian toward the sofa area. "Please sit." Teacher Brian nodded and took a seat leisurely. Michael walked toward a nearby dispenser before pausing slightly. "Would you like some water, Teacher Brian?" Brian waved his hand lightly. "No need," he said with a smile. "I only came to talk with you for a bit." Hearing that, Michael nodded calmly and sat opposite him. Truthfully, he already had a rough idea why Brian was here. It probably had something to do with the information he had given Director Lin, or the connection they both felt between them. Most likely it was the latter. Still, Michael did not rush the topic. Instead, he leaned back slightly and casually asked, "How did you find the apartment, Teacher Brian? I don't remember telling you where I'd be staying." Michael was quite curious about this. It had to be that Teacher Brian had used tracking magic or something along those lines, right? "The academy instructor in charge of allocating dorms told me." Michael's mouth twitched slightly. Wasn't that instructor being a little sloppy with their work? Brian continued calmly. "Of course, it was only after convincing them I was trustworthy that I even got your address." At this, Michael felt a little better. After the brief exchange, the apartment became quiet for a moment. Then Michael finally asked directly, "So what did you want to talk about, Teacher Brian?" The old man's expression gradually became more serious. He took a slow breath before looking directly at Michael. "Be honest with me for a moment." Michael's eyes narrowed slightly. Teacher Brian continued quietly. "Have you already stepped into the king rank?" "King rank. Rank 3 for awakeners." Michael stared at him for 2 seconds before nodding honestly. "Yes." Teacher Brian closed his eyes briefly. When he opened them again, there was no shock inside. Only something closer to awe. As though he had already known the answer beforehand and merely came to confirm it personally. Unbelievable. He shook his head softly. "You awakened 2 years later than the others, yet you still reached this stage so fast." Michael stayed silent. Teacher Brian looked at him carefully before speaking again. "You should be proud of yourself. Truly." Then his tone shifted slightly. "But remember this, Michael. The path toward supreme power is still very long. Haste can create waste. Sometimes the fastest geniuses are also the ones who collapse the earliest. What matters at the end of the day is the final result, not who runs ahead temporarily." Hearing those words, Michael seemed to understand something and gave a sincere nod. "Thank you." Teacher Brian waved it off casually. "There's no need." Then his gaze sharpened slightly. "Now let's talk about the more important matter." Michael straightened faintly. Without waiting for him to reply, Teacher Brian asked quietly, "Michael, are you also one of Aurora's candidates to become the next Realm Master?" Hearing that question, Michael immediately understood something. Teacher Brian knew. Or at least, he knew the reason behind the strange connection both of them felt toward each other. Michael slowly nodded. "I am." Teacher Brian's expression immediately grew grave. For a few seconds, the old man remained silent before speaking again. "Then you should already know the benefits tied to that title." Michael nodded faintly. A Realm Master candidate receives amplification from the realm itself. The most obvious is roughly a 200% increase in law power. And if the candidate is ultimately acknowledged by the realm. Brian's voice lowered slightly. They can ascend directly into godhood. Michael was not particularly shocked by this information. He had already guessed most of it. But then Teacher Brian's expression suddenly darkened. However, Michael's eyes narrowed slightly. Teacher Brian stared directly at him. Never let anyone know you are a candidate. His tone had completely changed. It was no longer advice. It sounded more like a warning carved in blood. This much was obvious as killing intent immediately radiated from the old man in front of him. Even though it was not directed at him, Michael felt the rage within it. If one day you feel this same connection toward another person again. A terrifying pressure suddenly leaked faintly from Brian's body. If you can kill them, kill them. If you cannot, run. Michael's pupils constricted slightly. The sudden killing intent in Teacher Brian's voice genuinely startled him. Teacher Brian slowly closed his eyes briefly before continuing. You are not the only candidate. Realm Master candidates are natural enemies. The closer one gets to becoming the true Realm Master, the stronger the instinct becomes. Michael's expression slowly turned serious. So the connection we feel is recognition, Brian answered quietly. Recognition between competitors chosen by the same world. The apartment suddenly felt far colder than before. Michael remained silent for several seconds before finally speaking. But do we really need to become enemies? Teacher Brian looked at him quietly. Michael continued calmly. Can't all the candidates simply ignore each other until the realm itself finally chooses someone? Hearing that, Brian slowly shook his head. Though the old man smiled faintly, there was no amusement in his eyes. You are powerful, Michael. Perhaps even stronger than me already. But you still haven't lived long enough to understand people. Michael frowned slightly. Teacher Brian leaned back into the sofa slowly. Do you know you are not the first Realm Master candidate I've met? Michael's eyes narrowed immediately. Brian's gaze became distant. The first one I encountered was just 3 days ago. Michael continued listening silently. He's already dead. Michael's expression changed slightly. Teacher Brian looked directly at him. I killed him. Michael did not show any surprise on his face. He was indeed caught off guard by the revelation, but perhaps the previous exchanges between them had already prepared him mentally for something along these lines. Teacher Brian noticed immediately. A trace of surprise appeared in the old man's eyes. He had expected something, at least visible shock, but Michael's expression remained relatively calm. Brian smirked faintly. You're not surprised? Michael shook his head slightly. I am. But if Teacher Brian thinks this is enough to scare me, you would be making a mistake. It's true I lack experience compared to many others, but that might be the only thing lacking. Michael's eyes met his directly. For a moment, Teacher Brian looked genuinely taken aback, then the old man suddenly laughed softly. Fair enough. Internally, Brian also realized something. Perhaps he really had subconsciously underestimated Michael a little. After all, how could someone who reached king rank in less than a year possibly be normal? The atmosphere relaxed slightly afterward. Then Michael asked a question directly. Why did you kill them? Teacher Brian's smile slowly faded. After several seconds, Brian finally answered. Because they attacked me first. Michael's eyes narrowed slightly. He had expected this. Though to be honest his admiration would not have vanished even if Brian had attacked for selfish reasons, Michael still felt a bit better knowing that at least the first exchange had been an act of self-defense. Brian continued calmly. At first, things were peaceful between us. We both understood what the other was, so we were cautious. But humans are greedy creatures, Michael. I don't know if the other party had killed a fellow candidate before, making it feel like second nature, or if they simply could not tolerate someone else on this path. But that person attacked with the intention to kill. It was quite a confusing situation at the time, but fortunately I happened to be the stronger one. Since there was no way I would leave someone that hostile to me walking free, I killed them. It was also how I discovered why other candidates might hunt their fellow candidates. But like I said, I'm still unsure that person wanted me dead because they had killed another candidate before and knew something or simply wanted to reduce the competition by one. Michael's eyes narrowed slightly. So killing another candidate gives benefits? This was the only thing he could infer from Brian's words. Teacher Brian nodded slowly. It does. The old man leaned back slightly before continuing. The moment I killed them, I immediately felt something flow out from their body into mine. It was their essence. The moment that essence merged with me, not only was my foundation strengthened, but the realm's amplification over my law increased from roughly 200% to 300%. Michael's pupils constricted faintly. An additional 100% boost. That was terrifying. If he received such a boost, added together with his other treasure that also boosted his law power by another 200%, his strength would increase massively again. Of course, only within Aurora, that is. Brian continued calmly. Also, unlike the original amplification, this extra increase doesn't seem restricted only to Aurora. Ah. Michael was surprised yet again. After all, the boost candidates received was strongest within Aurora itself. If the extra 100% worked outside the realm as well, then killing candidates became even more valuable than he had initially thought. Teacher Brian rubbed his forehead lightly. I haven't fully tested the limits yet, but based on my observations, the added amplification should function both inside and outside Aurora. Michael finally understood why Teacher Brian had reacted so seriously earlier. This was no longer simple competition. The realm itself was practically encouraging slaughter between candidates. Brian continued quietly. There's more. There's more. The increase doesn't only strengthen law power. I can tell that ever since that battle, my comprehension inside Aurora has also improved noticeably. I say inside Aurora because I'm unsure whether it will remain the same outside. By how much did your comprehension increase? Michael immediately asked. Brian thought for a moment. I'm not fully certain, but it shouldn't be far from half my original comprehension speed added on top. Michael's heart shook slightly. That was absurd. At higher ranks, law comprehension started to matter more than almost anything else. An increase of even 10% would be significant, but killing another candidate could potentially increase comprehension efficiency by nearly 50%. At that point, Michael finally understood everything and why Teacher Brian had immediately warned him to kill or flee, because from a certain perspective, Realm Master candidates were walking treasures to each other. The apartment fell silent again. Then Brian suddenly spoke in a low voice. Now do you understand? Michael slowly nodded. Yes. If word about this spread, candidates would not merely hunt each other. Entire factions would likely try to secretly capture candidates and raise their chosen one if they had the means. Just thinking about it made Michael feel cold internally. At that moment, Teacher Brian looked directly into his eyes. So from today onward, trust nobody easily. You too. The old man let out a bitter smile at Michael's expressionless face. At that moment, Brian genuinely felt a little helpless. To think this young man secretly had a mischievous side to him. With such a question, what exactly was he supposed to say? If he answered yes, then wouldn't that immediately destroy any trust between them? In truth, he had no interest in becoming a realm master. Not when he was younger, and not now that he was older. Though he knew his dream was futile, he still planned to travel the universe to see if anything could come from the last important thing he had left from his daughter. Being a realm master would likely act more like a cage than anything else. More importantly, Brian also had his own pride. What kind of elder would he be if even his juniors could not trust him? No. Brian gave his reply. After the matter regarding realm master candidates settled slightly, Michael smoothly shifted the conversation back toward the demonic faction. Fortunately, Teacher Brian did not seem to hold any dissatisfaction regarding what happened earlier in Director Lin's office. Perhaps because of Michael's current status and strength, or perhaps because of the old man impression of him, Brian was surprisingly straightforward. As expected, the Academy had not kept the information regarding the demonic strongholds to itself. The Federation had already been informed. Though Brian did not state it directly, Michael could more or less infer that the Academy had likely requested something in return before fully sharing the information. That much was normal. However, Michael also understood that such matters were not within his current status to ask about, so he did not bother probing deeper. Instead, he focused on the more important issue. The time of attack. From the moment he handed over the locations, Michael already knew a massive operation was inevitable. The only uncertainty was when it would begin. Unfortunately, the answer he received was not immediate action. The Federation and Academy first intended to verify the newly provided locations. That much was understandable. The 10 original locations Michael had given earlier already possessed fairly high credibility because some traces had apparently been found. However, the newer locations were less certain, especially because Michael himself had already warned that some might have been abandoned or did not exist as strongholds. As such, caution was necessary. After all, once they launched the operation, there would be no room for mistakes. If they alerted the demonic faction prematurely, the consequences would become troublesome. Supernatural organizations, especially hidden ones, were like poisonous snakes. Once they realized danger was approaching, they would become significantly harder to deal with. Fortunately, the confirmation process would not take too long. Though Brian did not give an exact date, he did mention that the investigation phase should not exceed a week, as anything longer than that would only alert the demonic supernaturals. The demonic faction was not stupid. Once too many locations started being secretly monitored or investigated at once, someone would eventually notice abnormalities. At that point, the entire operation could collapse before it even properly began. Michael understood this clearly. In truth, even a week already felt somewhat risky. Still, compared to acting blindly and walking into traps, proper confirmation was necessary. Though the information was not much, it did give Michael a better understanding of the situation and what to expect. After thanking Teacher Brian once more and escorting him out, Michael was alone in his apartment again. Several thoughts flashed through his mind. Whether it was the hidden mechanisms related to being a candidate to inherit Aurora's will or the matter with the demonic faction, both were important. In any case, knowing that only with enough strength could he do whatever he wanted and protect himself, Michael did not dwell on it too long and soon returned to meditation. Finally, 4 days later, not only had the Academy hinted to Michael that he should start preparing, the day to evolve wisdom had also arrived. However, there was a slight issue back in the land of origin. The Thornvale Manor, after so many weeks, had once again received visitors from the royal capital. This time, however, alongside the familiar face of Ariane, there was another. "Princess Priscilla, it's truly a surprise to see you." So many surprising things had been happening lately that Michael had grown numb to small surprises. Or so he thought. It was one thing if Ariane visited him, but for the Grand Princess of the Lionheart Kingdom to pay a visit as well. Now this was surprising. If she said she was here without an ulterior motive, Michael wouldn't believe her. At the moment the three were in Michael's office, and the two ladies were seated opposite him. In the Lionheart territory this type of setup would be rare, as even within their own territory, most nobles would relinquish their seat of honor in front of Princess Priscilla. Michael had no idea of such customs, and even if he could think of it he wouldn't do it. As a modern soul he was quite bold compared to the natives of this region. It wasn't only him, as anyone from Aurora, except those who wanted to blend in or lacked a bold disposition, would not immediately think to consider themselves lesser before another being. However, it was also because of this mindset that Michael's fake-it-till-you-make-it path to becoming a noble was possible, as together with his power, his bearing immediately made it look as though he came from an impressive background to the natives of this land. Mage Lien had thought the same, and thanks to him that impression had passed on to others. Princess Priscilla looked at Michael for a moment before a faint smile appeared on her face. "So, Is Viscount Mike saying I'm not welcome? Michael shook his head calmly. How could that be? These lands belong to the Lionheart Kingdom. As a member of the royal family, Your Highness is naturally welcome anywhere within the kingdom. The words themselves were polite. However, the way Michael said them caused the knight captain standing near the office door to almost break into a cold sweat. Most nobles would never speak to Princess Priscilla in such an equal manner. Not only did it emphasize a subtle distance in their relationship, it was too direct. Even powerful dukes would carefully lower themselves in front of the Grand Princess. To use a line like that would only be acceptable as flattery, but Michael's tone had not been particularly flattering. It felt strangely casual. The knight captain secretly glanced toward Michael and nearly sighed internally. The young lord sat behind the desk calmly in black robes, his long dark hair tied neatly into a ponytail. A blue butterfly earring hung from one ear, swaying slightly whenever he moved. Combined with his handsome face and increasingly mysterious aura, Michael genuinely looked less like a viscount and more like some royal prince. Still. The knight captain screamed internally. My lord. Please remember who is sitting in front of you. That is the Grand Princess. Please conduct yourself properly. Just as that thought flashed through his mind, Michael's gaze suddenly shifted toward him. The knight captain instantly stiffened. His face nearly turned pale. Did I mistakenly say my thoughts aloud? The knight captain wondered. He lowered his head hurriedly while cold sweat formed on his back. These days, more and more people within Thornvale had started feeling that their lord was becoming increasingly unreadable. His presence alone carried invisible pressure. Even his eyes sometimes felt frightening. At this point, if someone claimed their lord could read minds, most people in Thornvale would probably believe it without hesitation. Meanwhile, Princess Priscilla observed the interaction quietly. Ariane, seated across from her, had an awkward expression on her face as she secretly glanced in Michael's direction several times with an apologetic look. Why was I not informed beforehand that Her Highness and Miss Ariane had arrived? The knight captain immediately straightened. My lord, I. Before he could finish speaking, Princess Priscilla gently interrupted him. It was because our appearance was somewhat sudden. Her tone remained calm and elegant. At least for this visit, only young Ariane and I came. If we had traveled using a flying vessel, there would naturally have been accompanying guards and attendants. In that case, someone would have informed you ahead of time before our arrival. Michael nodded faintly after hearing that explanation. He had already swept his senses across the manor territory several times since their arrival. Aside from Ariane and the princess herself, there truly were no unfamiliar powerful presences nearby. That alone already revealed many things. Michael did not believe someone like Princess Priscilla would personally travel all the way to Thornvale without reason. As for Ariane, Michael could roughly guess that she was likely the convenient bridge used to soften the approach between both sides. After all, compared to a sudden royal summons, arriving together with Ariane made the entire situation feel far less oppressive. Still, Michael did not expose any of those thoughts outwardly. Instead, he simply looked toward the knight captain again. Thank you for escorting Her Highness and Miss Ariane here. The knight captain hurriedly lowered his head. It was my duty, my lord. You may leave. The knight captain almost sighed in relief internally after hearing the dismissal. The pressure in the room was honestly too much for him. One side was the Grand Princess of the kingdom. The other was his increasingly mysterious lord whose mere glance sometimes made people feel as though all their thoughts had been seen through. Remaining between these two figures was genuinely stressful. After bowing respectfully toward Michael, Ariane, and Princess Priscilla, the knight captain quickly exited the office and gently closed the door behind him. The atmosphere inside the room became noticeably quieter afterward. Princess Priscilla calmly observed Michael from across the desk while Ariane still looked slightly awkward. Meanwhile, Michael remained perfectly calm. Though outwardly composed, internally he had already become more certain. The Grand Princess had definitely come for him. After the Knight Captain left, Michael did not waste time. "What does your Highness want from me?" Ariane's expression immediately became more awkward. Even Princess Priscilla's brows lifted faintly at the directness. Michael, however, still wore a polite smile on his face. Unfortunately, despite the smile, his mood was honestly not very good at the moment. He had waited several days for today. The evolution points had finally accumulated. Wisdom's evolution into the epic grade could finally begin. And just before he started, the Grand Princess suddenly appeared at his doorstep. If it had only been Ariane, Michael would not have cared much. He could easily have asked her to wait for a while and made sure to make it up to her afterward. But Princess Priscilla was different. She was a genuine rank 3 existence. There was no way he would casually attempt an epic grade evolution while a rank 3 sat within his territory. An epic grade evolution would definitely create massive disturbances. And unlike previous evolutions, this one would likely last several days. Meaning, his plans had been delayed again. Naturally, this made Michael somewhat irritated internally. Princess Priscilla seemed to sense the faint impatience hidden beneath Michael's calm expression. Rather than becoming displeased, however, faint worry flashed through her eyes. From the moment they met, she could tell that though the boy respected her, it was only the basic respect one extends to another's status and power. It was not awe, nor the level of deference nobles made sure to show her. Over time it had become increasingly obvious that he did not fear her. Of course, why would he? He had 2 people of her level as personal guards. This was something even many princes of the empire were not entitled to. This matter coincidentally also had something to do with why she was here today. Princess Priscilla finally spoke. "I came today to apologize on behalf of my nephew." This time, Michael was genuinely surprised. For a brief moment, several thoughts flashed through his mind. He had originally assumed her visit had something to do with the Everlong Forest. After all, the violent weather changes from over a week ago were impossible to completely hide from the kingdom. In fact, Michael was almost certain now that the people he had sensed before leaving had belonged to the kingdom. Yet instead of questioning him about that matter, the Grand Princess had come to apologize. Michael immediately became curious. Which prince was she apologizing for, and what had they done for her to personally come on their behalf? It definitely should not have been the first prince. Their relationship was not particularly close, but it also was not bad. The only princes Michael could think of having actual conflict with were the 9th prince and the 10th prince. The 9th prince because of the political marriage issue where he had taken his fiancée. The 10th prince because of the incident where Michael had publicly compared him to a commoner. Unless some other prince had somehow developed feelings for his brother's former fiancée, then it could only be one of those 2. Princess Priscilla calmly observed Michael's changing expression before continuing. "My nephew acted somewhat improperly recently." Ariane quietly lowered her head slightly beside her. Meanwhile, Michael's thoughts became even more curious. Somewhat improperly? For someone of Princess Priscilla's status to personally travel here to deliver an apology, the matter was definitely not small. Michael leaned slightly back in his chair. "May I know which prince your highness is referring to?" Princess Priscilla did not answer immediately. Instead, she studied Michael for several seconds before speaking. "The 10th prince." As expected. Michael was not too surprised internally. Compared to the 9th prince, the 10th prince was younger and far more impulsive. If someone had offended Michael recently enough to warrant the royal family sending an apology, then the likelihood of it being him was indeed higher. However, Princess Priscilla was a rank 3 being. One of the strongest in this land. What had the 10th prince done to warrant her personal presence? It was only after hearing Princess Priscilla's full explanation that Michael finally understood the severity of the situation. As expected, the Empire had indeed started applying pressure on the surrounding kingdoms under the excuse of investigating the disappearance of their prince from the secret realm. After all, every major power's geniuses had already returned. Only the imperial prince remained missing. Naturally, the empire refused to simply let the matter go. At least on the surface. However, the situation had suddenly encountered a change 3 days ago. 3 days ago, the kingdom had hosted a royal banquet to welcome another imperial prince. Unlike the missing one, this prince possessed a much higher status within the empire. And during that banquet, the 10th prince had apparently spoken about Michael at length, describing him with great awe. Michael's expression gradually became colder as Princess Priscilla continued. The 10th prince had openly mentioned how Michael possessed rank 3 bodyguards. How he himself was probably no match for Michael, and neither were many others of the same generation. How Michael could supposedly summon other powerful beings using summon magic. At first glance, none of those statements directly accused Michael. But taken together, they practically pointed a giant arrow toward him. Especially at a time when the Empire was desperately searching for possible suspects. What truly surprised Michael was the second person involved. Count Holland. His direct superior. Apparently, after the 10th prince finished speaking, Count Holland had coincidentally added several comments regarding Michael's abnormal rise, mysterious background, and unusual strength. Though neither had directly accused Michael. Together, they had practically implied that if anyone among the younger generation possessed the capability to interfere with or eliminate the imperial prince, then Viscount Mike was highly suspicious. The room became noticeably quieter afterward. Ariane remained uncomfortable. After hearing Princess Priscilla's account, Michael finally understood why she had personally traveled to Thornvale. This was no longer merely about the 10th prince embarrassing himself publicly. This matter could potentially drag him into imperial attention. Worse, the Empire already possessed reasons to investigate him, and due to the Everlong Forest incident, Michael figured he was pretty much suspicious to every party in the capital by now. However, compared to the outburst Princess Priscilla had expected from Michael, he instead asked a very strange question. Does Princess Priscilla have any idea how many legendary beings the Empire may possess? Princess Priscilla and Ariane were visibly taken aback by Michael's question. For a second, neither of them even knew how to react. Their expressions became strangely complicated. Was that truly the thought process a normal person should have after learning they had potentially attracted the attention of the Empire? Most people in Michael's situation would first worry about the possibility of an undeserved death, yet Michael had skipped all of that entirely and gone straight to legendary beings. It was like hearing that a household was targeting you, and instead of asking how many sons or daughters they had, you immediately asked how many grandparents were still alive. What kind of thinking was this? Even Princess Priscilla, who had already considered Michael abnormal, felt momentarily speechless. Ariane looked at Michael as though trying to confirm whether he was serious. Unfortunately, his expression remained perfectly calm. Meaning he genuinely was serious. Princess Priscilla eventually let out a faint sigh. Michael tilted his head slightly in confusion. What was with the two women's reactions? If they didn't know the answer to the question, why put him in suspense like this? I don't think you should worry about the Empire's legendary beings, Princess Priscilla said as she lightly rubbed her forehead. Fortunately for us, legendary existences are not people who move casually because of matters like this. Her expression became more serious afterward. Even for the Empire, those beings are strategic pillars. Unless the situation escalates to an extreme level, they would not personally interfere, so you don't need to worry. Michael nodded faintly after hearing that. So do you know how many they have? At this point, Princess Priscilla could not help but frown slightly. Why was Michael so focused on this question? From beginning to end, he showed almost no concern toward the Empire itself. Instead, all his attention seemed locked onto one thing only. Suddenly, a thought surfaced in her mind and her expression changed faintly. Michael's identity had always been wrapped in mystery. Especially after the reveal of his rank 3 bodyguards, he seemed to be shrouded in even more of it. Now that she thought about it carefully, For Michael to immediately ask about the Empire's highest combat power, was it possible he possessed some means of dealing with them? Or perhaps protection against them? Was he trying to determine whether he truly needed to worry or not? The more Princess Priscilla thought about it, the more likely the possibility seemed. Yet at the same time, she still found it difficult to believe. Legendary beings were not existences one simply dealt with. Each of them stood at the peak of countless lives of cultivation. What exactly was Michael relying on? And more importantly, if Michael truly possessed means capable of threatening even legendary beings, then what exactly did that mean for the Lionheart Kingdom? Compared to the Black Serpent Empire, the Lionheart Kingdom was insignificant. If her foolish nephew had really provoked someone tied to such terrifying power, then he may very well have dragged disaster toward the royal family itself. The thought made Princess Priscilla inwardly furious. Though outwardly, she remained calm. After several moments of thought, she finally decided to answer honestly. Publicly, the Empire currently possesses 3 legendary beings. Michael listened quietly. Princess Priscilla continued. As for hidden ones, nobody truly knows. It is said one among the 3 is already close to the divine stage. Above the legendary stage was the divine stage. A realm capable of shaking kingdoms with a single thought. After saying this, Princess Priscilla carefully observed Michael's expression. Unfortunately, she found nothing. His face remained as calm as still water. At this point, even she began doubting herself. Was he truly calm? Or was his self-control simply terrifying? Meanwhile, Michael silently processed the information. 3 public legendary beings. 1 close to the divine stage. If I have to guess, that being said to be close to the divine stage is probably the one Shoujo killed. Putting aside the possibility of them having another one hidden, that means the Empire only has 2 rank 4 beings. At least on the surface. This information pleased him somewhat. After all, if the Empire only had 2 legendary beings, they were probably no problem for him, since he had as many as 4. Even if they had another person close to the divine stage, as long as they hadn't crossed that threshold it was still manageable, since he also had an undead of similar strength with an extra one to spare against their 3. Of course it was possible this was only their surface strength. For an empire that had existed for hundreds of years, they most likely had more trump cards. Michael didn't want to underestimate such a power and suffer a heavy loss, however he also didn't undermine himself. Since the Empire was only this strong on the surface, it was fine even if they knew he had killed their prince. Michael would never feel guilt over that death. That bastard had wanted to kill him. If he had been weaker, he would have been the one dead, so why would he feel guilty? Princess Priscilla saw the faint smile remain on Michael's face and felt even more uneasy. Both she and Ariane had expected many possible reactions after mentioning the Empire. Shock. Anger. Fear. Even panic. But smiling? That was the one reaction neither of them had expected. Especially after knowing Michael had been informed of the Empire's legendary beings. At this point, even Ariane could not help but feel that Michael's mentality was somewhat abnormal. Meanwhile, Michael's gaze returned calmly toward Princess Priscilla. Since that question has been answered, perhaps we should return to the previous topic. Princess Priscilla immediately understood what he meant. The apology. Michael leaned slightly back in his chair. Surely your highness understands the gravity of this matter and the amount of trouble this has potentially caused me. Princess Priscilla sighed softly. I do. With a wave of her hand, spatial fluctuations appeared briefly beside her. Soon, a beautifully decorated black box appeared atop the table. Golden patterns were carved across the box surface while faint mana fluctuations leaked from within. The moment Michael saw the box, his eyes shifted briefly to the ring on the princess's finger before returning to the box. Upon seeing it, his mood improved slightly. As expected. What kind of person would personally come and apologize for something this serious without bringing compensation? At least the royal family understood basic etiquette. Michael maintained a calm expression outwardly. Princess Priscilla slowly pushed the box forward. This should contain enough sincerity from me. Michael did not immediately open it. Instead, his gaze briefly swept over the box before returning to the princess. From you? Not the royal family. Though he is the 10th prince, not every action of a royal member is a representation of the royal family's interests. I am here today as an aunt on behalf of her nephew. Michael did not reply but understood what Princess Priscilla was implying. She was trying to separate Michael's grievance from a matter of royal family fault down to a much smaller and more personal one. That the royal family was not at fault. It was only the 10th prince. The royal family truly did not expect the 10th prince to speak so carelessly in front of the imperial delegation. And Count Holland's actions afterward were equally unexpected. Princess Priscilla continued. At the mention of Count Holland, Michael's eyes narrowed faintly. Truthfully speaking, the prince's actions did not anger him too much. He had known the boy was impulsive and stupid from the start, so he was far more annoyed than angered. Of course this could also have something to do with his growing power. If he had only been a rank 2 awakener, Michael would have been thinking of how to remove himself from the Empire's reach before he found himself waking up in another region of the land of origin entirely. But Count Holland was different. That old fox had issues with him already, but he hadn't expected something like this. This was plainly using the blade of another to cut one's enemy. Michael lightly tapped a finger against the desk before finally nodding slowly. For Princess Priscilla's sake, I'll consider this matter settled to a certain extent. Ariane visibly relaxed slightly after hearing that. For most of the meeting she had felt like a mascot of some sort, but it wasn't her fault. At this level of conversation there was little she could contribute. She was also a little intimidated by both sides and had decided to keep quiet. However, before either of the two women could fully ease their nerves, Michael calmly continued. But please do not expect that I will simply pretend none of this happened. Princess Priscilla sighed inwardly. As expected. Even calm people would be very angry at an attempt on their life, so someone like Michael was probably not the type to quietly swallow such a matter. Michael's eyes remained calm. Debts should naturally be repaid. Favors as well. The meaning behind his words was obvious. The 10th prince had gifted him trouble. Eventually, Michael would return the favor. Princess Priscilla rubbed lightly at her forehead. Please take it easy on him. Though her tone remained calm, there was faint helplessness hidden within it. It is only natural for fools to learn lessons. The more Princess Priscilla thought about her nephew, the angrier she became internally. If not for the fact that the 10th prince was the family genius, she genuinely would not have bothered traveling personally to apologize. In fact, she would have slapped the boy half to death. Did that idiot truly think this matter only involved Michael? Michael had entered the secret realm under the Lionheart Kingdom's banner. At least publicly, he was still one of the kingdom's nobles and representatives. If the Empire truly decided Michael was suspicious, then the Lionheart Kingdom would naturally become suspicious as well. Yet despite all this, that fool had still allowed himself to be led around by Count Holland's words during the banquet. Princess Priscilla knew very well that the 10th prince was arrogant and impulsive, but arrogance was not an excuse for stupidity. Especially not political stupidity. And Count Holland. Thinking about that old fox caused coldness to flash through her eyes. The Count had clearly used the prince's loose tongue to subtly direct imperial suspicion toward Michael. Whether it was for revenge, testing, or some hidden motive, none of it mattered. The dangerous part was the aftermath. Even if Michael was bluffing, after his confrontation with the Empire the stronger side would eventually turn its attention toward the Lionheart Kingdom. After saying what he had to say to the princess, only then did Michael finally reach out toward the carefully decorated box. The moment his fingers touched the lid, he immediately sensed that the box itself was not ordinary. This much was obvious from its appearance alone. Several concealment arrays were layered within its structure, isolating whatever was inside from leaking its aura outward, though it wasn't doing an especially great job of that since the thing within, though not fully revealed, still leaked traces of its aura regardless. Interesting, Michael thought. Michael calmly lifted the lid. The instant the box opened fully, a faint golden glow spilled into the office. Inside the box rested a fist-sized golden stone. The surface of the stone was rough and ancient-looking, almost like crystallized amber. Faint crimson gold lines flowed beneath its surface like living veins while a heavy pressure quietly leaked from within. The pressure was not especially overwhelming. However, Michael's eyes narrowed almost instantly. Because the moment he sensed the aura within the stone, an extremely familiar feeling appeared inside him. Dragon aura. No. More accurately, bloodline aura. Michael's expression finally changed slightly for the first time since the meeting began. His gaze remained fixed on the golden stone. The aura inside it was extremely faint compared to Shoujo's pool, but there was no doubt about its nature. This thing definitely contained dragon bloodline power. Michael turned to look at Princess Priscilla for an explanation. Princess Priscilla noticed the slight change in Michael's expression and immediately understood that he had sensed something unusual from the stone. For the first time since entering the room, a faint smile appeared on her face. This stone, she began slowly, is a fragment taken from the core of one of the kingdom's greatest treasures. Michael listened quietly. The Dragon Transformation Pool. The moment those words entered his ears, Michael's eyelids twitched faintly. Dragon Transformation Pool. Almost instantly, a memory surfaced within his mind. It was shortly after he had killed Jester's monster form the previous year. At that time, after selling many spoils and materials to the kingdom, the royal family had offered him several rewards to choose from. One among them had been an opportunity to enter the Dragon Transformation Pool. Back then, Michael had rejected it because he did not want deeper ties with the royal family. After all, free things from powerful factions were rarely truly free. Yet now, after all this time, a treasure connected to that same pool had somehow circled back into his hands anyway. Life truly was strange sometimes. During his time in the capital city, Michael had naturally heard bits and pieces regarding the Dragon Transformation Pool. However, he had never paid too much attention to those rumors. After all, information surrounding treasures tied to powerful factions was always exaggerated to some extent. Since he originally had no connection to the pool, Michael had never bothered separating truth from fiction. Still, there were a few things he believed were most likely accurate. The biggest among them was that the Dragon Transformation Pool was probably the true foundation behind the Lionheart royal family's bloodline continuation. After all, bloodlines were not something guaranteed to pass perfectly through generations. Just because one's father or mother possessed a powerful bloodline did not mean the child would inherit it completely. At most, unless they were especially unlucky, descendants would still retain traces of the bloodline. Those traces alone could already strengthen physique, talent, and foundation far beyond ordinary people. However, as generations passed, those traces naturally became thinner and thinner. The chances of awakening the original bloodline would gradually decrease. Sometimes, a bloodline could even disappear entirely for many generations before someone awakened it again by chance. Yet the Lionheart royal family had managed to maintain their bloodline for centuries. That alone already spoke volumes. And since the kingdom had once offered Michael the opportunity to enter the pool, that also meant even outsiders without the Lionheart bloodline could still benefit from it to a certain degree. Michael's gaze lowered once more toward the golden stone resting quietly inside the box. It was said the Dragon Transformation Pool had been left behind by the first king of Lionheart himself. The royal family truly has good things. I wonder what the Empire keeps in their own treasury. For this, Michael couldn't help but feel a little greedy. After all, their strongest being had been able to give him benefits even after death. The Empire would only offer more. Unfortunately, unless the Empire showed intention of going after him, Michael still very much preferred peace. Michael's gaze remained on the golden stone for several more seconds before he finally looked back toward Princess Priscilla. Since this piece came from the dragon transformation pool itself, then naturally it should be considered a treasure. His fingers lightly tapped against the edge of the box. But what exactly am I supposed to do with it? Michael's tone remained calm. After all, this isn't the pool itself. Internally, another thought surfaced in Michael's mind. Honestly, it would have been even better if they had simply handed the entire pool over to me. Unfortunately, Michael also knew that was most likely impossible. The dragon transformation pool was the Lionheart Kingdom's foundation. Handing over the entire thing would be equivalent to crippling the royal family's future bloodline generations. They would very much prefer to hand over the head of the 10th prince as an apology rather than the pool. Of course he could also take it by force, but the pool wasn't something irreplaceable enough for him to take such a step. Princess Priscilla naturally misunderstood Michael's words somewhat. She thought he was dissatisfied with the fragment itself. After a brief silence, she calmly explained, this fragment came directly from the pool's core. The moment it was separated, the dragon transformation pool's foundation was damaged significantly. Her expression became slightly heavier afterward. To restore what was lost, the royal family will likely need to spend an enormous amount of resources over many years. Michael listened quietly. Truthfully speaking, he did not care much about that explanation. Whether the royal family's treasure had been damaged or not had nothing to do with him. The moment the 10th prince publicly pointed suspicion toward him in front of the empire, his life had been dragged into danger because of their actions. Compared to that, a damaged treasure foundation meant little to him. After all, it wasn't his to begin with. Princess Priscilla seemed to sense Michael's indifferent thoughts and inwardly sighed in understanding. From Michael's perspective, the kingdom's losses were unrelated to him. After all, he had been the one almost pushed beneath imperial suspicion. Why should he care whether the compensation hurt the royal family or not? Princess Priscilla continued speaking calmly. Although this fragment no longer possesses the complete abilities of the dragon transformation pool, it still contains extremely pure bloodline essence. It can temper the body, nourish vitality, improve affinity toward bloodline energy, and strengthen one's foundation. Even for someone of my level, this would instantly boost my power by at least half. It can also be used as a material to forge a powerful weapon. Michael lightly rubbed the surface of the stone again. He didn't really doubt the princess's words. To be honest, he was now thinking it was a pity he had not possessed this thing when he was empowering his undead high drake. Perhaps with something like this, it might have crossed into the next rank or come even closer to it. Unfortunately it was too late for that. As for himself, he could tell the treasure could also strengthen him. Half was probably an exaggeration, but 30% was very possible. Though Michael also valued personal strength, a couple hundred stat points wasn't enough to fully settle him. Of course, since the treasure was now in his hands, he had no intention of giving it back. Especially since he had greater use for it. Just when I thought lucky was unlucky last time, his name really did bring him some luck. With this, after evolution I'll have another strong undead at rank 4. Michael quietly listened to Princess Priscilla's explanation before finally nodding slightly. It's not bad. His fingers lightly tapped against the edge of the box again. But compared to the amount of trouble the prince's actions caused me. Michael looked up calmly. This sincerity is still somewhat lacking. The atmosphere in the room became quiet again. Ariane looked slightly nervous after hearing Michael directly say such words to the Grand Princess. Princess Priscilla smiled bitterly. As expected. Truthfully, she had already guessed Michael would not be fully satisfied with only this much. After all, whether one admitted it or not, the 10th prince's actions had nearly dragged Michael into the center of an imperial storm. Compared to that, even a fragment from the dragon transformation pool still seemed insufficient. After several seconds of silence, Princess Priscilla finally spoke again. In addition to this, the kingdom is prepared to officially elevate you to the rank of Duke. Ariane's eyes widened instantly. Duke. This time, even she could not maintain composure. Within the Lionheart Kingdom, Duke stood at the very peak beneath the royal family itself. Even her own father only possessed that status. If Michael became a duke now, his standing within the kingdom would immediately rise to the highest tier of nobility. Yet before Ariane could fully process the shock, Princess Priscilla calmly continued. And the royal family is willing to grant you access to the kingdom treasury. You may choose an item for yourself. This time, Michael's brows finally rose slightly. Compared to the duke title, the treasury interested him far more. After all, if even the dragon transformation pool existed within the kingdom, then surely the royal treasury contained many other valuable things. Meanwhile, the title itself honestly meant very little to him. Duke? King? To Michael, such things were tasteless. The current Lionheart Kingdom simply did not possess enough strength for him to truly care about status within it. If the royal family offered him the throne itself, Michael honestly doubted he would feel much excitement. Meanwhile, Princess Priscilla carefully observed Michael's reaction and inwardly became even more complicated. Most nobles would probably go crazy upon hearing such conditions. A duke title alone was enough to make countless people lose sleep from excitement. Yet Michael's expression barely changed. At this point, Princess Priscilla genuinely no longer knew whether Michael simply possessed terrifying self-control, or whether his perspective had already reached a level where ordinary worldly matters no longer meant much to him. Michael quietly observed Princess Priscilla. Everything she had offered was not prepared on the spot. Especially the fragment from the dragon transformation pool. For the royal family to separate a portion from the pool's core, damage its foundation, and hand it over as compensation already proved that Princess Priscilla genuinely did not wish to offend him. Which honestly made Michael somewhat curious. Was she truly that worried about his impression of the kingdom? Or perhaps she was not confident enough in the empire. After all, the Black Serpent Empire's strength was openly recognized across the surrounding regions. Even if Michael truly was guilty, shouldn't the Lionheart royal family be more concerned about offending the empire instead? Several thoughts surfaced within Michael's mind one after another. In the end, he did not think too deeply about it. Regardless of her motives, the important thing was that the compensation satisfied him for now. The conversation afterward became significantly calmer. Princess Priscilla explained several matters regarding the duke title and treasury access while subtly attempting to ease relations further. Meanwhile, Ariane sat quietly at the side almost the entire time. At some point, even she realized she had practically become a decorative object in the room. This made her feel slightly depressed internally. More than a month ago she could at least speak with Michael, but now, aside from the power gap between them, there would soon be a status gap as well. At this point, even if Michael fancied her the way she had begun to feel for him, she didn't think she deserved him. After all, was the daughter of a duke truly worth that much? Maybe she should just forget about this impossible goal of hers. It was becoming increasingly unrealistic. Time truly changed people quickly. Eventually, after several more exchanges, Princess Priscilla finally stood up slowly. Ariane followed shortly afterward, though the girl still looked somewhat reluctant. Before leaving, Princess Priscilla looked toward Michael one final time. The Empire does not currently seem in a hurry to directly approach you. Michael's eyes narrowed slightly. Princess Priscilla continued calmly. At least for the next several days, you likely will not see any movement from them. Sir Mike, let's talk again another time, okay? Ariane said hurriedly when she sensed it was time to go. Looking at the innocent, pretty Ariane in front of him, Michael could not help but let out a smile. Sure thing, Miss Ariane. This time I promise to make some of my hometown chocolate for you. I hope you'd like it as before. Surely. Remember, you promised. Ha. Safe journey, princess. After saying that, spatial fluctuations quietly spread around the two women. Soon afterward, their figures disappeared from the office completely. Silence returned once more. Michael sat quietly in his chair for a few moments while lightly tapping his finger against the armrest. The Empire isn't in a hurry, he muttered softly. Truthfully speaking, Michael could roughly understand why. To the Empire, he was currently only a highly suspicious target. If Michael suddenly fled after hearing the news, then from the Empire's perspective, that would practically be an admission of guilt. But if he remained calm and stayed where he was, then there was no real urgency. The Empire could investigate him whenever they wanted. Perhaps they were even hoping he would panic and attempt to escape. Michael suddenly chuckled softly at the thought. Unfortunately for them, running was the last thing he intended to do. A part of him even hoped they came to him with hostility. Who knew, he might be able to have the Empire follow in the footsteps of the Lionheart Kingdom. After waiting quietly for some time, Michael finally left Thornvale once more. Though Princess Priscilla's sudden visit had disrupted his original plan somewhat, simply sitting around for the next few days while waiting for the Empire to possibly move made him restless. Especially now that Wisdom's evolution was so close. The Everlong Forest remained the same as usual. Beside him walked the rank 4 demonic supernatural. Compared to its true body, its current appearance was considerably more restrained. Soon afterward, Michael arrived at a hidden region deep within the forest. Okay, activate your domain. Let's see if it can hide the phenomenon of evolving to epic grade. This was an idea Michael had on a spur of the moment a few minutes ago. Maybe a domain could hide a lightning tribulation, but since it was somewhat of a world unto itself, there was a possibility it could also hide the usual bright lights and mana absorption that accompanied evolution. Without hesitation, the rank 4 demonic supernatural extended its power. Darkness spread outward instantly. The surrounding world distorted and space folded. In its place appeared a strange black world filled with motionless solid water stretching endlessly in all directions like frozen obsidian. This was the rank 4 demonic supernatural's domain. Michael's gaze calmly swept across the isolated world. Then, with a thought, spatial ripples spread beside him. The coffin of the forgotten opened silently. Wisdom emerged from within. The owl's silver-blue eyes blinked several times as it landed quietly nearby. Michael did not hesitate. The moment Wisdom fully appeared, he activated his talent instantly. Boom! The owl's body trembled violently. Silver-blue feathers exploded outward into the air while enormous amounts of energy surged madly through its body. Bright light began to cover its form. Open the domain slightly and let me out, Michael said to the rank 4 undead beside him. The rank 4 demonic supernatural immediately obeyed. A tear silently appeared within the dark world, revealing a scene of the outside world. Michael stepped through it calmly. The next instant, he returned to the Everlong Forest. Silence greeted him. The forest looked completely normal. Even the surrounding creatures remained calm. Only. Michael slowly raised his gaze toward the air. The mana density nearby had thickened slightly. Not enough for ordinary people to notice, but to someone like him the difference was obvious. So this is how domains look from the outside. Michael muttered softly. Truthfully speaking, there was almost nothing to see. However, one could still vaguely sense something unusual if their perception was strong enough. The most accurate description of a domain would probably be a hidden pocket dimension concealed within the second layer of the void. The domain technically still existed within the real world, yet at the same time it was separated from normal reality. Michael could still clearly sense his connection with both Wisdom and the demonic supernatural undead. However, visually, there was absolutely nothing there. Michael silently observed the surroundings for several more seconds before mentally communicating with the rank 4 undead, whose connection with him remained stable throughout. Soon afterward, space distorted slightly. A crack quietly appeared before him. Michael stepped back inside. The dark world reappeared around him instantly. Wisdom's evolution was still ongoing. Michael observed carefully. Then he left again. Back and forth, several times in succession. Eventually, Michael finally confirmed it fully. The domain truly could suppress most of the visible phenomenon caused by evolving from extraordinary grade to epic grade. At most, the outside world experienced a slight increase in mana density and nothing more. This result greatly satisfied Michael. However, after staring toward the dark sky above Wisdom for several seconds longer, Michael still shook his head faintly. The ordinary evolution phenomenon could indeed be hidden. But what about a lightning tribulation? That was another matter entirely. Such things were not merely manifestations of energy. They were more like laws descending directly upon reality itself. Michael doubted a rank 4 domain would be enough to completely conceal it. Still, even this result alone was already enough to pleasantly surprise him. For the next 3 days, Michael's life within the land of origin remained relatively uneventful. Most of his attention remained on Wisdom's ongoing evolution deep within the Everlong forest. Based on his previous experiences, evolving from extraordinary grade to epic grade usually required around 3 days to fully stabilize. And just as expected, Wisdom's evolution still had not finished. Meanwhile, outside the forest, Thornvale itself remained peaceful. Michael spent most of those days either cultivating, reviewing territory documents, or occasionally checking the condition of the hidden domain through his connection with the rank 4 demonic supernatural. However, on the morning of the 3rd day, something finally changed. Inside the manor office, Michael sat quietly behind his desk while flipping through several reports related to Thornvale's recent trade routes and mining operations. Then hurried footsteps suddenly approached from outside. Moments later, 2 knocks landed against the door. "My lord." Michael raised his head faintly. "Enter." The office door immediately opened. The knight captain stepped inside quickly. However, compared to usual, the man's expression looked noticeably tense. Almost nervous. Michael immediately noticed this. What happened? The knight captain swallowed lightly before answering. A massive flying ship appeared outside Thornvale about a kilometer away. Michael's eyes narrowed slightly. The knight captain continued hurriedly. An envoy came from it shortly afterward and informed us to prepare for their arrival. Flying ship. Envoy. At this timing, Michael instantly understood who had arrived. The Empire. Truthfully speaking, he was not particularly surprised. Princess Priscilla had already indirectly warned him several days ago that the Empire would eventually make contact, but 3 days later was still indeed a bit too fast. What surprised him instead was the luxurious black box currently being carried in the knight captain's hands. The box looked extremely expensive. Dark gold patterns covered its surface while faint mana fluctuations leaked from within. However, Michael's nose twitched slightly. He smelled blood. Very faint, but unmistakable. Michael's gaze immediately sharpened slightly. That came from the Empire as well. The knight captain nodded nervously. Yes, my lord. Michael could somewhat understand the man's nervousness. This was probably the first time in his life he had directly dealt with the Empire. Unfortunately for the knight captain, Michael himself was nowhere near as nervous. If anything, he was more curious about the box. Michael leaned slightly back in his chair. Open it. The knight captain visibly stiffened for a second. Open it. Yes. Michael's tone remained calm. The knight captain hesitated briefly before finally stepping forward carefully. Truthfully speaking, he was extremely nervous. The Empire sending a mysterious box stained with the smell of blood toward their lord did not exactly feel like a good omen. Still, under Michael's gaze, he eventually placed the box carefully atop the desk. Then slowly, he opened it. The moment the lid lifted fully, a heavy bloody aura instantly spread through the office. The knight captain's face immediately turned pale. Inside the box rested a severed human head. The eyes remained wide open. Even in death, traces of terror and disbelief still lingered across the face. Blood had long since dried around the neck. For several seconds, the office became completely silent. Ariane. The moment Michael recognized the face, a terrifying aura erupted from his body. Boom. The desk beneath him exploded instantly into splinters. The entire office trembled violently. No. It was not only the office. The entire manor shook. Walls cracked. Windows shattered. An invisible pressure descended like the wrath of a monstrous beast awakening from slumber. Outside the office, several maids suddenly collapsed to the floor with screams. Guards standing patrol felt their knees buckle violently beneath them. Workers throughout the manor froze in terror. It felt as though the air itself had become solid. Breathing became difficult. Some weaker servants rolled their eyes backward and fainted on the spot, foam gathering at the corners of their mouths. Others remained barely conscious, desperately clutching at their throats while gasping for air. The knight captain directly facing Michael suffered the worst. The man crashed heavily onto one knee. Crack. The floor beneath him shattered. His eyes widened with horror as blood slowly leaked from the corner of his mouth. He could not breathe. Could not move. It felt like an ancient mountain had descended onto his soul. Cold sweat poured down his face uncontrollably. At that moment, the Michael before him no longer resembled a young noble. He felt more like some terrifying monster wearing human skin. Inside the office, black mana surged wildly around Michael's body. The shadows in the room twisted violently. Even space itself seemed unstable. The severed head inside the box remained completely intact. Slowly, it floated upward from the blood-stained interior. Long strands of crimson-stained hair drifted through the air as the pale face rose before Michael. Ariane. Her eyes remained slightly open. The life within them had already vanished completely. For a brief moment, Michael's thoughts became chaotic. Why? How? When? Who killed her? Several scattered thoughts flashed wildly through his mind one after another. 3 days ago they had still been speaking together. 3 days ago she had still been alive. Yet now, only her severed head remained. Michael's hand trembled faintly. Confusion filled his mind. Why was Ariane's head here? What exactly happened after she left Thornvale? Was this the Empire's doing? Or someone else's? And if it truly was the Empire, why? The room remained deathly silent. Only black mana continued flickering violently around Michael's body like unstable flames. Outside the manor, faint screams and sounds of collapse still echoed from every direction. Michael only came out of his thoughts when he heard a strained voice nearby. "My lord." The knight captain's voice trembled heavily. The man still knelt on the shattered floor, barely able to remain conscious. Immediately, Michael forcefully withdrew his aura. The horrifying pressure suffocating the manor vanished almost instantly. Outside, countless people collapsed weakly while coughing violently and greedily inhaling air. Inside the office, the knight captain nearly fell flat onto the ground entirely. His entire body was soaked with sweat. His face looked deathly pale. He opened his mouth shakily as though wanting to say something. However, "Get out." The knight captain immediately reacted. He did not dare hesitate even slightly. At this moment, the man no longer cared about dignity, appearance, or composure. He practically crawled away from the office, as though remaining even 1 second longer would cost him his life. The office door slammed shut behind him. Silence returned once more. Michael remained standing motionlessly within the ruined office while Ariane's severed head floated quietly before him. He slowly raised his hand, and the head drifted closer toward him. His senses scanned every detail. Eventually, Michael confirmed it. It's real. This was a real human head. More importantly, there were no traces of magic on it, which meant this most likely truly belonged to Ariane. Michael's fingers trembled faintly again. He forcefully calmed himself. Right now, panic was useless. All he knew currently was simple. Ariane was dead. And most likely, the Empire was involved. The moment that thought settled clearly in his mind, Michael's eyes gradually became colder. The confusion inside him still remained, but his thoughts finally started becoming clearer. If the Empire truly did this, then Ariane's death was most likely related to him. But why? Even if they suspected him of killing their prince, why kill Ariane specifically? Was this some form of repayment? An eye for an eye? Or was there another reason entirely? Michael's brows furrowed deeply. And then another thought surfaced. Princess Priscilla. The moment he remembered her, rage flashed briefly through his eyes. Useless. Michael muttered coldly. How had she allowed something like this to happen? Ariane had literally left Thornvale beside her. A rank 3 existence. One of the strongest beings in the kingdom. Yet somehow Ariane still ended up dead. What exactly had happened during those 3 days? The more Michael thought about it, the uglier his expression became. Still, no matter how much he guessed here, it was meaningless. He needed answers, and currently the only people capable of giving him those answers were the Empire. Michael slowly lowered his gaze toward Ariane's face again. A complicated expression finally appeared in his eyes. Truthfully speaking, even Michael himself did not fully understand what he was feeling right now. It was strange. Very strange. There was anger. Confusion. A faint sense of guilt. And something else, something painful. A heavy feeling pressing against his chest. Michael genuinely did not understand it. If Ace had died instead, Michael knew his reaction would not have been like this. He would still be angry and would still seek revenge. But this feeling, this strange ache in his chest, would not exist. Michael stared silently at Ariane's pale face for several more seconds as the expression of guilt deepened on his face. Ariane, I'm saying sorry somehow made him feel even more guilt and pain. Then slowly, his gaze turned toward a distant direction outside Thornvale, toward where the Imperial flying ship waited. Coldness gradually filled his eyes completely. What he wanted now was an explanation. With a thought, spatial ripples spread outward. In the next instant, Michael along with Ariane's severed head disappeared from the ruined office. Meanwhile, back in Aurora inside the Academy's secret realm, Michael could be seen surrounded by what looked to be a broken apartment. Above him were several flying figures, and in front of them were 2 who especially gave off strong auras. They were Director Lin and Director Arvin respectively. Just a moment ago a surge of mana had erupted from Michael's surroundings, immediately alarming many experts throughout the school. It couldn't be helped. Though Michael's mana and aura were pure, it did nothing to diminish his dark element oppressive nature. Thanks to Michael's current power, the outburst was particularly frightening in magnitude. Michael, what happened? Director Arvin asked from above. Though his expression remained calm, he was particularly surprised. When had this young man grown so strong again? That initial burst of mana from Michael now did not look too far removed from what early-stage rank 4 supernaturals could output. Director Lin beside him was equally surprised, though she was just as annoyed. Did this fellow not know how to control his power at all? What annoyed her further was that in a few hours they would finally begin their attack on the demonic faction. In fact they should have started earlier, but several matters had delayed them. Michael's outburst at such a sensitive time left her somewhat irritated. However, neither she nor the others could bring themselves to be truly angry when they saw the look on Michael's face. It was completely flat, yet it carried an extremely chilling quality. Soon a trace of emotion appeared on Michael's face. To be honest, he hadn't wanted to cause such a large outburst. It was just that the shock from the land of origin had been particularly deep, and since this body had been deep in meditation, his control had been somewhat loose. A single burst of mana had been enough to destroy everything. Meanwhile in the land of origin, only his mana had leaked from the shock, but since his consciousness was fully active then there was some restraint. For several seconds, silence lingered in the ruined area. The surrounding academy experts remained tense. Even now, many of them still felt lingering fear from the burst of aura earlier, especially the rank 3 instructors. Director Arvin observed Michael carefully. Then his gaze swept briefly over the destroyed apartment. "You really know how to make trouble," he said with a smile. Michael finally reacted as a trace of emotion appeared on his face. The coldness in his eyes remained, though it had become somewhat restrained. "I'm sorry, sir." Floating beside Arvin, Director Lin's expression eased slightly. Truthfully, with Michael's current talent and importance, nobody truly intended to heavily punish him over something like property destruction. Especially since this clearly felt like an accident. Director Arvin waved his hand casually. "Forget it." His expression became more serious afterward. "What happened?" Michael remained silent for a second, then shook his head lightly. "I need to do something outside the academy. I'd like to request an absence." Director Arvin and Director Lin exchanged brief glances. Several thoughts immediately surfaced within their minds. Something had clearly happened outside that Michael could sense, but what was capable of affecting him to this extent? Was it related to his family? After all, this junior seemed to care greatly about them. Director Arvin narrowed his eyes slightly. "Are you in trouble?" Michael immediately answered. "No." Hearing his answer, Director Arvin remained silent briefly before finally nodding. "You can leave." However, before Michael could speak, Director Arvin continued calmly, "But don't stay away too long." His gaze swept across the destroyed surroundings again. "And when you return, you'd better prepare yourself to pay for the damages." Director Lin immediately snorted coldly beside him. "The academy isn't responsible for cleaning up your mess every single time." Despite her annoyed tone, there was no true hostility inside it. Michael naturally understood this. He lowered his head slightly. "Thank you." Director Arvin waved his hand again. "Hurry up and deal with whatever it is." Michael nodded faintly. Then spatial ripples quietly spread around him, and a second later his figure disappeared from the ruined area completely. Moments later Michael could be seen in the outside world, making his way rapidly toward Brightgate City. Even though his mind was still somewhat unsettled, concerning Ariane's death only one name came to mind. Jester. He wasn't even sure why he had immediately thought to look for Jester. But seeing Ariane meet such a miserable end, likely because of him, made him extremely uncomfortable. Back in the land of origin, after calming down, his first thought had been to revive her as an undead. But this was not true revival. What would come forth from such an action would be an undead bearing no real connection to Ariane aside from appearance. It was only a head too, and even if his talent could give her a new body it still wouldn't be Ariane. It was then that Michael had thought of Jester. Surely Jester would know what to do given both his own wisdom and the memories inherited from Li Fan. Though Michael could likely replicate whatever Jester could do at this point, he knew that when it came to matters like this, unless he wasn't particularly concerned about the result, he was far from Jester's level. Meanwhile back in the land of origin, Michael could be seen sitting on a throne chair with a head in his hand, staring down at a particular figure. The figure was expensively dressed in fine robes, but right now he was covered in sweat. From his exposed trousers, a strange yellow liquid dripped from between his legs. A look of absolute terror was plastered across his face. "Please have mercy. I beg of you, please have mercy. I don't want to die. Please. I don't want to die." The wretched figure trembled violently as he stared up at Michael in horror. Who was this madman? He had appeared just a few minutes ago and asked for who the envoy of the ship was. Before anyone could react, their bodies froze. Then, one by one, the heads of the 5 people with him in the meeting hall had exploded. Now he was the only one left. Who was this madman? Of course, the envoy already had an idea who the terrifying figure seated before him was. Perhaps if he had arrived empty-handed, he might not have immediately recognized him. But with the severed head he had personally delivered, there was almost no need to guess anymore. If he was not mistaken, this should be Viscount Mike. The same Viscount the Imperial Prince had casually spoken about before they departed. The same young noble the prince had laughingly told them to have some fun with. At the time, none of them had taken the matter seriously. After all, according to the information gathered by the Empire, Mike Nor's strength should at most have been around the late stage of the grand stage. Strong among younger generations. But nothing more. Yet now, the envoy's body trembled violently. Among the 5 men who had accompanied him earlier, 2 had been grand stage supernaturals. Real grand stage experts. And yet, the moment this monster appeared, their heads had exploded instantly. Not even a chance to scream. Not even a chance to beg for mercy. The envoy's thoughts became chaotic. Grand stage. Bullshit. What kind of grand stage monster could kill people like this? Especially considering he hadn't even sensed Michael using any skills. It was pure suppression. Pure overwhelming power. The envoy's breathing became increasingly ragged. Meanwhile, Michael sat silently upon the throne-like chair while holding Ariane's severed head gently in one hand. His cold gaze rested upon the trembling envoy below. Truthfully speaking, Michael himself did not fully understand what had come over him. Normally, even if he was angry, he still retained a certain level of restraint and rationality. But now he felt unusually impulsive. Irritated. Annoyed. Disgusted. Especially while looking at the people from the Empire. The moment he saw them, the image of Ariane's severed head inside that blood-stained box resurfaced in his mind again. And because of that, the other 4 men had died before they could even open their mouths. Michael's fingers lightly brushed through Ariane's crimson-stained hair. The envoy noticed the action and his scalp immediately went numb. At this moment, even a fool could understand the relationship between the head and Michael's current state. The envoy suddenly regretted everything. Why had he volunteered for this mission? Why had he listened to that damned prince? And most importantly, why had the Empire's intelligence been so horribly wrong? The pressure suffocating the hull grew heavier again. What the envoy did not know was that putting aside whatever relationship Ariane had shared with Michael, as long as someone killed another person because of him, they would not end well. The only difference was that the manner of their end depended on what relationship that person had shared with Michael. The envoy immediately smashed his forehead against the ground repeatedly. Please spare me. I was only following orders. I know nothing. I swear I know nothing. Blood soon started dripping from his forehead due to how hard he slammed it against the wooden floor of the flying ship. Michael continued ignoring him as he sorted through his thoughts. Though he was feeling impulsive, he hadn't actually killed those 4 simply from seeing them. When he first arrived he had asked who the envoy was, but feeling too irritated to wait for them to speak he froze their movements with his mana and randomly chose one of the 5 figures to read his mind. Michael normally avoided this, but against these people he could not care less what his actions would do to them. With his current intelligence and the immense computing power it granted him, for people far weaker than himself Michael only needed a second to access a wealth of their memories. In doing so, from the person whose memory he had read he found out who the envoy among the 5 was, but he also found something else. This particular fellow was quite disgusting. As someone from the Empire, even as an ordinary guard, he had used his status to commit unsightly acts within the kingdom in the short period of time he had been there. In Aurora, even one of those actions would have earned him a long prison sentence, and this was just one among many. The man was a repeated offender. If Michael had been entirely clear-headed, though he would not have let the figure off lightly, they might have still been able to live in the end. Unfortunately, with a clouded mind, Michael killed the fellow out of irritation without a second thought. He also felt no guilt over it. Such an animal deserved it. As for the other 4, in the next few seconds Michael took to read their minds, these fellows turned out to be no cleaner. As expected, birds of a feather flocked together, so Michael sent them all to the netherworld to keep each other company. Now only the envoy remained, and Michael still had some use for him. Who killed her? The envoy immediately slammed his forehead against the floor again. It wasn't me, my lord. I swear it wasn't me. His voice cracked from fear. I only followed orders. Everything was ordered by the third prince. The envoy instantly betrayed his actual master without the slightest hesitation. Right now, survival was the only thing remaining in his mind. The envoy's entire body trembled violently as he hurriedly continued speaking. A few days ago, after arriving in the Lionheart Kingdom, the imperial delegation was welcomed with a banquet by the royal family. That was where we first heard your name. The Lionheart Kingdom's 10th prince mentioned you first, together with another noble from the kingdom. At first, the third prince did not care much. But after hearing more details regarding you, he began taking an interest in you. Michael remained expressionless. The envoy lowered his head further. To be honest, although Prince Rui's disappearance was serious, not many people within the imperial family were truly heartbroken over it. Prince Rui had many enemies inside the royal family itself. The empire merely viewed this incident as an opportunity. Michael's gaze became colder with impatience. The envoy hurriedly continued. In recent years, several kingdoms beneath the empire have grown increasingly troublesome. They have begun resisting imperial influence more openly. The third prince originally intended to use Prince Rui's disappearance to pressure the surrounding kingdoms further. Then after hearing your name from the 10th prince, the third prince decided to make you the scapegoat. He planned to accuse the Lionheart Kingdom of secretly helping you murder Prince Rui. Then from there, use the matter to trigger internal instability and bloodshed inside the kingdom. He wanted an excuse to weaken Lionheart. The envoy hurriedly raised his voice again. I swear, my lord. I know nothing beyond this. I was only following ord. Get to the point. Who killed her? Michael's voice cut through the hall coldly. The terrifying pressure in the surroundings increased slightly again. The envoy immediately froze. Michael's eyes stared directly into him. How was Ariane killed? The envoy's face instantly turned pale. Sweat poured down his face. That. Michael's expression darkened further. Boom. One of the pillars inside the hall exploded instantly. Wooden fragments scattered everywhere. The envoy screamed in terror and immediately cried out. I'll speak. I'll speak. His breathing became ragged. 3 days ago, the Grand Princess of the Lionheart Kingdom disappeared for a period of time, the envoy said hurriedly while trembling on the floor. At the time, what she did not know was that every movement around the imperial delegation was already being monitored by the third prince. The envoy swallowed heavily. At first, the prince only knew the Grand Princess had suddenly left the royal capital temporarily. He did not know where she went. Michael's eyes narrowed slightly. The envoy quickly continued. After a brief investigation, it was eventually discovered that she came here. Michael suddenly interrupted him. That shouldn't have been easy. His cold eyes stared directly into the envoy. Even if Princess Priscilla wasn't the strongest existence around, trailing her movements shouldn't have been something ordinary people could accomplish. The envoy immediately nodded repeatedly. Yes. Yes. My lord is correct. The third prince initially only knew the princess disappeared briefly. He did not know her destination. It was thanks to another prince of the Lionheart Kingdom that they discovered she had visited Thornvale. Michael paused faintly. At this point, even he could not help but feel slightly speechless internally. What exactly was wrong with the Lionheart royal descendants? One after another. First the 10th prince. Now another one. Michael's gaze became colder. Which prince? The envoy hurriedly answered. I don't know his exact ranking. But it was said he used to be Lady Ariane's former fiancé. The moment those words entered Michael's ears, his expression changed slightly. Former fiancé. Was he connected to her death? The envoy nodded rapidly. Yes. It was him. The envoy's voice became increasingly hurried, terrified Michael might lose patience again. It's unknown exactly why, but he was the one who specifically brought Lady Ariane to the third prince's attention. The third prince. The envoy hesitated briefly before forcing himself to continue. Is notorious within the empire. A lustful bastard. Even among the imperial princes, his reputation is extremely bad. Michael's fingers slowly tightened around the armrest again. The envoy noticed and hurriedly continued speaking. That Lionheart prince told him he knew someone exceptionally beautiful. One of the greatest beauties within the kingdom. He repeatedly praised Lady Ariane in front of the third prince. The envoy's body trembled violently. He said she was pure. He said she was elegant. He said no woman in the imperial entourage could compare to her. Michael's expression gradually became uglier. The hall's temperature dropped even further. The envoy nearly collapsed entirely. At first the third prince only showed slight interest. But after learning she had accompanied Princess Priscilla to Thornvale, the envoy's voice became quieter and quieter. He began suspecting there was some relationship between her and you. And after hearing she was once the fiancée of a royal prince. A bitter expression appeared on the envoy's face. The third prince became even more interested. He said stealing another prince's woman sounded amusing. The envoy's lips trembled violently. After that, the third prince approached Lady Ariane personally. The man swallowed hard before continuing. At first, everyone thought she would refuse him completely. But unexpectedly, she seemed to agree. Michael's expression did not change. Only, the shadows around the hall had begun twisting unnaturally again. The envoy hurriedly continued before Michael lost patience. She pretended to accept him. She made it seem as though she would be his woman for the night. The envoy's voice became increasingly strained. But during the encounter, a flicker of fear appeared in his eyes as though even remembering the scene terrified him. She suddenly attacked him. Michael's fingers paused faintly against Ariane's hair. The envoy nodded rapidly. Yes. She tried to kill him. She hid a weapon beforehand and attacked while his guard was lowered. The envoy hurriedly continued. Of course, she failed. The third prince was far stronger than her. But the envoy's face twitched strangely. She succeeded in crippling one of his balls before the guards stopped her. Silence. For a brief moment, even Michael's thoughts paused faintly. Then slowly, a strange emotion surfaced within his chest. The envoy continued trembling on the floor. That was what truly enraged the third prince. He completely lost control afterward. The envoy's breathing became ragged again. He personally killed her. And because he was still furious. The envoy hesitated heavily. His face became deathly pale. Michael slowly lifted his eyes toward him. Continue. The envoy nearly cried. He believed you were her lover. And so. The man's voice became almost inaudible. He decided to let the two of you share one final connection before death. The moment those words finished, the envoy's entire body froze. Then, boom. His body exploded instantly beneath Michael's gaze. Blood and flesh splattered across the hall walls. Not even bones remained intact. Silence returned once more. Michael remained seated motionlessly upon the throne-like chair. Ariane's severed head still rested quietly within his hand. For several long seconds, nothing moved. Then slowly, Michael lowered his gaze toward her pale face again. The image of her smiling inside Thornvale resurfaced within his mind once more. Third Prince. Black Serpent Empire, the Lionheart Kingdom. The envoy had not been completely honest. Of course, it was also possible it was because Michael hadn't given him enough time to speak. In any case, during their conversation Michael silently pieced together the scattered fragments of information obtained from the memories of the other 4 dead men. And the more he thought about it, the uglier his expression became. Truthfully speaking, Michael's original impression of Ariane had always been relatively simple. Gentle. Kind. A little timid at times. Though when truly necessary, she could still show determination. But plotting to assassinate an imperial prince? That was not something Michael would normally associate with her. Especially not after hearing the 3rd prince's identity and status. Ariane was not stupid. So why did she still do it? Based on his impression of her, if Ariane was in trouble she could not handle, her first actions would either be to run, hide, or seek help. Thanks to the memories of the other 4 dead men, Michael had already learned it was because she no longer had anywhere left to run. 2 of those men had been rank 2 supernaturals. And coincidentally, those same 2 had participated in an operation against the Evermoon Manor several days ago. Although neither of them were leaders of the operation, they still knew fragments of the truth due to being part of the attacking force. The reason for the assault had been simple. The Evermoon family was accused of colluding with an enemy of the Empire. Michael did not even need to think deeply to understand that something had definitely happened to Duke Evermoon. Perhaps he had already been imprisoned. Perhaps worse. Either way, Ariane definitely knew. Which explained everything afterward. If her father had already fallen, if the Empire had already turned their attention toward the Evermoon family, and if Princess Priscilla herself was unable to help, then who exactly could Ariane seek protection from? No one. Michael slowly closed his eyes briefly. The more he connected the pieces together, the clearer the image became in his mind. Ariane had probably realized very early that there was no escape. So instead of fleeing, she chose a final struggle. A final attempt to bite back before death. Michael lowered his gaze toward her pale face again. Idiot. His voice was extremely soft. But there was no mockery within it. From the memories he had viewed, Michael had also gained a rough impression of the Empire's 3rd prince. Truthfully speaking, the man did not appear particularly impressive. At least not in Michael's eyes. In truth the man genuinely did look extremely weak based on his appearance. Ariane had probably underestimated him because of this. Of course, though his cultivation was naturally far above Ariane's, his actual combat instincts did not seem especially remarkable, otherwise Ariane would never have succeeded in crippling him even partially. The fact that she managed to destroy one of his balls before dying already proved he was not exactly a strong fighter. Michael's fingers lightly brushed across Ariane's crimson-stained hair once more. He remained seated silently for a long time. The shattered remains of the envoy still covered the hall walls while blood slowly dripped onto the wooden floor below. Ariane's severed head rested quietly in his hand. Meanwhile, the shadows around the hall had already calmed somewhat. Eventually, Michael exhaled slowly. To do anything else, I need to be at the capital. His voice was low and calm. However, despite the killing intent still lingering within his eyes, Michael had not completely lost rationality. Right now, he could not leave immediately. Wisdom's evolution was still incomplete. So no matter how much he wanted to immediately rush toward the Lionheart capital, he still restrained himself. However, though he could not personally leave yet, that did not mean he could do nothing. From the memories of the dead men, Michael already knew the 3rd prince currently remained within the Lionheart capital. And more importantly, the imperial delegation would likely remain there for quite a long time. After all, weakening the kingdom politically was not something accomplished in a few days. The prince could wait. But before that, Michael's eyes slowly narrowed. He would first send a small gift. Slowly, Michael turned his gaze toward the corpses scattered throughout the hall. Or more accurately, toward the 4 remaining corpses. The 5th no longer existed. Only scattered blood and flesh remained after Michael had exploded him moments ago. As for why Michael had not bothered reading that man's memories before killing him, there had been no need. From the memories of the others, Michael already knew the truth. That fellow had not actually been the envoy. He was merely a servant, one of many attached to the real envoy's entourage. Of course, among ordinary people, such a servant still possessed relatively high status. But to Michael, he was worthless. In fact, all 5 of them were worthless. Michael's gaze gradually deepened. A calm look slowly appeared on his face again. This time it carried a distinctly cruel edge. The third prince wanted to send him a gift. Very well. He would return one himself. Meanwhile, back in Aurora, Michael had already returned home. Fortunately for him, both Aunt Mia and Lily were currently outside together, leaving the house relatively quiet. Only Jester remained, which worked perfectly for Michael. Right now, he was not in the mood to speak with anyone else. The lifelike undead sat silently within the living room, flipping through a thick book with his usual calm. The moment Michael entered the house, Jester's eyes slowly lifted toward him. Immediately, he noticed something was wrong. The aura around Michael felt unusually cold. Michael went directly to sit beside Jester, and immediately the head of Ariane appeared in his hands. Jester's gaze briefly shifted downward. Silence lingered briefly inside the room. Then Michael finally spoke. "Is it possible to raise someone from the dead?" Jester leaned back slightly before answering in his usual calm tone. The simplest method would naturally be turning them into undead. The moment those words fell, Michael immediately shook his head. Understanding surfaced within Jester. Of course. If that was all you wanted, my lord would never ask such a question in the first place. After all, a necromancer asking whether the dead could rise again was somewhat ridiculous. Creating undead was basic knowledge to them. Which meant what Michael wanted was something entirely different. Jester's gaze slowly shifted toward Ariane's pale face. Then he softly asked, "My lord wishes to truly bring someone back to life?" The room became quiet again. Michael did not answer immediately. However, his silence itself already became the answer. Jester slowly closed the book in his hand, then calmly explained. An undead is merely a continuation of the corpse. It is not true resurrection. Jester's voice remained steady and emotionless. Undeath simply animates the remains through death energy and soul fragments. In essence, it is only making use of the dead body. His gaze lowered toward Ariane's severed head again. But true resurrection is different. That involves restoring life itself. Restoring vitality. Restoring the soul. Restoring the connection between body and consciousness to continue previous existence. Jester's fingers lightly tapped against the armrest beside him. Most undead possess no true connection to their living selves aside from appearance. Even intelligent undead are difficult to classify as the same being. They may retain memories and may even imitate personality, but fundamentally the original life has already ended. A new existence is merely wearing its remains. The room fell silent once more. Michael naturally understood this already. That was precisely why he had come to Jester. Otherwise, the moment he saw Ariane's head earlier, he would have immediately transformed her into undead. But he did not want that. Or perhaps he could not accept that. Jester quietly observed Michael for several seconds, then slowly asked, "How complete is the soul?" Michael remained silent for several seconds before finally answering. Since it's only a head, the soul fragment attached to the corpse should already be extremely incomplete. His voice was low. If we can recover the complete body, we should be able to gather more. But it's already been several days since her death. There should already be considerable soul loss. Jester did not reply immediately. The undead simply sat there quietly with fingers folded together as though deeply thinking about something. Eventually, he finally spoke. "To be honest, my lord, unless an individual was extremely powerful and capable of performing revival magic, most methods of resurrection are considered taboo. Michael listened silently. Jester calmly continued. True resurrection interferes with the natural separation of life and death. Usually, only extremely powerful rituals, forbidden arts, or legendary treasures can achieve it. For example, the Tree of Life from certain higher elven realms. Michael's eyes flickered faintly. Does that mean I need to take a trip to an elven realm? Jester immediately shook his head. No. Even if my lord somehow located a mature Tree of Life and harvested one of its fruits, it would still not solve the current problem completely. His gaze shifted toward the severed head. We only possess a head. That alone creates too many limitations. Michael's brows furrowed slightly. The knowledge Jester had accumulated from repeatedly harvesting the memories of strong individuals was vast and precious, but it seemed that bringing someone back to life was still no simple matter. Then Jester suddenly added, however, I do have an idea. Michael immediately looked toward him. Jester calmly continued. Technically speaking, bringing someone back to life is not impossible. Life-related abilities can achieve it in one manner. Light-related existences can achieve it in another. And necromancers or people like my lord possess their own methods. Michael's eyes narrowed slightly. Explain. Jester continued. One method would be harvesting what remains of her soul first, as complete as possible, then turning her into a ghost-type existence. Michael listened quietly. Afterward, through certain methods, the soul could inhabit another living body. Michael's expression shifted faintly. Truthfully, compared to what he had expected, it sounded surprisingly simple. However, the moment Jester noticed the subtle change in Michael's expression, he calmly added, the disadvantages are severe. Michael remained silent. A reincarnated soul through such a process would suffer instability. Memories may distort. Personality may gradually shift. Compatibility issues between soul and vessel may appear. The room became quiet again. Michael naturally understood. This method sounded simple only because Jester had simplified the explanation. In reality, this was something only desperate people would resort to if they wanted to revive someone without turning them into a zombie-type undead. Then Jester continued. There is another method. Michael immediately looked toward him again. This one is more stable. First, we harvest her soul as completely as possible and gather the remaining parts of her body. The body itself would first need restoration through a life ritual using enormous amounts of life force. Jester's fingers lightly tapped against the book in his hand. During that process, her remaining consciousness would temporarily exist as a partial ghost-like state. Afterward, through the memories extracted from the corpse, we slowly reconstruct the consciousness with the soul fragment, cleansing the death energy and negative corruption from the damaged soul before merging everything back together. Michael listened silently. Compared to the previous method, this one indeed sounded far more complete. The disadvantages? Michael asked quietly. Jester calmly answered. Memory loss. Depending on the extent of soul damage, some memories may never return. But overall, it is considerably more stable. Michael fell silent briefly before asking the most important question. What's the cost? Jester answered almost immediately. The original body must not remain dead for too long. His gaze deepened slightly. We would require an enormous amount of life force. How enormous? Jester looked directly at Michael. Using my lord as an example, if this method were used to revive someone of your current level, we would likely require the combined life force of at least 50 of you. The moment those words fell, even Michael's expression changed slightly. 50 of him? What kind of absurd requirement was that? Michael's thoughts immediately moved. Wouldn't that mean for someone at his level, only a demigod-level existence could possibly provide enough life force? Jester naturally did not know Michael's thoughts. However, he still calmly added afterward, which is why I mentioned the Tree of Life earlier. Only the fruit from a fully matured Tree of Life would naturally contain such terrifying vitality. But based on the lingering cultivation I can sense from the head in your hand, just the life force from another human at rank 3 would be enough. Michael immediately looked toward Jester. Does it have to be a human? Jester blinked once before calmly shaking his head. It can be anything. A human vessel simply offers the highest compatibility for human souls. However, if my lord dislikes that method. Jester paused slightly. We could simply replace the girl's body entirely. Michael's eyes narrowed faintly. Jester continued calmly, with one of my lord's clones. Silence filled the room briefly. Jester lightly adjusted the book in his hand before adding, truthfully speaking, there is probably no better vessel to house a revived soul than a clone personally created by my lord's Genesis body skill. Those bodies possess immense vitality, adaptability, and almost perfect spiritual compatibility. Especially if carefully prepared beforehand. The moment those words fell, smack. Michael directly slapped the back of Jester's head. The sound echoed sharply through the quiet room. Jester's head tilted slightly forward. Michael's face darkened. If that was all we needed to do, then why the hell did you complicate things so much? Jester remained silent for a moment, then calmly adjusted his posture again as though nothing happened. My lord did not ask for the simplified version. Michael ignored him entirely. Instead, his thoughts rapidly began organizing themselves. For the first time since seeing Ariane's severed head, a clear direction finally appeared. It was possible. Actually possible. Not turning her into an ordinary undead. Undead was a broad term. A ghost could count as undead, but a ghost was far better than a zombie. Since it was possible to truly bring her back, Michael's clouded mind cooled a little. Of course, all of this still depended on how complete her remaining soul was, which meant he needed to go to the kingdom capital to recover the remaining soul fragments and body parts before further deterioration occurred. Afterward, with Jester's help, they would first reconstruct and stabilize her soul, turn it temporarily into a ghost-like state, cleanse away the death energy and corruption, merge it together with the harvested memories and consciousness, then finally place the reconstructed soul into a clone body created through his Genesis body skill. A body similar to the one Jester himself currently inhabited. The more Michael thought about it, the clearer the process became. His previously chaotic emotions slowly stabilized slightly. At the very least, Ariane's death no longer felt completely irreversible. Michael slowly lowered his gaze toward Ariane's pale face again. For several seconds, he remained silent. Then quietly muttered, "Hold on a little longer." Jester observed him silently from the side. Then after a moment, he calmly added, "However, my lord should still prepare himself mentally." Michael looked toward him. Jester's eyes narrowed faintly. Even if successful, she may not return completely unchanged. Some memories may disappear permanently. Certain aspects of personality may shift slightly. Michael remained silent. But his expression did not change. Compared to death, those possibilities meant nothing. As long as she could live again. Of course the Empire still needed to pay. Since they could go this far, they could go even further. Meanwhile, in the Lionheart capital city, inside a room in the Evermoon Manor, a sickly-looking man could be seen lounging among several women. If Michael was here, he would have noticed that some of the girls looked familiar. They were actually maids of the Evermoon Manor. Soon, 2 knocks echoed from outside the room. The sickly-looking man lying amidst the women did not react immediately. His expression remained lazy while one of the girls nervously fed him wine. 3 more knocks came again. This time, the prince's brows furrowed slightly in annoyance. "Enter." The door slowly opened afterward. A middle-aged man wearing black robes stepped inside calmly. His expression remained completely indifferent even while looking at the scene before him. Several women. The strong scent of lust and alcohol. The third prince lying half-dressed upon the large bed. None of it caused even the slightest ripple in the middle-aged man's eyes. He merely gave a small bow. Third prince. The sickly-looking man gave a gentle smile. What is it that Master Vale wants? Despite his circumstances, the prince still maintained proper respect. After all, the man before him was a great stage existence, and more importantly, his guardian. The black-robed middle-aged man remained silent briefly before calmly speaking. There is a problem. The third prince lazily narrowed his eyes. What problem? The middle-aged man hesitated slightly. That hesitation immediately irritated the prince. His smile faded somewhat. Speak clearly. The black-robed man remained silent briefly before finally saying, "It would be better if your highness came outside personally." The third prince frowned. What happened? The flying ship you sent out earlier returned. And something is wrong with it. The moment those words fell, the third prince's interest was finally piqued slightly. Naturally, he knew exactly which ship the man referred to. The same ship sent toward Thornvale. Thinking of that matter, a cruel smile faintly surfaced on the prince's face again. Truthfully speaking, he still somewhat regretted killing the woman so quickly. She was beautiful. Very beautiful. And the expression on her face after realizing there was no escape had been particularly enjoyable. Unfortunately, the pain from his destroyed testicle had completely enraged him at the time. Even now it still hurt. Still, thinking about the reaction that Viscount Mike would probably show after receiving that gift improved his mood slightly. He didn't even know the man personally, yet he already felt satisfied. The prince slowly pushed away the women around him before standing up. Interesting. Since even Master Vale had personally come to inform him, it likely wasn't something minor. The third prince no longer bothered asking further questions and instead casually began dressing himself. Meanwhile, the black-robed middle-aged man quietly waited near the door. Several minutes later, the prince finally stepped outside. As he walked through the corridor, he lazily waved toward the guards nearby. Prepare a fresh group of women for tonight. The guards immediately bowed. Yes, Your Highness. Soon afterward, the third prince and the black-robed man arrived at the flying port within the Lionheart capital. The atmosphere there felt unusually tense. Numerous guards and servants stood around nervously while maintaining distance from a particular flying ship docked nearby. The moment the third prince arrived, his eyes immediately landed on another familiar figure. Princess Priscilla. The princess stood nearby silently with a pale expression. Her gaze remained fixed toward the flying ship ahead. The third prince immediately smiled faintly. Well, if it isn't the Grand Princess. Priscilla ignored him entirely. The prince chuckled softly. What's wrong? Still angry about the Evermoon girl? No response came. Priscilla didn't even turn her head. The third prince's smile widened slightly. Truthfully speaking, she was rather entertaining. Enough. Master Vale's calm voice suddenly interrupted him. The prince clicked his tongue slightly in annoyance but still stopped speaking. After all, even he understood there were limits. If it wasn't for the guardians he had brought along, a great stage being like Princess Priscilla would not have been so helpless against him regardless of his imperial status. Unfortunately, it was a pity he couldn't have this woman. He also didn't dare to, at this point. Soon, his gaze finally shifted fully toward the flying ship before them. Immediately, his brows furrowed. Though Michael could not personally head toward the capital immediately, that did not stop him from sending his regards to everyone involved in Ariane's death. Of course, he did not actually know which individuals had merely followed orders and which ones had actively participated willingly. But he knew the mastermind. Thanks to the memories harvested from the men aboard the flying ship, Michael could now recognize that person instantly, even if they met face to face for the very first time. That alone was enough. The third prince frowned while staring toward the flying ship before him. Or more accurately, toward the figures standing beneath it. Several dozen servants stood there motionlessly. These were the people he had sent with his envoy to find trouble with that Mike Knorr. Yet right now, something about them felt wrong. Very wrong. Their expressions were completely blank. Drool slowly leaked from the corners of their mouths. Their pupils looked unfocused. Some swayed slightly while standing there. Others simply remained still like puppets whose strings had been cut. The third prince's brows furrowed deeper in disgust. What happened to them? No answer came immediately. Even the surrounding guards looked uneasy. Princess Priscilla's expression subtly changed as she stared toward the servants. Meanwhile, beside the prince, Master Vale's eyes gradually narrowed. Then, a sudden change occurred as every servant slowly lifted their head. More than 40 pairs of eyes instantly locked onto the third prince simultaneously. The sudden movement caused several nearby guards to visibly flinch. Even the third prince himself instinctively took half a step backward. The atmosphere instantly turned eerie. The servants' blank expressions remained unchanged. Drool still dripped from their mouths. Yet now, every single one of them stared directly at him. Master Vale's expression suddenly changed. Move! Boom! The black-robed man instantly pushed the third prince backward while roaring toward the guards. Protect His Highness! The surrounding Imperial guards immediately reacted. Weapons were drawn instantly. Mana surged violently throughout the flying port. At the same moment, Master Vale charged directly toward the group of servants with astonishing speed. However, before he could reach them, all 40-plus servants suddenly smiled. The exact same smile. Then, in perfect unison, they spoke. So. This is the third prince. The moment those words echoed throughout the port, the third prince's pupils contracted violently. Master Vale roared as terrifying flames instantly erupted around his body. Boom! The air distorted violently from the sheer temperature alone. At the same moment, several of the servants suddenly shot toward him at astonishing speed. Their movements were completely unnatural. Jerky. Twisted. Yet horrifyingly fast. Master Vale's expression changed immediately. Those people were ordinary servants. How could they possibly move like this? However, just before collision occurred, Master Vale's expression suddenly changed drastically. Back! The old man's instincts screamed in warning. Without hesitation, he immediately abandoned his attack and instead threw up multiple layers of blazing defensive barriers around himself. Then, boom! The servants' bodies exploded simultaneously. Massive explosions of dark energy and flesh erupted throughout the flying port like dozens of miniature catastrophes detonating at once. The surrounding ground shattered instantly. Several nearby guards did not even have time to scream before their bodies were torn apart by the blast. The flying ship behind them trembled violently as cracks spread across its surface. Priscilla's expression changed sharply. In the next instant, she disappeared from her original location. Boom! A massive wave of mana erupted around her as she shielded the nearby Lionheart personnel behind a barrier of compressed force. Meanwhile, the Imperial guards around the third prince also reacted desperately. Several of the mages among them immediately threw themselves forward while activating defensive artifacts. Layers of barriers appeared around the prince one after another. The explosions slammed into them violently. Crack! The outer layers shattered almost instantly. The third prince screamed as the shockwave sent him rolling backward across the ground. Fortunately, Master Vale's defenses and the guard's protection still prevented him from dying. But not everyone was so lucky. Screams echoed throughout the port. Blood splattered everywhere. Several servants and weaker guards were instantly reduced to pieces. Others collapsed while coughing blood violently. Smoke and dark energy rapidly spread through the surroundings. For several brief moments, chaos completely overtook the port. Then slowly, the smoke began clearing. Master Vale's figure emerged first. The old man looked unusually grim now. His defensive flames still flickered around him while his sharp eyes locked onto the remaining servants. Not all of them had exploded, after all. Several still remained standing. Priscilla's heart skipped slightly when their heads suddenly turned toward her. Every single one of them stared at her simultaneously. The sight alone was enough to make the surrounding Lionheart soldiers shiver. However, after only a brief glance, the servants slowly turned away from her again. Then, all their eyes locked back onto the third prince. The prince's face had already gone pale. For the first time since arriving in the Lionheart kingdom, real fear appeared within his eyes. At this point, he could already tell he was being targeted by someone terrifying. Was it that Mike Nor? Was he truly this powerful? In truth, the prince's guess was right on the mark. With thousands of undead under him, Michael had access to countless abilities he could copy. Something like mind control or taking over another person's consciousness was easy for him. Jester's abilities alone were more than enough for this. In fact, it was Jester's ability Michael had used to control their consciousness, at the small price of splitting his own consciousness into several bodies. As for the mutation of the servants' bodies, that was also Michael's work. At first, he had only planned to send a group of human bombs to the prince. But what he never expected was that, in his quest for a small payback, he would discover another application of his law. Basically, Michael's understanding of his law was that he could use the abilities of anything connected to him. Instinctively, he had only been using it to copy the abilities of his undead and tamed beasts. But who said he could only use his law through his own body? One's law was the comprehension of a universal truth condensed into an ability. The law seed itself was merely visible proof of that comprehension. It did not mean a person could only use their law through the law seed alone. This was something Michael had only realized after splitting his consciousness. Yes, the existence of his law seed made everything easier and far more stable. However, his current understanding of the world had already reached a point where, even if he somehow lost all his power and had to begin from nothing again, he could still start using fragments of law power from the very beginning. Why? Because law was ultimately tied to comprehension. And who exactly was Michael? What truly defined him was not his flesh, mana, or even his abilities. It was his soul. His consciousness. That was the true foundation behind everything. When Michael split portions of his consciousness into the servants' bodies, he unexpectedly discovered something. He could still use a portion of his abilities through them. And when he thought about it carefully, did that not count as a connection? To be honest, back when the vice principal had fought on his behalf after he returned from hell, Michael should have already realized this possibility. At the time, he simply had not thought deeply enough about the true nature of his law. Thanks to copying Jester's abilities to control bodies through consciousness manipulation, Michael used fragments of his own consciousness as mediums. Then, through those connections, he activated his law and copied abilities through the servants themselves, temporarily strengthening even those ordinary mortal bodies. Unfortunately, most of the servants were simply too weak. Even with this new discovery and Michael's current power, there was only so much those fragile bodies could withstand. In the end, Michael focused more heavily on turning them into living bombs rather than trying to transform them into true combatants. Of course, despite his anger, Michael had no intention of implicating innocent people. However, to his surprise, not a single person aboard that ship appeared innocent. Michael did not know whether the third prince had intentionally surrounded himself only with rotten individuals, or whether people from the Black Serpent Empire were simply this corrupt by nature. Either way, since his eyes were already upon them, he decided to do humanity a favor and clean out the trash personally. The third prince staggered backward while pointing toward the eerie servants. Murder. Someone kill them. Murder. His previous elegance had completely vanished. At this point, he looked almost hysterical. Meanwhile, the remaining servants slowly tilted their heads in unison. Their smiles widened unnaturally. Then once again, that cold young voice echoed from every mouth simultaneously. You sent me a gift. The moment those words entered the third prince's ears, his pupils contracted violently. Now he finally confirmed who this was. So it was really him. At this point, the prince believed even more firmly that Michael had truly killed Prince Roy. Who else could possibly possess such horrifying methods? F***ck. What the third prince could not understand, however, was why things had escalated to this extent. Even if the man truly cared about Ariane, why go this far? Why directly become enemies with an imperial prince over a woman? Unfortunately for him, Michael could not hear those thoughts. And even if he could, he still would not care. At this point, Michael was not interested in explanations. Nor was he interested in political reasoning. The moment Ariane's severed head entered his hands, certain things had already become inevitable. Truthfully speaking, this entire attack had genuinely been an attempt to kill the third prince. Michael simply had not expected it to actually succeed. Still, now that everything had already begun, there was no reason to stop halfway. Who knew? Maybe he would get lucky. The moment the third prince fully confirmed the identity of the person behind this, fear completely exploded within his chest. Mike Nor. Meanwhile, the remaining servants suddenly began trembling violently. Master Vale's expression instantly changed. Get back. Boom. The old man slammed both palms forward as a massive wall of blazing fire erupted around the third prince. At the same moment, the remaining servants charged. Their bodies swelled unnaturally. Dark veins spread beneath their skin while unstable mana fluctuations erupted wildly from inside them. The third prince's eyes widened in terror the moment he sensed the horrifying amount of unstable energy gathering nearby. No. Boom. Another terrifying chain of explosions erupted. This time, the servants directly targeted the prince himself. The entire flying port shook violently. Massive pillars of black fire and corrupted mana shot toward the sky. The defensive barriers around the prince shattered one after another. Crack. 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 The Imperial Guards screamed as several were blown apart instantly. Even Master Vale was forced backwards several meters despite his overwhelming strength. His flames surged wildly while he desperately resisted the explosions. One should not think these explosions were weak simply because the bodies themselves were ordinary. After all, what exploded was never truly the servants themselves. It was the terrifying amount of compressed energy Michael had personally implanted into each body beforehand. Huge quantities of mana and fragments of copied abilities had been layered together unstably inside those bodies. That was also the reason the servants had looked so dull and vacant earlier after landing the ship. Most of Michael's attention had actually been focused on suppressing the unstable energy and preventing premature detonation. What kind of destruction would occur when energy equivalent to rank 4 power detonated point-blank dozens of times simultaneously? The answer was simple. Absolute devastation. The ground of the flying port completely collapsed inward. Several nearby flying ships were instantly flipped over and damaged by the shockwaves. The remaining Imperial Guards were thrown through the air like broken dolls. Blood filled the sky. Even the surrounding protective arrays of the port began flickering chaotically. Priscilla's pupils contracted slightly while maintaining her defensive barrier around the Lionheart personnel. Even she felt genuinely shocked internally. This level of destructive power. And this bizarre control method. What exactly had Michael become? No. What exactly was he? At the same time, Priscilla could not stop a certain fear from emerging deep within her heart. Putting aside whether Michael could truly oppose the Empire directly, the mere fact that he dared to openly attack an Imperial prince already proved enough. If he could do this to the Black Serpent Empire, then what exactly could he do to the Lionheart Kingdom? Inside the explosions, Master Vale roared furiously. His robes had partially burned apart while blood slowly leaked from the corner of his lips. The old man was genuinely injured now. He could only protect the third prince because his own strength far surpassed the explosions individually. But the problem was quantity. There were simply too many. And every servant fought like a suicidal madman. Boom. Another body exploded directly against Master Vale's defensive flames. The old man's expression twisted slightly. At the same time, the third prince screamed again. One of the shockwaves pierced through the defensive layers and slammed directly into him. Crack! The prince's arm instantly twisted unnaturally. His body tumbled violently across the ground while blood sprayed from his mouth. At this point, his elegant appearance had completely disappeared. He no longer looked like a noble prince of the Black Serpent Empire. He looked terrified. Panicked. Murder. He's trying to kill me. Stop them. The prince hysterically screamed while desperately crawling backward across the shattered ground. His screams echoed throughout the ruined flying port continuously. Murder. Stop them. Master Vyl. At this point, the prince no longer cared about dignity or appearance. His luxurious robes had already been burned and torn apart from the explosions. Blood covered half his face while one of his arms hung twisted unnaturally beside him. Fear had completely overwhelmed him. Meanwhile, the remaining servants slowly continued advancing through the smoke. Their movements looked stiff and unnatural. Several of them were already missing limbs, even though Michael had tried his best to preserve their bodies from completely collapsing during the earlier detonations. One servant's lower jaw had already disappeared entirely from a previous explosion. Yet somehow, the thing still smiled while continuing to walk forward mechanically. The sight alone was enough to make nearby guards shiver instinctively. Master Vale's face looked extremely ugly. Kill them immediately. Boom! Terrifying flames erupted outward from the old man once more. Several servants were instantly incinerated into ash. However, before their bodies could fully burn away, they exploded. Boom! Another violent blast erupted directly against Master Vale's flames. The old man was forced backward once more. This time, his expression finally changed completely. At this point, even he had begun feeling genuine fear. Not because of the servants themselves, but because of the person controlling them. What kind of monster could remotely manipulate dozens of bodies this way while simultaneously implanting enough power inside ordinary mortals to threaten a great stage existence? Even Master Vale himself could not accomplish something so absurd. Meanwhile, the remaining servants suddenly split apart. Some charged directly toward the prince. Others targeted the surrounding guards. And several more charged directly toward the nearby flying ships. The third prince's eyes nearly bulged out from terror. Stop them. Unfortunately, it was already too late. Boom! A servant slammed directly into one of the docked Imperial flying ships before detonating instantly. The ship exploded into flames immediately. The surrounding guards screamed while desperately jumping backward. Another servant suddenly tackled an Imperial mage who had only just arrived at the port moments earlier. Boom! Both figures vanished instantly inside a pillar of corrupted black fire. The entire flying port descended into complete chaos. Even Priscilla's expression became increasingly pale while watching the destruction unfold. At this point, this was no longer merely an assassination attempt. This was an open declaration. The third prince of the Black Serpent Empire was currently being hunted around his own port by the controlled corpses of the very people he had personally sent out himself. How ridiculous! How humiliating! And yet, not a single person present found the situation amusing. Everyone could feel it clearly. The cold killing intent hidden behind every single attack. Then suddenly, the servants stopped moving simultaneously once again. The abrupt synchronization instantly caused the third prince's scalp to go numb. Slowly, the last remaining servants turned toward him one final time. Then, that cold young voice echoed once more from every mouth simultaneously. You enjoyed it? The third prince froze completely. The servants smiled wider. The way she begged while you cut her head off. Yes. I'm assuming she begged. What's done is done, I guess. Still, how can you be so cruel? Boom! One of the nearby servants suddenly exploded again without warning. The shockwave directly blasted apart several Imperial guards who had been shielding the prince. Blood splattered across the third prince's face. The prince screamed again while crawling backward pathetically. I didn't. Boom! Another explosion interrupted him instantly. At this point, Master Vale looked furious beyond measure. Enough. The old man finally stopped holding back completely. Terrifying flames erupted into the sky. The entire flying port turned crimson. A massive flaming domain instantly descended upon the surroundings. Within moments, the temperature surged to a horrifying degree. The remaining servants' bodies rapidly began blackening and burning apart. However, even while burning alive, they still smiled. Then, one by one, they charged forward again. Boom! 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 More explosions erupted continuously. The flying port shook violently each time. Cracks rapidly spread across nearby buildings. Several defensive formations around the capital even activated automatically due to the disturbance. And slowly, the servants' numbers finally began decreasing. Until eventually, only one servant remained. A skinny middle-aged man missing half his chest. His body swayed weakly from side to side. Yet somehow, he still remained standing. Master Vale's flames surged around him cautiously now. Even the old man no longer dared approach recklessly. The servant slowly lifted his head. Then he looked directly at the third prince. At this point, the prince looked utterly miserable. Covered in dust. Bloodied. Trembling. The servant smiled. Then softly spoke with Michael's voice one final time. Wait for me. You can't run. The third prince's entire body stiffened instantly. Then the final servant exploded. Boom! The last explosion was the strongest yet. The remaining ground of the flying port completely collapsed inward. The final shockwave swept violently across the surroundings. Several nearby structures shattered outright. Even Master Vale was forced backward while coughing blood lightly from the accumulated damage. Silence slowly descended across the flying port afterward. Or at least, what remained of it. The once grand docking grounds had almost completely collapsed inward from the repeated explosions. Cracks stretched across the earth like giant spiderwebs while burning debris and shattered ship fragments littered the surroundings everywhere. Several flying ships still burned in the distance. Smoke rose endlessly into the sky. Blood stained the broken stone ground dark red. Corpses and body parts were scattered throughout the ruined port while the surviving guards stared around with pale expressions. Some still trembled uncontrollably. Others looked completely dazed. Even the surrounding protective formations of the capital continued flickering unstably from the aftereffects of the explosions. The atmosphere felt suffocatingly heavy. Meanwhile, the third prince remained collapsed upon the ground. His body trembled slightly. His luxurious robes were ruined beyond recognition. One arm remained twisted unnaturally while blood continuously dripped from the corner of his lips. At this point, the prince no longer looked elegant or noble. Only miserable. And terrified. Master Vale slowly landed nearby while suppressing the violent fluctuations inside his body. The old man's expression looked extremely ugly. This was humiliation. A complete humiliation. The Black Serpent Empire's prince had nearly been assassinated openly inside another kingdom's capital by controlled corpses. If news of this incident spread outward, the empire would lose face completely. The old man's eyes slowly swept across the devastated surroundings. However, what nobody realized was that hidden deep within the third prince's sea of consciousness, a strange mark quietly rested there. A faint black imprint. Even if the third prince personally entered his own sea of consciousness, he still would not notice anything unusual. This was Michael's doing through one of wisdom's skills, spatial mark. Michael truly had not lied earlier. Even if the prince ran away, he would never truly escape him. In fact, Michael secretly hoped the prince would flee. That would only make things easier later. What the surrounding people also failed to notice was that two individuals within the capital had quietly disappeared beneath everyone's noses. Or more accurately, one living person. And one corpse. No one noticed their disappearance. After all, everyone's attention had been completely focused on the explosions and protecting the third prince. Someone hurriedly knelt beside the third prince. Healing potions were poured into his mouth one after another while a nearby mage who appeared skilled in healing magic quickly began casting spells. Pale green light continuously covered the prince's body. The healing energy slowly mended his twisted arm while sealing the wounds scattered across his body. After several minutes, the third prince finally regained a small amount of strength. His breathing was still ragged, and his face remained deathly pale, but at least the immediate danger had passed. Then, his eyes suddenly swept across the ruined flying port. At first, there was only fear inside his gaze. But soon, he noticed something. The imperial side had suffered horribly. Guards, servants, mages, attendants. Many had died while even more had been seriously injured. But the Lionheart side. There were casualties there as well, yet compared to the imperial side, the losses were shockingly few. The third prince's eyes widened. Then his face twisted with both rage and fear as he suddenly pointed toward Princess Priscilla. "You! Why are so many of your people still alive?" Everyone's attention immediately shifted toward the princess. Only then did many people realize the same thing. Most of the Lionheart personnel near Princess Priscilla had survived. Although many looked pale and shaken, very few had actually died. Master Vale's frown deepened slightly as well. Earlier, he had been too focused on protecting the third prince to notice the details clearly. But now that the prince had pointed it out, the difference was indeed obvious. Princess Priscilla stood calmly among her people with a pale expression. Her mana still fluctuated slightly from maintaining the barrier earlier. Master Vale slowly looked toward her. "Princess Priscilla." His tone sounded calm, but there was a faint questioning pressure hidden beneath the surface. Princess Priscilla's expression remained cold. "What? Are you asking why more of my people did not die?" Master Vale did not answer immediately. Princess Priscilla smiled faintly, though there was no warmth within that smile. "Can it not simply be said that I protected my people from harm?" Her gaze briefly shifted toward the ruined surroundings. "Besides, I was not the one being targeted." Her words were perfectly reasonable. The servants had clearly ignored her after glancing toward her only once. Every attack afterward had been directed toward the third prince and the imperial side. Even if she had wanted to interfere further, there had been no reason for her to abandon her own people in order to protect the imperial delegation. But the third prince was clearly no longer in a mental state capable of caring about reason. His face twisted fiercely. "Bitch!" The moment the word left his mouth, Princess Priscilla's eyes instantly turned cold. The third prince continued screaming hysterically. "You think I don't know? You and that little slut were both mix whores." The surrounding atmosphere seemed to freeze instantly. Several Lionheart guards immediately lowered their heads while pretending they had heard nothing. Master Vale's expression also darkened visibly. "Your Highness." His voice carried a heavy warning this time. The third prince ignored him completely. "You were all trying to kill me. All of you. That woman. You. That bastard Mike." Princess Priscilla stared at him silently for several seconds. Then she slowly shook her head. There was anger in her eyes. But even more than anger, there was exhaustion. This prince was finished. Even if he survived physically, his mind had already been badly shaken by Michael's actions. Princess Priscilla did not bother arguing with him further. She simply turned around and walked away from the ruined flying port. Her expression remained calm on the surface, but worry quietly filled her eyes. She understood very clearly that this matter could no longer be solved through apologies, compensation, or political negotiation. Michael had already shown his stance. And she was certain there would be a next time. Next time, he probably would not send mere servants. Master Vale silently watched Princess Priscilla's departing figure for several moments. Then the old man slowly turned back toward the third prince. At this moment, the prince still looked half-crazed from fear and humiliation. Even after receiving healing treatment, his body continued trembling slightly. Master Vale's expression remained extremely grim. "We need to leave immediately." The third prince looked up sharply. "Leave?" Master Vale nodded coldly. "This place is no longer safe." The old man's sharp eyes swept across the ruined flying port around them. Master Vale did not know how far the other party's abilities extended. But after witnessing everything earlier, he no longer wished to remain within this kingdom any longer than necessary. One nearby Imperial guard hesitated briefly before speaking carefully. "But Your Highness no longer has a flying ship." The moment those words fell, the surrounding Imperial personnel fell silent awkwardly. Because it was true. Most of their ships had either been destroyed or severely damaged during the explosions. Master Vale had naturally already noticed this fact. However, the old man simply frowned coldly. "A ship is unnecessary." The next moment, boom. Terrifying flames erupted briefly around his body. As a great stage existence, flight itself was already possible for him. Without waiting for further discussion, Master Vale directly grabbed the third prince by the shoulder. The prince barely even had time to react. Then the surrounding space distorted violently. Both figures instantly vanished like streaks of fire. Only scorched air remained behind. Silence descended briefly afterward. Then slowly, the remaining Imperial personnel began realizing something. Their expressions changed one after another. "They left? What about us? We've been abandoned." Fear and disbelief immediately spread among the surviving Imperial guards and attendants. Meanwhile, back in Thornvale, Michael patiently waited for news from the capital to return. This was one of the major limitations of his current method of splitting consciousness. The process itself was still far too crude and incomplete. Giving commands outward was relatively simple, but receiving detailed information back across extremely long distances was far more troublesome than he originally expected. Right now, the little information Michael possessed mainly came from sensing when one of the split consciousness fragments disappeared completely. In simpler terms, when one of the bodies died. Currently, Michael could still faintly sense two remaining fragments of his consciousness. Coincidentally, those two happened to belong to the individuals he had assigned to retrieve Arian's corpse. Those two were also the strongest remaining people from the original flying ship. Both of them were rank 2 supernaturals. As rank 2 beings, their bodies were naturally capable of enduring far greater amounts of power compared to ordinary mortals. That was one of the main reasons Michael had specifically chosen them for the final task. Unlike the relatively ordinary servants he had sent to attack the third prince, these two could withstand much more stress before collapsing completely. The ordinary people had mainly functioned as disposable human bombs. At most, their explosions could severely injure or kill weaker opponents, but there was still a clear limit to what they could accomplish. Rank 2 supernaturals would most likely not survive such explosions if caught directly at the center. Early rank 3 supernaturals could also potentially be severely injured or even killed if they were weak enough. However, truly powerful rank 3 figures could still resist or survive without suffering fatal injuries. Michael understood this very clearly. That was precisely why he had never truly expected the third prince to die from the attack. Of course, he still hoped luck might favor him. But he also knew very well that the prince's surroundings likely contained strong protectors capable of shielding him from fatal danger. Still, even if the attack failed to kill the prince, Michael considered the result acceptable. At the very least, he had successfully planted a tracking mark on him. With that mark in place, no matter where the prince fled, Michael would eventually find him. In fact, part of him actually preferred if the prince returned directly to the Empire. That way, when the time finally came, Michael could settle everything properly in one place. Given the Empire's earlier attitude and actions, Michael was not naive enough to think they would simply let him go after this. Especially not after he had openly attempted to assassinate one of their princes. Even if they suspected his boldness stemmed from some powerful background, they would still investigate him thoroughly for the sake of imperial pride and reputation. And even if they eventually became convinced he truly possessed a terrifying backing, they still would not stop easily. After all, the Black Serpent Empire itself possessed multiple rank 4 existences. Several thoughts rapidly flashed through Michael's mind one after another. Though he still lacked detailed information regarding what exactly had happened inside the capital after the attack began, Michael was not particularly anxious. The truly important matter right now was not the third prince. It was Ariane. The third prince could wait. He had nowhere left to run anyway. But Ariane's soul and corpse could not be delayed indefinitely. Michael slowly closed his eyes while seated quietly inside the ruined office hall. Right now, he was simply waiting for two things. The first was wisdom's evolution finally coming to an end. The second was for the fragments of his consciousness to return with Ariane's body. Based on what he could currently sense, both events seemed very close. And just as expected, roughly half an hour later, 4 figures suddenly appeared silently inside the ruined office. The surrounding air distorted briefly before stabilizing again. Michael slowly opened his eyes. 2 of the figures were naturally familiar. One was Lyra. The dark elf silently lowered her head the moment she appeared. Her expression looked somewhat pale, and traces of exhaustion could still be seen on her face. The other was Ace. Compared to before, the young man's aura had clearly become much stronger. His body radiated a faint pressure that no ordinary rank 1 supernatural could possibly possess anymore. Beside those 2 stood another pair of figures with completely vacant expressions. Their eyes looked lifeless and hollow. These were naturally the final controlled puppets. Michael merely glanced toward them calmly. Then he lightly waved his hand. The next moment, both puppet figures disappeared instantly from inside the office. A second later, a deafening explosion echoed from somewhere far outside Thornvale. Boom! Even from this distance, everyone inside Thornvale could see a massive mushroom cloud rising toward the sky far away in the distance. Michael did not even bother paying attention to it afterward. Instead, his gaze focused fully toward the remaining figures before him. Or more accurately, the people they were carrying. Currently, both Ace and Lyra carried someone. In Lyra's arms was a dirty, headless corpse. The body was stained with blood and dirt. One of the arms was also bent unnaturally. Even so, Michael recognized her instantly. Ariane. Meanwhile, on Ace's back rested an unconscious old man covered in injuries. Duke Evermoon. Though Michael had not expected the old man to still be alive, seeing that he was at least still breathing could already count as good news. However, the Duke was obviously not in a good state at all. Yes, Michael had indeed sent the 2 stronger puppets to retrieve Ariane's corpse and rescue the Duke. However, for additional safety, he had also sent both Ace and Lyra afterward. One could somewhat ignore Lyra. Although Michael had not invested heavily into her over the past few months compared to the others, he still possessed more than enough resources to successfully push her into rank 2. But Ace was different. Ace was one of the very first humans reborn through Michael's blood. The changes within his body had already long surpassed ordinary humans. Combined with the cultivation methods, resources, bloodline enhancement, and techniques Michael personally provided him, Ace's growth speed became extremely terrifying. In only a few short months, he had not only entered rank 2 successfully, but had already progressed considerably within the realm itself. At this point, he was already approaching the middle stages of rank 2. At this point, Ace was already approaching the middle stages of rank 2. This speed was absurdly fast. Of course, after Michael's blood had fundamentally transformed Ace's body beforehand, combined with resources like spirit crystals obtained from the academy being poured into him afterward, such growth no longer seemed entirely impossible. Still, it remained terrifyingly fast regardless. At the very least, within the cultivation world Li Yang originated from, Ace would absolutely be viewed as a monstrous genius capable of shocking countless sects and clans. And unlike ordinary supernaturals of the same rank, Ace was a cultivator. This profession naturally made him significantly stronger than what his realm alone suggested. Although he still might not be capable of defeating peak rank 2 opponents directly in battle, escaping safely from them would not be difficult at all. Most importantly, both Ace and Lyra currently housed fragments of Michael's consciousness as well. However, unlike the earlier servants inside the capital, those fragments of consciousness were currently dormant and inactive. If they had encountered any unexpected dangers or complications during their return journey, Michael's consciousness would have immediately awakened through them and resolved the issue personally. Fortunately, things never reached that level. The previous 2 controlled humans had successfully completed the mission and safely brought everyone back. Unfortunately, the moment those 2 ordinary humans used power far beyond what their bodies could naturally endure, their deaths had already become inevitable. Still, considering their final actions, this outcome could also be regarded as retribution for everything they had previously done. The first thing Michael did afterward was remove the fragments of consciousness residing inside Ace and Lyra. A faint ripple spread invisibly throughout the room. Both Ace and Lyra immediately stiffened briefly before their bodies visibly relaxed afterward. The change was subtle. However, Michael could clearly notice the difference almost instantly. Even so, he said nothing about it. Michael calmly looked toward the 2 of them for a brief moment before finally speaking. "You've done well. Go rest." "Yes, Master." "Yes, Lord Mike." The 2 answered immediately without hesitation. Soon afterward, Ace and Lyra quietly left the ruined office hall without asking any unnecessary questions. Once they were gone, silence gradually returned to the room once more. Michael's attention slowly shifted toward Ariane and Duke Evermoon. He stood up slowly before walking closer toward them. For several long seconds, Michael simply stared silently at the headless corpse lying upon the ground. The room became deathly silent. Then slowly, Michael crouched down. A faint ripple spread through the surrounding space. The next moment, Ariane's corpse disappeared instantly from the ground before being transferred directly into the damaged coffin of the Forgotten. After safely storing Ariane's body away, Michael finally turned his attention toward Duke Evermoon. The old man's condition looked terrible. Although Ace had stabilized him somewhat during the journey back, the Duke was still covered in injuries. His aura also appeared extremely weak and unstable. However, after checking briefly, Michael discovered the situation was not quite as terrible as it initially appeared. At the very least, the old man was still alive. That alone could already be considered fortunate. Without wasting any time, Michael slowly raised one hand. Soft green light immediately gathered around his palm. Among Michael's undead legion, there were naturally many creatures possessing healing-related abilities. Over time, through repeatedly copying abilities from countless undead and contracted creatures, Michael himself had also gained access to a frightening number of support and recovery skills. Soon, healing energy slowly covered Duke Evermoon's body completely. The old man's injuries visibly began improving. The bleeding gradually stopped. The damaged flesh slowly repaired itself. Even the chaotic fluctuations within his body stabilized somewhat under the effects of the healing spell. Unfortunately, though the Duke's physical condition improved considerably afterward, he still showed no signs of waking up. Michael's eyes narrowed slightly in thought. Given his previous condition, it's obvious he was mentally tampered with somehow. I just don't know whether he's aware of his daughter's death or not. After remaining silent for a moment, Michael suddenly disappeared from the office together with the Duke's unconscious body. A moment later, Michael reappeared inside his personal room within the manor. Michael calmly walked toward the bed before gently laying Duke Evermund's unconscious body down carefully. Michael stood silently beside the bed for several moments afterward. Then suddenly his body lightly shook. Michael's expression changed slightly. At the same moment, a strange fluctuation spread faintly throughout his body. The sensation itself was weak, but it still surprised Michael greatly because he had not expected to feel any noticeable feedback from a mere rank 3 advancement. Then again, why had he not felt anything from Jester's advancement previously? Was it because of the creature itself rather than the grade? Michael's thoughts moved rapidly. Yes. Finally, after 3 entire days, Wisdom had successfully advanced into rank 3 as an epic grade creature. Several notifications instantly flashed past Michael's vision. Spatial Void Raven Owl has successfully evolved into Abyssal Void Wing Owl. Species grade, Epic 1 star. Wisdom has leveled up to level 64. Then, before Michael could even fully process those notifications, another panel suddenly appeared before him. The epic creature Abyssal Void Wing Owl has gained a new trait. Trait acquired, Blessed by the Void. Blessed by the Void, a rare spatial blessing. Creatures possessing this trait naturally resonate with space itself, allowing them to interact with spatial energy with far greater efficiency and reduced strain. Effect: spatial abilities, spatial manipulation, spatial stability, spatial movement, and void-related skills gain 200% increased efficiency. Michael's pupils contracted slightly. Even he could not help feeling surprised after reading the final line. 200%. That was absolutely not a small increase. For creatures or abilities related to laws, percentages became increasingly terrifying the higher one climbed. After taking one final look toward Duke Evermoon, Michael instantly vanished from the room. Meanwhile, back within the Lionheart Kingdom's capital, a heavy atmosphere filled the royal meeting hall. Inside the massive throne room, several important figures of the kingdom sat silently on both sides of the enormous chamber. No one spoke casually. Even the servants standing quietly near the walls lowered their heads nervously as if afraid breathing too loudly might attract unwanted attention. At the very center of the room sat a woman upon the throne. Princess Priscilla. Her complexion looked even paler after the earlier incident at the flying port, and traces of exhaustion could still clearly be seen within her eyes. However, despite that exhaustion, her expression remained cold and composed. Beside the throne sat an old man dressed in royal robes. His aura was restrained, yet every single person inside the room unconsciously avoided meeting his eyes for too long. The former king of the Lionheart Kingdom. Although he had only recently stepped down from the throne, no one within the kingdom dared ignore his presence. In many ways, his influence remained just as terrifying as before. On both sides of the meeting hall sat the kingdom's highest-ranking officials, nobles, generals, and powerful supernaturals. Mage Lien could naturally be seen seated toward the far left side of the chamber. The old mage's face looked unusually pale today. In truth, it was the same for everyone else within the meeting room because every single person present understood the same thing. The Lionheart Kingdom had stepped into dangerous waters. Very dangerous waters. Directly at the center of the hall, standing beneath countless gazes, were 3 trembling figures. The 9th Prince. The 10th Prince. And Count Holland. If Michael were present here, he would instantly recognize 2 of the 3. Especially the 9th Prince. Ariane's former fiancé. And the 10th Prince. The root cause behind everything from the very beginning. Compared to the 2 princes, Count Holland looked significantly worse. Sweat continuously dripped down the man's face while his pale lips trembled slightly. The meeting hall remained silent for several long moments. No one spoke. No one even dared breathe too loudly. Everyone present had already received detailed reports regarding what happened at the flying port. The sheer absurdity of it all still felt unreal even now. Princess Priscilla slowly tapped one finger against the armrest of her chair. Tap. 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 The quiet sound echoed heavily throughout the hall. Finally, she spoke. Do the three of you understand what you've done? Her voice sounded calm. Yet the moment those words fell, the atmosphere inside the meeting hall immediately became even heavier. The ninth prince's face turned pale. Count Holland nearly collapsed completely. Even the 10th prince, who had at least remained calmer than the other two until now, unconsciously lowered his head further. Princess Priscilla's cold gaze slowly swept across all three of them. You've doomed this kingdom. The moment those words left her mouth, the 9th prince immediately raised his head in panic. That cannot be true, right? His voice carried both disbelief and fear. Although his body trembled slightly, he still hurriedly continued speaking. Even if Mike Nor is strong, he would not dare openly oppose the Black Serpent Empire, right? Surely things have not reached that level yet. Boom! Before he could even finish speaking, a terrifying wave of pressure suddenly exploded outward from Princess Priscilla. The 9th prince's expression changed drastically. The next moment, his body was blown violently across the hall. Bang! He smashed directly into one of the massive stone walls before crashing heavily onto the floor. Blood immediately spilled from the corner of his mouth. The entire meeting hall instantly fell silent. No one dared speak. No one even dared move. The 9th prince himself looked completely stunned. Meanwhile, Princess Priscilla slowly lowered her hand. Her face no longer carried exhaustion now. Only fury. Cold fury. You still do not understand. Her voice echoed throughout the chamber. Even now, you still do not understand. The 9th prince's pupils trembled violently. Meanwhile, the 10th prince swallowed hard before carefully speaking. And boom! Another terrifying pressure erupted instantly. This time, the 10th prince suffered the exact same fate. His body flew violently across the meeting hall before slamming harshly against the opposite wall. Crack! Several cracks immediately spread across the stone behind him. The 10th prince coughed blood before collapsing onto the floor in terror. Silence descended once more. Absolute silence. Even Mage Lien remained quiet. No one present dared interfere. Everyone could feel it clearly. Princess Priscilla was truly furious. The former king silently watched everything without stopping her. One could call him the rightful ruler of the kingdom, but even he understood the Poi who were primarily responsible for the kingdom's strong status. Princess Priscilla's cold eyes locked directly onto the two princes. Especially the 10th prince. Disappointment could clearly be seen within her gaze now. Deep disappointment. You idiots. Her voice sounded low and heavy. Even if he chooses not to go against the empire itself. She slowly pointed toward the two princes. Are you the empire? Neither prince dared answer. Cold sweat continuously dripped down their faces. Princess Priscilla's voice suddenly rose sharply. If he doesn't go after the empire, then why can't he come after you? Her final words practically exploded throughout the entire meeting hall. The room fell deathly silent afterward. The 9th prince's face turned ghostly pale. The 10th prince's body visibly shook even harder. Because for the very first time, they truly realized something. Michael never actually needed to oppose the Black Serpent Empire directly if he lacked the ability to do so. He only needed to kill them. And after what happened at the flying port, no one present here truly believed he lacked that ability anymore. Princess Priscilla slowly exhaled afterward. Then her gaze slowly shifted toward Count Holland. The Count immediately crawled forward in panic. Why, Your Highness? His voice trembled violently. I never intended for things to become this severe. Princess Priscilla stared at him coldly. You intended to gain favor with the Empire. Count Holland's body froze instantly. You intended to sacrifice Sir Mike in order to secure your own standing. Her voice became increasingly colder. And now look at the result. Count Holland's lips trembled uncontrollably. He wanted to speak. Wanted to defend himself. But no words came out. Even he understood by now that this matter had already spiraled far beyond anyone's control. The former king finally spoke calmly from beside the throne. The problem now is no longer the Empire. Several expressions immediately changed. The old man's eyes narrowed slightly. The problem is whether Mike Norr still considers himself part of this kingdom at all. From what I can tell, it is possible he never considered himself part of us from the very beginning. Those words instantly caused many hearts inside the hall to sink heavily. The former king continued calmly. Given that we have truly angered him, the only thing we can do now is make sure we, or at least many of us, are still alive by the end of all this. His gaze slowly swept across everyone present. So everyone, time is no longer on our side. The old king's voice became quieter afterward. What do you think we should do? Meanwhile, Michael had absolutely no idea what the nobles inside the capital were currently discussing about him. And even if he somehow learned they were discussing him right now, he still would not have cared much. To Michael, things were actually very simple. The people he wanted would eventually be found. If they chose to run away from him, then that only proved they themselves understood they were guilty. And if someone attempted to protect or stop them from being punished, then that only proved those people were partners of the guilty as well. Michael did not consider himself some bloodthirsty madman. At least, he genuinely did not think so. These people were not innocent. If he backed down now simply because he feared some unknown consequences, more people would suffer. Even if those people could never personally threaten him, they could still continue ruining countless other lives beneath them just like they always had. And was he truly supposed to simply let Ariane's death pass quietly like this? Michael genuinely could not understand that kind of thinking. Oh, she's dead already, so everyone else should simply be forgiven. To him, that mindset made absolutely no sense whatsoever. If anything, Ariane's death only made certain things unavoidable. In any case, Michael's current attention was no longer focused on the capital for now. It was focused entirely on wisdom. Inside the Everlong forest, Michael stood silently while looking toward the massive creature floating before him. Or more accurately, the owl that could no longer truly be called an owl anymore. Compared to before, Wisdom's appearance had undergone enormous changes after evolving into the abyssal void-wing owl. Its body had become significantly larger. The feathers covering it no longer looked like ordinary feathers at all. Instead, they resembled layers of dark crystalline matter that reflected faint silver-purple light. Its eyes had also changed completely to pure white. Once again though, even with Michael's blood mixed into its evolution, Wisdom still shared no particular resemblance to him whatsoever. Michael quietly observed everything. Then slowly, Wisdom opened its eyes fully. Boom! The surrounding space instantly distorted violently. Michael's pupils narrowed slightly. What terrifying spatial affinity! At the same time, Wisdom's gaze landed on Michael. For a brief moment, the enormous owl looked terrifyingly unfamiliar. Its pure white eyes seemed empty, almost like two silent holes opened directly into space itself. Combined with its crystalline feathers and the faint spatial cracks flickering around its body, it looked less like the pet Michael was familiar with and more like some strange bizarre creature. Then Wisdom tilted its head. The intimidating atmosphere disappeared almost instantly. Michael stared at it for a few seconds before suddenly smiling faintly. It did not matter how much Wisdom changed. In the end, this was still his baby pet. Michael raised his hand and rubbed Wisdom's head heavily. Wisdom's eyes narrowed slightly in satisfaction as it leaned into his palm, its massive body shrinking slightly until it became a more manageable size. Though Michael paid more attention to its newly acquired trait, wisdom had also gained several skills from its evolution as well. Manipulating its body size was one of them, something that greatly satisfied Michael. In fact, even if wisdom had not naturally gained the ability, Michael would have eventually taught it somehow. Michael's mood eased slightly afterward. After several moments, he finally withdrew his hand. "It's time to visit the capital." His voice was calm, but the coldness hidden beneath it had not disappeared. At this point, Michael knew he could no longer participate in Aurora's attack on the demonic faction. At least, not during the early stages. That was somewhat unfortunate. However, if he finished dealing with the Empire, Ariane, and the Lionheart Kingdom only to discover that the Federation and several academies were still locked in battle against the demonic faction, that would not be good news either. It would mean the situation had already entered a truly heated stage. Michael lightly rubbed Wisdom's head again. "For now, you'll be the main transporter on this journey." Wisdom blinked slowly. Michael looked toward the direction of the Lionheart capital. "Let's see how far you can go." The moment his words fell, Wisdom's wings spread slightly. Space around them folded inward. A silent ripple swallowed both Michael and Wisdom. In the next instant, the everlong forest disappeared from sight. Michael and Wisdom reappeared silently beneath a dark evening sky. A cold wind brushed past Michael's face. The surroundings looked somewhat familiar to him. Several seconds passed before Michael's eyes narrowed slightly in recollection. This place. He remembered it. This was one of the outer wasteland regions bordering the Lionheart Kingdom's central territory. Back then, when he had first traveled to the capital, he had crossed this exact area aboard a flying ship. At the time, even with the speed of the flying ship, crossing this region alone had still taken a considerable amount of time. Michael slowly looked around again. Then his expression changed slightly afterward. The distance was ridiculous. From Thornvale to this location alone was already estimated to be over 3,000 kilometers away. Michael's eyes narrowed slightly while looking toward Wisdom. Back on Earth, this distance alone was already comparable to crossing several smaller states entirely. Even he had not expected something this absurd. At rank 2, Wisdom's spatial movement abilities were already terrifying enough. But now, after evolving into an epic grade rank 3 creature and gaining the trait Blessed by the Void, its control over space had clearly undergone a qualitative transformation. Most terrifying of all, Michael could tell Wisdom had not even reached its limit yet. The owl itself did not even appear tired. Instead, Wisdom simply blinked innocently at him before letting out a soft hoot as if asking whether it had performed well. Michael stared at it for a few seconds. Then he suddenly laughed softly. "You little monster." Wisdom tilted its head proudly. "With this speed, we only need a few more jumps before we reach the capital." After giving Wisdom another direction, the two disappeared once more. Far above the skies, space distorted silently before Michael and Wisdom stepped out from the folded void itself. The moment Michael arrived within the vicinity of the capital, the entire atmosphere of the region subtly changed. Unlike before, this time Michael made absolutely no effort to hide his presence. The effect was immediate. The moment they appeared, countless powerful figures throughout the capital instantly sensed it. Several expressions changed instantly. "What is that?" At the same time, even ordinary mortals throughout the capital subconsciously noticed something strange. Many civilians walking through the streets suddenly paused instinctively before looking upward in confusion. Some saw nothing. Others vaguely noticed a dark figure high above the clouds. However, fortunately for them, Michael was far too high in the sky and his attention was not focused on them directly. Otherwise, merely looking at him in his current state would have been enough to seriously harm weaker mortals. Ironically, the people suffering the most were actually the supernaturals below, thanks to their stronger senses. The moment their perception touched Michael's presence, their expressions immediately changed drastically. Boom! Inside a certain mage tower, one elderly mage suddenly coughed blood violently while stumbling backward. Heavens! His eyes trembled with horror. It felt like his senses had brushed against some terrifying abyss. Inside another noble estate, a grand stage knight suddenly dropped to one knee while his instincts screamed in warning. Cold sweat poured down his face uncontrollably. Meanwhile, several scouts and perception-focused supernaturals directly fainted on the spot after attempting to probe the figure in the sky. Far above the capital, Michael quietly overlooked the massive city beneath him. At the same time, deep within the royal palace, several powerful figures suddenly stood up simultaneously. Princess Priscilla's expression changed sharply. The former king's eyes narrowed instantly. Even Mage Lien abruptly looked toward the sky with a grave expression. All of them had sensed it. Michael had arrived. Meanwhile, the reactions of the two princes and Count Holland were far more intense. The moment they sensed Michael's arrival, all three figures instantly lost the little composure they still possessed. The ninth prince's face turned deathly pale. He had just stood up when his legs weakened instantly beneath him and he collapsed heavily onto the floor. And no. His voice trembled violently. Cold sweat poured down his body uncontrollably. At this point, after personally sensing Michael's terrifying presence from afar, the ninth prince finally realized something clearly. The person they had offended was not some genius, nor some talented young supernatural. It was a monster. A genuine monster. Beside him, the 10th prince looked no better. His body shook visibly while terror completely filled his eyes. Even Count Holland nearly fainted outright. The pressure descending from the sky alone already made it difficult for him to breathe. At this moment, all three finally understood just how ridiculous their previous actions had truly been. Unfortunately, it was already too late. The ninth prince suddenly crawled forward desperately. "Your Majesty." He looked toward Princess Priscilla and the former king almost pleadingly. "Save me. I was wrong. I truly did not know things would become like this." His voice had completely lost all dignity now. The 10th prince also hurriedly crawled forward afterward. "Aunt. Please. Please protect me. I know I was wrong. I'll apologize. I'll compensate him. I'll do anything." Meanwhile, Count Holland had already completely collapsed onto the ground. His body trembled non-stop. "Your Majesties." His lips shook violently. "I only wanted to improve my standing with the Empire. I never intended for things to escalate this far. I truly didn't know." At this point, all three looked miserable beyond words. The earlier arrogance they once carried had completely disappeared. Only fear remained. Unfortunately for them, the expressions of everyone else inside the hall only became uglier. Especially Princess Priscilla, who no longer knew what exactly could be done anymore. Michael had already arrived personally. And after everything that had happened, who here truly believed words alone could resolve this situation? The former king slowly closed his eyes briefly before exhaling deeply. Even he felt a rare sense of helplessness now. How ridiculous. A former ruler of an entire kingdom feeling helpless because of a single young man. Yet after sensing Michael's presence personally, the old king could no longer find the situation absurd. Even he had to admit it. That aura was far too terrifying. Princess Priscilla slowly looked toward the three begging figures on the ground. Then she spoke coldly. "Do you think apologies matter now?" The ninth prince froze. The 10th prince's face turned pale. Princess Priscilla's expression only became colder afterward. "You felt safe because the Empire stood behind you. You believed Sir Mike could be suppressed. You believed he would fear consequences." Her voice gradually sharpened. "But now." She slowly pointed upward toward the sky beyond the palace. "Can you not feel it yourselves?" The entire hall fell silent again. Of course they could feel it. Everyone could. That terrifying presence hanging above the capital felt less like a human being and more like some natural disaster waiting to descend at any moment. The ninth prince's body shook harder. At this point, he finally realized something truly horrifying. Michael might not even care anymore whether the kingdom protected them or not. With that kind of strength, he could simply kill them directly. The 10th prince also clearly understood the same thing. Terror completely overwhelmed him. "Aunt, please." His voice sounded desperate now. "You have to save me." Princess Priscilla looked at him silently for several seconds. Then she slowly closed her eyes in despair. Even if she wanted to save them, how? Suddenly, space inside the meeting hall distorted silently. The expressions of everyone present changed drastically. Before anyone could even react properly, a figure appeared directly within the center of the hall. Michael stood there calmly in black robes while faint spatial fluctuations distorted the air around him. Beside him floated wisdom in its reduced form, its pure white eyes quietly sweeping across the room. The entire meeting hall froze instantly. The moment Michael's gaze landed upon the ninth prince, the latter's face instantly lost all color. No. His body trembled violently. The 10th prince's pupils also contracted sharply while Count Holland nearly screamed outright. Michael said nothing. He merely looked at them quietly. Then suddenly, the 10th prince's body jerked upward violently. His feet left the ground instantly. Both hands immediately grabbed at his throat desperately as if invisible hands had suddenly wrapped around his neck. The surrounding space around him visibly distorted faintly. His body slowly floated higher and higher into the air. 10th Prince. Several nearby nobles instinctively stood up in alarm. Boom! A terrifying pressure suddenly exploded outward from Michael's body. The entire hall instantly shook violently. Everyone who had stood up immediately froze in place. Some weaker supernaturals directly coughed blood from the pressure alone. Michael's eyes remained emotionless. The 10th prince continued struggling frantically in midair. His face rapidly turned red. Then purple. His legs kicked wildly while both hands clawed desperately at the invisible force crushing his throat. "Aunt." His voice came out broken and hoarse. Princess Priscilla's expression changed sharply. "Sir Mike." Michael finally spoke calmly. "Do not interfere." The moment those words fell, the surrounding atmosphere became even colder. Meanwhile, the 9th prince completely collapsed mentally. "Don't kill me." He suddenly screamed while crawling backward desperately across the floor. "I didn't do anything. It was him." He pointed directly toward the floating 10th prince. "He started everything. He was the one who targeted Ariane." The 10th prince's eyes widened in disbelief even while being choked. 9th. Before he could finish speaking, the invisible pressure around his neck tightened further. Crack. A horrifying sound echoed faintly throughout the hall. The 10th prince's pupils shook violently from pain. Count Holland also completely broke down afterward. "I was wrong." He slammed his forehead repeatedly against the floor. "Please spare me. I can compensate you. I can give you anything." Michael slowly shifted his gaze toward him. That single glance alone almost caused Count Holland to faint. Finally, Michael looked back toward the struggling 10th prince floating helplessly in the air. For several seconds, he said nothing. The entire meeting hall remained deathly silent aside from the choking sounds coming from the prince. At first, Michael had truly believed this moment would make him lose control completely. He had imagined that the moment he saw the 10th prince and the others responsible for everything, rage would completely consume him. And yes, he was angry. But strangely enough, the fury inside him was not as explosive as he had expected. At first, Michael did not understand why. Then slowly, he realized the answer himself. They were too weak. The moment that realization surfaced inside his mind, Michael suddenly lost all interest in dragging things out further. The 9th prince. The 10th prince. Count Holland. even the nobles trembling throughout the hall. All of them were too weak. Too insignificant. They were not enemies standing before him. Michael suddenly understood something clearly. The real enemy now was the Empire. After killing these people, it meant he had avenged Ariane. Going after the Empire was because they were now his enemies. As for the Lionheart Kingdom, the people here were not even worthy of being called his enemies anymore. The realization strangely calmed him further. The invisible force around the 10th prince loosened slightly. The prince immediately gasped violently for air while still floating helplessly in midair. Terror completely filled his eyes now. Meanwhile, the 9th prince and Count Holland both froze in confusion. Michael slowly looked around the meeting hall afterward. His calm gaze swept across every noble present. No one dared meet his eyes. Not even the former king, who could only watch helplessly as his 2 children stood at the edge of death. Finally, Michael spoke quietly. "I thought I would hate all of you more. But now that I'm here." He looked toward the 10th prince again. "I only find all of this pathetic." The 10th prince's body trembled harder. Michael's eyes remained indifferent. "You destroyed someone's life because you believed you could. You cornered people because you believed there would be no consequences. You treated others as disposable because you thought power protected you." His gaze slowly shifted toward Count Holland. "And you?" Count Holland instantly slammed his forehead against the floor again. "Please." Michael ignored him completely. Then his eyes moved toward the 9th prince. The 9th prince froze completely. Michael stared at him for several seconds. The 9th prince's lips trembled violently. But no words came out. Silence filled the hall once more. Then Michael suddenly shook his head faintly. "This is enough." Several expressions changed instantly. Princess Priscilla's eyes narrowed slightly. Even the former king looked toward Michael carefully. Meanwhile, the 3 people on the floor became even more terrified instead of relieved. Michael slowly turned around afterward. "To continue wasting time here would only lower me further." His voice echoed quietly throughout the hall. "The people in this kingdom are not worthy of being my enemies." Those words caused countless expressions to become ugly instantly. Some nobles lowered their heads in shame. Others clenched their fists helplessly. But no one could refute him. Michael truly stood at an entirely different level now. At that moment, the former king suddenly spoke. "Sir Mike." His voice was calm. The entire hall immediately turned toward him. Michael's gaze also shifted slowly toward the old man. The former king looked directly at Michael without avoiding his eyes. Even now, the old man still carried the bearing of a ruler. For several seconds, he remained silent before finally speaking again. "I wish to ask one thing of you." Michael looked at him quietly. The former king continued calmly. "I do not wish to watch my children die with my own eyes. They must die." Michael's answer came without hesitation. The surrounding atmosphere immediately became heavier. However, surprisingly, the former king slowly nodded. "I know." The old man's voice sounded tired now. "Honestly, after everything that has happened, even I agree with you." The 9th prince's face instantly turned ghostly pale. "Father?" The 10th prince also froze completely. The former king ignored both of them entirely. Instead, he simply looked toward Michael quietly. "They deserve death." His words echoed heavily throughout the hall. No matter their reasons, no matter their excuses, their actions brought disaster upon others and nearly destroyed this kingdom. The old man slowly closed his eyes briefly. But, for the first time, his voice sounded older. "As a father, I cannot calmly sit here and watch my children die before my eyes." Silence filled the hall afterward. Michael quietly stared at the old man for several seconds, and then slowly, something seemed to click within his mind. His expression changed slightly afterward, and for the first time since entering the hall, Michael looked at the former king with a somewhat complicated gaze. The old man was not trying to save his sons anymore. He already understood that was impossible. Instead, he simply did not want to personally witness their deaths. The former king slowly exhaled afterward before calmly taking several steps forward. "Sir Mike," he said steadily, "I hope that with my life, you will at least see some sincerity from this kingdom." Several expressions changed instantly afterward. Princess Priscilla's eyes widened sharply. "Brother." The former king ignored them all and simply continued speaking calmly. "After this matter ends, the Lionheart Kingdom will forever treat you as an honored ally equal to the friend of our founding ancestor." Many nobles immediately inhaled sharply. Then the old man continued further, "And Mage Lien will officially become the grand advisor of the royal family after this matter concludes." This time, even Mage Lien himself looked genuinely stunned. The former king slowly looked back toward Michael afterward. "I cannot stop what must happen," he said calmly. "But this old man still hopes the kingdom itself can survive beyond tonight." Michael looked at the former king silently. For a moment, he wanted to say there was no need to go this far, but the words never left his mouth. Because the only way to truly stop the old man from doing this was to spare his sons. And that was impossible. The 9th prince had to die. The 10th prince had to die. No matter what the former king offered, no matter how sincere his expression looked, that result could not change. Michael's eyes flickered slightly afterward. Perhaps the former king understood that as well. Perhaps that was why he had chosen this path. A father who could not save his children. A king who could not save his kingdom through strength. So in the end, he could only offer his own life as the final apology. Princess Priscilla's expression finally changed completely. "Brother, stop," she said in a low voice. For the first time, there was something close to panic within it. The former king did not look at her. He only smiled faintly and replied softly, "It is fine." Then, before anyone could react, he raised his hand. His palm struck the side of his own head. "Pa!" The sound was not loud. There was no explosion of blood, no shattered skull, and no visible wound. The former king simply stood there for a brief moment. Then the light in his eyes quietly went out. His body remained upright for another second before slowly falling forward. "Brother!" Princess Priscilla's voice finally broke. The entire meeting hall descended into chaos afterward. Princess Priscilla rushed forward immediately, catching the former king's falling body before it could hit the ground. For the first time since Michael entered the palace, the calm and composed princess completely lost control. Her hands trembled slightly as she held the old man tightly. "Brother!" Her voice sounded hollow now. No response came. The former king's eyes remained slightly open, yet the life within them had already disappeared completely. Several nobles immediately knelt down in panic. "Your Majesty! Your Majesty!" Even some of the older generals who had followed the former king for decades lowered their heads heavily, their expressions filled with grief. The atmosphere within the hall instantly became suffocating. Meanwhile, the 9th prince completely froze in place. The 10th prince still floated weakly in the air while staring blankly at his father's corpse. Neither of them had expected this outcome. Deep despair finally appeared within their eyes. Meanwhile, Michael stood silently within the center of the hall while watching everything unfold around him. The crying, the grief, and the sorrow filling the room strangely made him feel conflicted for the first time since arriving here. A strange heaviness slowly settled within his chest afterward. The former king was not innocent. As ruler, he naturally carried responsibility for the corruption and decay within the kingdom. Yet at the very end, the old man still chose to die as a father instead of a king. That alone complicated Michael's emotions more than he expected. Michael quietly looked toward the former king's corpse again. Then slowly, he realized something. The world was not truly divided into simple heroes and villains. Most people only stood from their own side. To Ariane, the 9th prince and 10th prince were monsters who ruined her life. To Michael, the people before him were guilty individuals who deserved punishment. But to the former king, those same people were still his children. No matter how terrible they became and no matter how unforgivable their sins were, they were still his sons. Michael's gaze lowered slightly afterward. For the first time in a long while, he felt something close to self-reflection. Strength truly changed perspective. Before today, Michael had subconsciously viewed himself as the one carrying out justice. Even now, he still believed the princes deserved death. That belief had not changed in the slightest. Yet watching the people inside the hall grieve for the former king made Michael realize another uncomfortable truth. In some people's stories, he himself would become the villain. Not because he believed he was wrong, but because life itself was complicated. The former king had not died because Michael directly killed him, yet everyone present understood the truth. His death happened because Michael arrived here demanding blood. That reality could not be denied no matter how one looked at it. Michael quietly closed his eyes briefly before slowly opening them again. For some reason, instead of making him unstable, the realization actually calmed him further. The world was not black and white. There was no perfect justice. No matter what path someone chose, another person somewhere would still curse them for it. And perhaps that was simply reality. A hard truth. But strangely enough, understanding it also brought a certain clarity to Michael's mind. He no longer felt the need to desperately justify every action he took. Nor did he feel the need to pretend he stood entirely righteous above everyone else. He would simply do what he believed needed to be done and accept the consequences attached to it. If others viewed him as a villain for those actions, then so be it. Because in the end, everyone lived from their own perspective. And from Michael's perspective, the people who destroyed Ariane's life still had to die. Thanks to the former king's final actions, Michael found his thoughts changing slightly. He was even less interested in dragging things further. The atmosphere within the hall remained heavy with grief and panic. The 9th prince and Count Holland remained frozen on the floor while the 10th prince floated weakly in the air. Suddenly, all three figures jerked violently. The 9th prince instantly grabbed his throat. Count Holland's eyes widened in horror as both his hands clawed desperately at his neck. Even the 10th prince immediately began choking again. Their bodies rose from the ground before being dragged directly toward Michael by an invisible force. No. Please. Spare me. The three screamed desperately while their bodies floated helplessly through the air. Michael's expression remained calm throughout everything. Princess Priscilla noticed his actions immediately, but this time she said nothing. Perhaps after her brother's death, she no longer had the strength to interfere anymore. Or perhaps she already understood there was no point. The surrounding nobles also remained silent despite their pale expressions. Michael slowly turned his head afterward and glanced toward Mage Lien. The old mage stared back at him with a complicated gaze. Shock. Helplessness. Sorrow. And perhaps even slight understanding. For several seconds, neither of them spoke. Then Michael simply gave the old mage a small nod. The next moment, space distorted silently around Michael and the three struggling figures, and in the next instant all four disappeared from the meeting hall completely. Only the heavy atmosphere of grief remained behind. Meanwhile, elsewhere within the royal palace, space twisted quietly once more. Michael reappeared within another location entirely. It was a garden. A small stream flowed peacefully through the center while soft wind brushed gently against the leaves overhead. Compared to the suffocating atmosphere of the meeting hall, this place felt almost unnaturally calm. Unfortunately, the three figures currently choking in midair could not appreciate any of it. The 9th prince struggled wildly while tears streamed down his face. Count Holland had already lost complete control of himself. Michael didn't know if it was because of his age or something else, but the man's bowels had let loose. The 10th prince still stared at Michael with pure terror within his eyes. Michael quietly looked at the three people before him. Then finally, he spoke. Initially, I planned to make the two of you suffer greatly before dying. The 9th prince and 10th prince both trembled violently afterward. Michael's eyes remained calm. But in respect for your father, I changed my mind. The moment those words fell, visible relief instantly appeared within the eyes of both princes. Meanwhile, Count Holland's face instead became even paler. Throughout everything, Michael had completely ignored his existence. Count Holland felt an overwhelming dread. The two princes still at least had the blood of the former king protecting them somewhat. But him? He was nothing. Suddenly, the expressions of both princes froze completely. Their eyes instantly became vacant. Then their floating bodies dropped heavily onto the garden ground below. For a brief moment, neither of them moved. Count Holland stared blankly in confusion amidst his pain. Then suddenly, both princes began shaking violently. Low grunts escaped from their mouths as their bodies started twitching non-stop across the garden floor. The 9th prince clawed desperately at the dirt beneath him. The 10th prince's entire body arched unnaturally while veins bulged across his neck. Yet strangely, neither of them screamed. It was as if their voices had become trapped inside their throats. Count Holland watched the scene unfold with widening eyes. Fear completely exploded within his heart afterward. Despite their silent appearance, anyone could tell the two princes were currently experiencing horrifying pain. Their bodies twisted violently non-stop while muffled grunts continued escaping their mouths. Michael quietly overlooked everything with a calm expression. Yes. Although he had decided to honor the former king somewhat, that did not mean the two princes would simply die peacefully. Using his law to copy the illusionary traits belonging to purple and blue, Michael directly dragged both princes into a mental illusion. Inside that illusion, time flowed differently. Countless things would happen to them there, and everything they experienced inside would feel as real as possible. In the real world, both princes continued convulsing violently across the garden floor while trapped within the nightmare Michael had created for them. Michael slowly raised his hand and dark flames quietly emerged above his palm. The moment the fire appeared, even the surrounding garden atmosphere distorted faintly. Count Holland's pupils contracted violently. This was the abyss flame Michael had copied from Spartan's law of abyssal pyre. A terrifying flame said to devour nearly anything it touched. Michael calmly compressed part of the black flame until two tiny seeds formed above his fingertips. Then he casually flicked them forward. The seeds instantly entered the bodies of both princes. The bodies of the 9th prince and 10th prince shook even harder as the abyss flame began devouring their life force slowly from within. It would continue feeding upon them little by little until absolutely nothing remained to consume. Only when they died would the illusion finally end. Count Holland completely collapsed mentally after witnessing everything. His body trembled uncontrollably while terror filled every inch of his face as he noticed Michael finally turning to look at him. Michael looked at Count Holland quietly. "And you?" His voice trailed off. For some reason, Michael felt strangely uninterested in continuing. Initially, he had thought about asking the man several questions, but after everything that had happened tonight, Michael suddenly realized none of it would make him feel better. So in the end, he simply lost interest. Count Holland immediately sensed it. That cold indifference inside Michael's eyes terrified him even more than rage would have. Please. The old count's voice completely broke apart. I was wrong. I truly was wrong. Michael said nothing. He merely raised his hand once more as a tiny black flame seed appeared above his fingertips. Count Holland's pupils shrank violently. No. This time, Michael did not place anyone under an illusion. With a casual flick of his finger, the black seed entered Count Holland's body directly. A horrifying scream instantly exploded throughout the entire garden. Count Holland's body slammed against the ground violently as he rolled across the dirt like a madman. Both hands clawed desperately at his own chest while the abyss flame began devouring his life force from within. Unlike the two princes who suffered silently within their illusions, Count Holland experienced everything directly. He no longer resembled a noble. He sounded like a pig being slaughtered alive. It hurts. Please. Turn it off. Tears, mucus, and saliva covered his face completely while his body twisted non-stop across the garden floor. Meanwhile, Michael simply watched him quietly for several seconds. With this, I've at least paid some respects to Ariane. Michael's voice faded as he disappeared. Only Count Holland's miserable screams continued echoing endlessly throughout the garden. After dealing with the three figures, Michael finally felt much of the heaviness inside his heart clear away. His thoughts became clearer again and his mind no longer felt clouded by emotion. However, aside from the Empire, Michael was now plagued with a new problem. Ariane's revival. In the purple world within his storage ring, Michael slowly exhaled while rubbing the space between his brows helplessly. According to Jester, reviving Ariane would require Michael to use his Genesis body skill to create the perfect vessel for her soul. At first, Michael truly believed the process would not be difficult. After all, had he not already created a clone body for himself before? Even if Michael personally considered that clone imperfect, the vessel itself had still been extremely powerful. It had perfectly housed one of his most unique undead after all. Naturally, Michael assumed creating another body should not be overly complicated. Only after actually beginning the process for Ariane did Michael realize just how mistaken he had been. The requirements were completely different. Creating a generic body was one thing. Creating a body specifically compatible with a particular soul was another matter entirely. Michael sat on the ground, and before him were countless drawings and designs. Some resembled human anatomical structures. Others looked more like magical pathways. In Michael's hand floated a single crimson drop of blood. Meanwhile, beside him, Jester continued drawing calmly without pause. Scratch. Scratch. The sound of the pen moving across paper echoed continuously throughout the quiet space. Michael stared at the enormous pile of designs before him for several seconds before finally speaking helplessly. Is all of this really necessary? Jester did not stop drawing. The vessel is the most important part, he answered calmly. However, compatibility between the soul and vessel would naturally be best. He casually pushed another completed design to the side before continuing. If Master simply wishes to revive this lady normally, then many shortcuts can be taken. Jester finally looked up. His gaze moved toward Ariane's corpse currently sealed peacefully within ice nearby. The young woman looked almost asleep. If Master is not bothered by this lady waking up with a male reproductive organ, Jester said calmly while pointing toward the frozen Ariane, then we can skip this entire process. Silence filled the purple world instantly afterward. Michael stared at him blankly. The next second, the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. In the end, Michael had to admit Jester was right. If he was going to do something, then he should do it properly. The thought of Ariane waking up inside an identical clone of his already felt strange enough. One had to understand that Michael's clones were not puppets or dead shells. They were living life forms. The more Michael thought about it, the stranger the entire situation became. What if Ariane woke up one morning only to discover some hard surprise waiting for her? And then there were the hormones. Michael genuinely believed that kind of situation would drive almost anyone insane eventually. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly. Fine, Michael finally admitted helplessly. Jester gave a small nod before calmly continuing his drawings again. Scratch. Scratch. The sound echoed continuously throughout the purple world. Michael lowered his gaze toward the countless designs spread around the floor once more. Then suddenly, his expression became strange. Wait. He picked up one particular drawing. Michael stared at it for several seconds silently before slowly raising an eyebrow. Jester. Yes, master. Michael lifted the paper higher. I can understand creating a body identical to the original. His gaze narrowed slightly. But why exactly does this design have a tail? Silence filled the surroundings briefly. Then Jester looked over calmly at the drawing in Michael's hand. Oh. His tone remained completely natural. I simply thought perhaps Master would enjoy it. Lily told me you enjoyed watching animations of this sort when you were younger. Michael instantly smacked the back of Jester's head. Jester's head tilted slightly forward from the hit. You undead freak. Michael's face darkened slightly. Jester calmly rubbed the back of his head afterward. Master should not underestimate tales. He spoke with complete seriousness. Based on my observations, many races throughout the universe possess them. Beastkin, dragons, fox spirits, demons, certain void races. Jester adjusted another paper calmly. Furthermore, tales improve balance. I figured we could upgrade her as we give her a new life. Is this not Master's plan for his new subject? Michael smacked the back of his head again. Jester finally fell silent afterward while Michael stared at him with a dark expression. For several seconds, neither of them spoke. Then eventually, Michael sighed heavily while rubbing his forehead helplessly. Sometimes he truly wondered what exactly Jester had become after absorbing all those memories. Also, she is not my subject. I don't plan to use her for anything. Our priority is to bring her back to life. Don't get distracted with things I did not ask you to do. He paused briefly before adding, though I suppose I did say to help me create a perfect vessel. That one's on me. As Michael focused on constructing Ariane's body, his thoughts drifted back to the attack on the demonic faction. It should have started by now. Unfortunately his hands were tied, and he could only hope the Academy and Federation managed well. Meanwhile, back in the land of origin, Michael had finally caught up with two figures who were currently resting in a forest. After dealing with the three people who stood at the root of everything, Michael immediately went after the third prince of the Empire. Initially, he would have preferred for the third prince to safely arrive at the Empire before him. However, Michael realized he could no longer bring himself to wait patiently. Fortunately, thanks to the memories he absorbed from the Empire's men a few hours earlier, Michael already possessed a general understanding of the route leading back toward the Empire. After Michael's attack, Master Vale did not dare to delay even slightly. The moment he escaped with the third prince, the old man immediately began rushing back toward the Empire at full speed. Space distorted continuously around him as he crossed enormous distances without pause. As a great stage being capable of moving through space itself, Master Vale's speed was naturally terrifying. However, the Empire was simply too far away. Even at his level, crossing such an enormous distance still required time, especially while carrying another person who needed protection from the void's influence and moving continuously without rest for hours straight. Fortunately, they were close now. Only several more minutes remained before they reached the imperial capital, which allowed the old man to relax slightly for the first time in hours. Beside him, the third prince looked miserable beyond words. His face remained pale while fear still lingered deeply within his eyes. Ever since escaping from Michael, the prince's mental state had clearly deteriorated further and further. Though the third prince had faced many assassination attempts in the past, none were like the attack today. For someone so sheltered, it had left a particularly strong impression. Unfortunately, he could not even rest properly given the constant movement Master Vale maintained throughout their escape. At some point, the third prince finally could not endure anymore. Master, please. His voice sounded hoarse and exhausted. Can we stop briefly? Master Vale frowned slightly. Under normal circumstances, stopping now did not seem wise. However, being in a familiar region made the old man somewhat more relaxed. In any case, they were close enough now. Even if the person who had attacked them somehow gave chase, as long as he kept his mind on escaping rather than fighting, things should be manageable. Thinking this, Master Vale finally slowed down. "We will rest briefly," he said calmly. "But only for a moment." Master Vale descended toward a forest below. The third prince nearly collapsed the moment they stopped moving. His breathing was ragged while sweat covered his entire body. For the past several hours, his nerves had been stretched to their limit. Master Vale glanced toward him briefly before sitting down cross-legged nearby. "Rest," the old man said calmly. "We will leave shortly." The third prince nodded weakly before sitting heavily against a tree trunk. For the next 30 minutes, neither of them spoke much. Only the sounds of insects and rustling leaves echoed quietly throughout the forest. Eventually, after sensing the prince's condition stabilize somewhat, Master Vale slowly stood up once more. "We should continue moving." However, the third prince did not move. Master Vale frowned slightly. Several seconds passed before the old man spoke again. "Third prince?" The prince still remained seated. Then slowly, he lowered his head while his hands clenched tightly. "Why were we running?" Master Vale's brows furrowed instantly. The third prince suddenly looked upward. His exhausted face now carried anger, humiliation, and unwillingness all mixed together. "You made me look like a coward." His voice gradually rose. "What will my enemies think after this?" The prince slowly stood up while breathing heavily. "Aren't you close to the peak of the great stage? Why didn't you stay and fight him?" Master Vale's face darkened immediately. However, the third prince continued speaking regardless. "If I return to the capital like this, how will father look at me?" His breathing became heavier and heavier. "My brothers will use this against me forever." His voice eventually rose into a near scream. "My reputation in the capital will be ruined." At this point, Master Vale could no longer hide the frustration on his face. The old man stared at the prince silently for several seconds before finally speaking coldly. "Do you truly believe reputation matters more than your life?" Master Vale wanted to say far more. His expression had already become extremely ugly by now. However, after remembering the identity of the person standing before him, he forcibly suppressed part of his anger. No matter what, this was still an imperial prince. So in the end, Master Vale simply inhaled deeply before speaking in a restrained voice. "We should continue moving." Unfortunately, the third prince immediately shook his head. "No." This time, the old man's face genuinely darkened. Master Vale stared directly at the prince for several long seconds before finally speaking again. "Your Highness." His voice had already turned considerably colder. However, the third prince still looked unwilling. Master Vale finally lost the desire to continue tolerating him. "Though I am powerful, I am not omnipotent," he said coldly. "The fact that the person you offended could nearly injure me from that distance alone already proves he is most likely not someone I can defeat." The third prince's expression changed slightly. Master Vale continued. "Do you think great stage cultivators are invincible?" His tone became harsher. "The world is far larger than you imagine." His frustration finally became fully visible. That person's ranged attacks alone are already terrifying enough. If I truly stayed behind to fight him, there is a real possibility both of us would have died there. The third prince clenched his fists tightly. Yet despite hearing all of this, unwillingness still remained within his eyes. According to everything he knew, this Mike fellow was younger than him. How could he possibly be this strong? This old man was simply making excuses. He was the coward here. Master Vale noticed it immediately. For a moment, the old man truly wanted to curse outright. In the end, however, he simply shook his head heavily. Just as he was about to forcefully drag the prince along, his expression changed drastically and he turned to look sharply in a certain direction. Not far from them, a tall youth sat on a tree branch with eyes that seemed to glow faintly in the evening light. A strangely beautiful owl rested quietly on his shoulder. Startled by Master Vale's sudden tension, the third prince turned to look in the same direction. His face changed drastically as well. When had this figure appeared? He hadn't even noticed. What alarmed the prince further was that even Master Vale appeared to have been slow in sensing him. In all honesty, Michael had not truly expected to catch up with these two so quickly. After all, Master Vale and the third prince had escaped long before Michael even arrived at the Lionheart capital. A great stage existence moving at full speed through space was not something ordinary people could casually track down. Yet thanks to a certain owl, Michael still managed to catch up rather easily. One had to understand that advancing to rank 3 was entirely different from the lower ranks. At that stage, whether human or monster, one would inevitably begin touching the domain of laws. Even if evolution acted as a shortcut toward greater power for monsters, it still granted them the trademark ability of rank 3 beings. A law. Naturally, wisdom possessed one as well. And fortunately, its law was exactly what Michael had hoped for. A spatial-related law. Space domination. Compared to many law concepts Michael knew about, this one was not particularly subtle in its expression. To put it simply, it gave wisdom an absurd degree of control over the void itself. Unfortunately, this law was so draining it could affect even wisdom, which could be said to possess near-infinite energy thanks to its nature as a child of the void. Back to the present. Thanks to wisdom's law, its maximum perception distance was instantly doubled. Even if it could only be maintained for a short period, this was more than enough to catch up with the third prince before they reached the Empire. Upon arriving, Michael had not immediately revealed his presence. Instead, he had concealed himself using his various stealth abilities while quietly considering whether it would be better to let the prince return to the Empire before settling things between them, or simply handle it here as he had done in the Lionheart capital without dragging things out further. Since he had only just arrived when the two were already arguing and were about to leave, Michael made his decision. It was better to avoid wasting time and simply get things over with. There was also the added benefit that absorbing the memories of two figures of such obvious high status would give him far more detailed knowledge of the imperial family than anything Princess Priscilla had provided. It was also because he chose to reveal himself that the other party finally sensed him. Master Vale's expression immediately became vigilant. The old man slowly stepped forward, placing himself slightly in front of the third prince while his senses spread outward cautiously. The closer he looked at the youth sitting casually on the tree branch, the more uneasy he became. He could not see through him at all. Not his cultivation. Not his aura. Not even his age. To Master Vale, this was deeply unsettling. For someone to silently bypass his senses and appear this close without detection, the other party had to at least stand on the same level as him. And there was absolutely no way someone like that would truly look this young. The youth before him appeared to be in his late teens or early 20s at most. His features were excessively beautiful, almost unreal beneath the darkening evening, while his eyes carried a strange calmness entirely inconsistent with his apparent age. Master Vale immediately concluded this appearance was a disguise. Most likely some old monster deliberately maintaining a youthful form. In fact, because of that overly beautiful appearance, Master Vale was not even entirely certain the person before him was truly male. The figure clearly possessed masculine features, but combined with the assumption that this appearance was merely a facade, Master Vale even began suspecting the true identity behind it could very well belong to a woman. After all, many powerful experts throughout the world possessed strange preferences. Some concealed their appearance. Some changed genders entirely. Others abandoned their original bodies altogether. Compared to those old monsters, merely appearing young was hardly unusual. Master Vale slowly cupped his fists politely. "This old man is called Vale," he said cautiously. "I currently serve as guardian to the third imperial prince of the Black Serpent Empire." His eyes remained fixed firmly on Michael the entire time. "May this sir please introduce themselves as well?" Even while speaking politely, Master Vale's body remained tense internally. Space around him subtly fluctuated as though he were already prepared to flee at any moment if things turned wrong. Meanwhile, behind him, the third prince's expression had become serious as well. Like Master Vale, he was entirely unaware of what Michael actually looked like. Though he had been informed that the person who had attacked the flying port was supposedly someone of exceptional appearance, he could not immediately connect the youth on the branch with Mike Nor. Now that the prince had calmed down somewhat, he found himself thinking along the same lines as Master Vale. Whoever had attacked them in the capital was likely closely connected to Michael, but surely could not be Michael himself. Many of the Lionheart nobles had initially reached the same conclusion as well. Michael stared at the two figures before him for several seconds. Then his expression gradually became strange. "You don't recognize me?" The moment those words fell, both Master Vale and the third prince frowned slightly. Master Vale remained cautious. "This old man does not believe we have met before, sir." Meanwhile, the third prince also looked confused. Seeing their reactions, Michael genuinely became stunned. For a brief moment, he simply sat there silently on the branch while staring at them. Then suddenly, Michael laughed. At first the laughter sounded soft. But gradually, a trace of anger appeared within it. The sound caused Master Vale's vigilance to rise instantly while the third prince's expression became uglier. This figure was not being particularly respectful, the prince thought. But he kept his mouth shut. As spoiled as he was not completely without sense. Finally, Michael slowly looked toward the third prince. "You sent people after me and you didn't even know what I looked like." His voice remained calm, yet the surrounding atmosphere quietly became colder. The third prince froze slightly. Michael's laughter faded completely. For some reason, the sheer ridiculousness of the situation genuinely angered him now. The Empire. The princes. The nobles. All of them treated other people's lives casually like pieces on a board. Yet the person standing at the center of everything had not even properly investigated his target beforehand. Michael slowly stood up from the tree branch. The movement immediately caused Master Vale's expression to tighten. "Let me introduce myself properly. I'm Mike Nor." The third prince's face finally changed. Beside him, Master Vale's heart sank as well. Whether they had been directly involved with Michael or not, both the third prince and Master Vale were naturally aware of the name Mike Nor. For the third prince, it was simple. Mike Nor had originally just been someone he found interesting enough to toy with for entertainment. A mere genius from a small kingdom. Someone he could casually pressure to pass time while expanding his influence within the Lionheart kingdom. As for Master Vale, although he never directly interfered with the prince's affairs, he still kept track of the young man's actions from the shadows. Naturally, he was also aware of Mike Nor's existence. The moment the name left Michael's mouth, Michael's appearance suddenly no longer seemed quite as absurd anymore. But Master Vale still could not fully believe the youth before him was truly the real Mike Nor. However, whether this was truly Mike Nor or some hidden old monster connected to him no longer mattered much anymore. One thing was obvious. This person was absolutely not friendly. The instant that thought crossed his mind, Master Vale moved without hesitation. Boom! Space around the old man distorted violently as he instantly grabbed the third prince by the shoulder. "Let's go!" The forest exploded apart beneath his feet as Master Vale forcefully dragged the prince into the void. Meanwhile, standing upon the tree branch, Michael merely watched the scene calmly. Not even surprise appeared on his face. Beside him, Wisdom slowly tilted its head while its pure white eyes glowed faintly. Then space folded. Master Vale appeared hundreds of meters away high in the air. However, the instant he emerged into another location, Master Vale's expression changed drastically. A figure was already waiting there. Master Vale's pupils contracted violently. Before the old man could even fully react, a fist smashed directly toward him. Boom! The surrounding air exploded instantly. Master Vale barely managed to raise his arm defensively before the attack landed. Crack! A horrifying sound echoed out. The old man's eyes widened violently as an overwhelming force exploded through his body. It felt less like being struck by a fist and more like being rammed head-on by a mountain. Pwaff! Blood immediately burst from Master Vale's mouth as his entire body shot backward at terrifying speed. Boom! 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 Master Vale smashed through layers of air pressure before crashing violently back toward the exact forest location he had escaped from moments earlier. The ground exploded apart the moment his body slammed into it. The third prince screamed. Even through Master Vale's focus protection, the remaining shockwaves from that punch had almost affected him directly. His internal organs churned violently while blood leaked faintly from the corner of his mouth. Master Vale himself looked horrified. His arms trembled violently while blood continued dripping from his lips non-stop. Just one punch. Only one punch had already injured him this badly. At this point, the old man did not doubt that this person truly possessed the power to kill both of them. Unknown to him, Michael had actually held back already. Otherwise, that punch alone would have completely blown apart his upper body. However, Master Vale obviously did not know this. Instead, after sensing the terrifying killing force behind the attack, the old man instantly reached his own conclusion. This person was here to silence them completely, especially since that punch had not shown the slightest care toward the third prince's safety. Master Vale's expression became uglier than ever before. If not for his protection, the prince might have died from the aftershock alone. To Master Vale, this only further confirmed his suspicions. This Mike Nor, or whatever monster stood behind him, had absolutely no intention of leaving survivors. Unfortunately for him, he was mistaken once again. Michael had actually been paying attention to the third prince the entire time. Although the punch itself had not discriminated between targets, Michael had already controlled the force precisely beforehand. Even if the prince's body exploded apart from the impact, his head would still remain intact. Despite his injuries, Master Vale still erupted with terrifying strength. The old man forcefully suppressed the blood surging through his chest while spatial fluctuations exploded around him once more. Without the slightest hesitation, Master Vale grabbed the third prince again and forcibly tore open space to escape. The third prince's vision blurred violently. However, the moment they emerged from the void again, a calm figure was already standing there waiting for them. Michael. Master Vale's heart nearly stopped. How? Before the old man could even process what was happening, Michael had already moved again. Another punch. Boom. This time the impact was even more terrifying. Master Vale desperately roared as layers of protection erupted around his body. Yet the moment Michael's fist landed, crack. Crack. Crack, every defensive layer shattered instantly like glass. Blood sprayed wildly from Master Vale's mouth as his chest visibly caved inward. The force behind the punch directly sent him flying backward once more toward the exact same forest they had escaped from seconds earlier. Boom! The earth exploded apart. Countless trees shattered while the ground collapsed into a massive crater. This time, Master Vale did not stand back up immediately. The old man lay buried within the shattered earth while blood continuously poured from his mouth. His arms had twisted unnaturally. Several bones throughout his body had completely shattered. That final punch had directly crippled him. Beside him, the third prince rolled weakly across the ground before crashing heavily into broken dirt and shattered roots. Blood leaked faintly from the prince's lips while terror completely overtook his face. His body trembled uncontrollably as he stared upward. Michael slowly descended from the sky afterward. The prince's breathing became ragged. Wait. His voice trembled badly. We can talk about this. Michael continued walking forward without replying. The third prince's face turned pale. I can compensate you, he shouted hurriedly. Resources. Women. Whatever you want, the Empire can provide it. Still no response. At this point, panic finally exploded inside the prince's heart. Don't come closer. Seeing Michael continue approaching silently, something inside the prince finally snapped. Fuck you. His expression twisted viciously as he suddenly crushed an unassuming black pendant. Boom. A terrifying wave of energy erupted outward violently. The surrounding forest instantly collapsed under the pressure alone as black light swallowed everything nearby. The attack surged directly toward Michael with horrifying destructive power. Yet facing the incoming attack, Michael merely narrowed his eyes slightly. I was expecting this. From the very beginning, Michael had remained cautious toward the third prince. An imperial prince backed by a massive empire possessing life-saving treasures was hardly surprising. This had even been the case for Prince Roy, a lower-ranking prince he had killed in the secret realm. The black wave instantly devoured Michael completely. The third prince's face twisted with savage hope. However, boom. The black energy suddenly exploded apart from within. Michael calmly stepped out through the collapsing attack almost entirely unharmed. Only faint black flames flickered briefly across his body before disappearing. The third prince froze. Michael looked at him and suddenly smiled. Do you have more? The prince's expression became ugly instantly. Then without hesitation, crack, another pendant shattered. A blood-red spear suddenly condensed in midair before firing toward Michael with enough force to split apart the earth below. Michael raised an eyebrow before casually slapping it aside. Boom! The spear exploded violently in the distance. Yet before Michael could even finish speaking again, crack, another treasure shattered. A massive golden bell phantom instantly descended from above and crashed toward him. Michael was genuinely caught off guard this time. Boom! The surrounding sky trembled violently from the impact. Far away, even the crippled Master Vale stared blankly. Michael still remained completely unharmed. Even after being struck repeatedly by treasures capable of unleashing peak rank 3 attacks, his expression only grew more cautious. After all, this was still an imperial prince. No one knew what other ridiculous life-saving treasures he might still possess. Last time with Prince Roy, he had needed to summon multiple undead to break through his defenses quickly. However, just as Michael prepared himself for yet another hidden attack, his expression suddenly changed slightly. The third prince's condition had become horrifying. The once proud imperial prince now looked almost like a walking skeleton. His face had sunk inward violently while his skin turned pale and dry. Even his hair seemed to have lost some of its luster within moments. Most shocking of all, his life aura had weakened drastically. It was obvious now that activating those treasures did not come freely. Michael's expression became thoughtful. Thinking about it carefully, it made sense. Those attacks from earlier had all reached the absolute peak of rank 3 power. In this entire region, there were honestly not many people capable of surviving repeated attacks like that head-on. As life-saving trump cards, such treasures were naturally worth their cost, but that cost was evidently severe. Looking at the third prince's expression, it was clear that even he had not expected the consumption to be this terrifying. Yet despite noticing the prince's miserable condition, Michael still did not lower his guard completely. Without hesitation, a pressure exploded outward from Michael's eyes as he sent out a mental attack. The third prince's body froze instantly. His consciousness shattered apart from the mental impact. The prince collapsed unconscious directly onto the broken forest ground. Immediately afterward, Michael turned his gaze toward the distant crater where Master Vale still struggled weakly. The old man's expression changed drastically. Boom! His eyes rolled backward instantly. The crippled guardian collapsed unconscious as well. Only after both figures completely lost consciousness did Michael finally relax slightly. Even then, he still did not approach carelessly. The third prince had already pulled out too many ridiculous treasures tonight. Michael genuinely would not have been surprised if the man suddenly exploded after death or activated some final hidden protection the moment someone touched him. Without hesitation, Michael first checked both bodies carefully from a distance. His senses swept repeatedly across the third prince and Master Vale until he finally confirmed neither of them possessed any remaining hidden tricks capable of threatening him. Only then did he begin accessing their memories. Michael started with Master Vale first. Compared to ordinary people, the old man's mental defenses were naturally far stronger. Unfortunately for him, Michael's spiritual strength had long surpassed ordinary rank 3 existences. The old man's resistance collapsed. Fragments of memories began flowing into Michael's mind afterward. However, after several minutes, Michael slowly frowned. The knowledge was useful, but not enough. Master Vale clearly did not possess access to the Empire's deepest secrets. Eventually, Michael withdrew his senses before turning toward the final target. The third prince. Michael's eyes narrowed slightly. Then his spiritual senses directly entered the prince's mind. The next instant, boom. Michael's expression changed abruptly. A terrifying pressure suddenly erupted before him. Inside the prince's mental world stood a dignified middle-aged man dressed in black imperial robes. The man stood with both hands behind his back while an overwhelming royal aura spread from his body naturally. His gaze alone carried indescribable pressure. Even though this was clearly only a spiritual mark left behind inside the prince's soul, the surrounding mental space still trembled faintly under its existence. The moment Michael saw the figure, recognition appeared within his eyes immediately. From the countless memories he had absorbed recently, he already knew exactly who this person was. The Emperor of the Black Serpent Empire. The moment Michael recognized the figure, the Emperor's eyes suddenly opened completely. An overwhelming pressure instantly descended upon the entire mental space. Bold! The low shout exploded like thunder. Do you wish to die? Boom! The Emperor suddenly raised his hand. The next instant, a terrifying mental attack surged directly toward Michael like an ocean. The surrounding mental space distorted violently. Michael's expression changed slightly. Fast. Too fast. Before he could fully retreat his senses, the attack had already reached him. Boom! A sharp pain instantly exploded within Michael's mind. His spiritual senses shook violently while his head throbbed painfully for a brief moment. Even the real-world Michael outside the mental space frowned slightly afterward. This was the first time in a long while something had managed to directly affect his mind this way. However, that was all. The Emperor's attack ultimately failed to break through Michael's defenses completely. Michael slowly steadied himself afterward. Meanwhile, opposite him, the Emperor's expression finally changed slightly for the first time. Surprise. The middle-aged Emperor stared directly at Michael now, no longer carrying the same dismissive indifference as before. Who are you, and how dare you attack an imperial prince? His deep voice echoed slowly throughout the mental world. Upon hearing the Black Serpent Emperor's question, the first thing Michael truly wanted to do was raise a middle finger. After all, the man had just attacked him mercilessly without hesitation. If not for Michael's terrifying foundation, that strike alone might have heavily injured him. Unfortunately, Michael was still a civilized person. Also, taunting people was not really his style. If Michael wanted to do something, he generally preferred acting directly. And that was exactly what he did. Boom! Without warning, Michael's mental energy exploded outward violently as he directly attacked the Emperor's mental imprint. The surrounding mental space instantly trembled. Countless black chains condensed from the void while illusionary purple mist spread rapidly across the surroundings. At the same time, strange eye-like symbols appeared behind Michael one after another. Mental methods were actually extremely rare. Compared to direct combat techniques, spiritual attacks were far harder to cultivate and even more dangerous to use. One mistake could easily damage one's own soul permanently. Michael himself did not truly specialize in such techniques. However, he possessed quite a few undead who did, like Jester, Blue, and Purple. Especially Jester. After absorbing the memories of the evil cultivator Li Yang, Jester had become horrifying in terms of mental abilities. Consciousness erasure, mind nest, memory harvest. Many of those abilities possessed terrifying effects even against stronger opponents. And thanks to Michael's law, he could directly copy portions of their traits and abilities for himself. The next instant, boom. The Emperor's mental imprint collided directly against Michael's attacks. The entire mental world shook violently. Black serpentine dragons roared above while countless illusionary eyes opened throughout the void simultaneously. For several exchanges, neither side actually managed to suppress the other immediately. This genuinely surprised Michael. Fortunately, Michael still held the advantage overall. His mental strength was simply too monstrous. Gradually, the Emperor's imprint began destabilizing under the pressure. Cracks spread across the surrounding mental world. Seeing this, Michael's eyes narrowed slightly as he prepared to completely destroy the imprint in one move. However, the Emperor suddenly smiled coldly. "You wish to search the mind of this Emperor's son?" The next moment, the Emperor directly raised his hand. Boom! The entire mental space instantly began collapsing. Michael's expression changed slightly afterward. This bastard. The Emperor had directly destroyed the third prince's mental world himself. The moment the mental world began collapsing, Michael immediately withdrew his senses. Boom! A violent force instantly expelled him from the third prince's consciousness. Even Michael's real body outside staggered back half a step afterward while a sharp headache throbbed faintly behind his eyes. In front of him, the unconscious third prince suddenly convulsed violently. Then, foam began leaking from the prince's mouth while his eyes snapped open unnaturally wide. However, there was no intelligence left inside them anymore. Only emptiness. The prince's pupils trembled non-stop while saliva dripped down his chin. His body twitched weakly across the shattered ground as incoherent sounds escaped his throat. Michael frowned slightly afterward. The Emperor had been completely ruthless. Rather than allowing Michael access to the prince's memories, he had directly destroyed his son's mental world entirely. At this point, even if the third prince survived physically, his mind had already become crippled beyond repair. A fool. Someone who could no longer think properly. Michael stared silently at the prince for several seconds. The once arrogant imperial prince who had treated countless lives casually now looked utterly pathetic lying in the dirt. Eventually, Michael exhaled slowly. Although he had failed to fully access the prince's memories, the brief confrontation alone had still allowed him to understand several things. First, the Black Serpent Emperor was terrifyingly powerful. Even a mere mental imprint left inside his son possessed strength capable of contending briefly against Michael. Second, the Emperor clearly valued secrecy regarding the imperial family far more than he valued the mental well-being of his own son. The implication of this made Michael even more uncertain about the information he had received from Princess Priscilla. According to the princess, the Empire should possess only 3 legendary beings at most, but from what I can see based on the Emperor's mental imprint alone, he is most likely in the legendary stage already. With this analysis, it meant the Empire had at least 4 rank 4 beings. The same number as Michael. However, this did not weaken Michael's resolve in the slightest. After all, quantity did not equal quality. Not only did Michael have the same number of rank 4 undead as the Empire's assumed count, each of them was also extraordinarily powerful. Lily, who was the weakest among them, was practically impossible to kill as long as she did not go up against someone too far above her level. In fact, her opponent would be lucky if she did not simply swallow their attacks and convert them into energy. As for beginning, the rank 4 demonic supernatural, and the High Drake, each of them was exceptionally strong. The High Drake in particular was already at the absolute peak of rank 4. Beginning, on the other hand, could use its law to fight above its class entirely. Then there was also Michael himself to factor in. Though he had not yet reached rank 4, he could still provide meaningful assistance to his undead against a rank 4 opponent. Putting all of that aside, he also had more than 2,000 rank 3 undead. However, Michael hoped he would not need to deploy his rank 3 forces against a rank 4 opponent, since even if they won, the losses would cause him considerable pain. The last incident was still quite fresh in his memory. Michael slowly turned to look at the third prince again. In all honesty, the prince's current state was quite pitiful. The once arrogant imperial prince now lay twitching weakly in the dirt with empty eyes and saliva leaking continuously from his mouth. There was no intelligence left inside those eyes anymore. Just emptiness. However, Michael felt no pity for him. Not even slightly. This was not some innocent person caught in unfortunate circumstances. The third prince had ruined countless lives simply because he could. To him, people had merely been tools, toys, and stepping stones. Perhaps it was exactly because of his father that he had grown into this sort of person. Thinking this, Michael could not help comparing the emperor to the old Lionheart king. The old king had been far weaker than the Black Serpent Emperor. In terms of power alone, the two were worlds apart. Even as a father, the old king could not truly be called perfect either, but in Michael's opinion that old man was still worthy of respect. At the very least, he had genuinely cared about his children. As for the emperor, Michael's eyes turned slightly colder. Compared to the old king, that man felt more like a monster wearing human skin. Eventually, Michael lost interest in the third prince completely. Without bothering to continue further, Michael calmly raised his hand. A tiny black flame appeared above his fingertips. Spartan's Abyss Flame. The flame drifted slowly downward before entering the third prince's forehead silently. The prince's weak twitching stopped almost instantly. Then gradually, his body began turning into black ash. Within moments, nothing remained behind. Seeing this, Michael remained silent briefly. In this way, Ariane has finally been avenged. Afterward, Michael turned toward Master Vale. Michael did not enjoy hurting innocents simply because they belonged to the Empire. However, from the memories he had read from the Guardian, this old man was not innocent. In the end, Michael gave him the same ending. A black flame descended quietly. Soon afterward, only ash remained within the broken forest. The surroundings finally fell silent completely. Standing amidst the destroyed earth, Michael could not help narrowing his eyes slightly. The people he had encountered from the Empire so far, not one of them could truly be considered good. At this point, Michael honestly began wondering if there were even any clean people left within the upper levels of the Black Serpent Empire at all. Eventually, Michael turned his gaze toward Wisdom resting calmly on his shoulder. The owl blinked slowly. Michael gently stroked its feathers afterward. "Let's go." Wisdom let out a soft cry. The next instant, space folded quietly around the two of them before both figures disappeared from the destroyed forest entirely. Only ashes and ruins remained behind. Meanwhile, far away within the Black Serpent Empire, inside an incomparably luxurious office decorated with black gold and ancient-looking carvings, a terrifying aura suddenly exploded outward violently. Boom! The surrounding space distorted instantly. Not far away, two guards suddenly screamed miserably. Blood exploded from multiple places across their bodies as invisible pressure crushed down upon them mercilessly. Both men collapsed heavily onto the ground while trembling violently. At the center of the room stood a middle-aged man wearing black imperial robes. If Michael were present, he would immediately recognize him. The Black Serpent Emperor. At this moment, the Emperor's face looked incomparably cold. His eyes carried terrifying fury. The atmosphere throughout the room had become so oppressive that ordinary people would likely suffocate instantly upon entering. However, just as the Emperor's aura continued spreading uncontrollably, a figure silently emerged from the shadows nearby. An old man dressed in black robes. The old man bowed deeply immediately after appearing. "Your Majesty." His voice remained calm and respectful. "What has angered you so greatly?" The emperor slowly closed his eyes afterward. Several seconds later, the terrifying pressure filling the room gradually receded. The emperor, however, did not answer. The old man did not seem bothered by the silence at all. Instead, he merely turned toward the two heavily injured guards still kneeling on the floor. "You may leave and recover your injuries," the old man said calmly. The two guards immediately bowed their heads deeply despite blood still dripping from their wounds. "Yes, Eunuch Liang." Neither dared to say anything else. Very quickly, both men retreated from the office trembling. Only after they disappeared completely did Eunuch Liang bow toward the emperor once more. For several seconds, the emperor maintained his silence while Eunuch Liang remained bowed respectfully without moving in the slightest. The office had already fallen completely silent again. Only the faint crackling sounds from shattered furniture occasionally echoed through the room. Eventually, the emperor finally spoke. "The third prince is dead." Eunuch Liang's calm expression finally changed slightly. Surprise flickered across the old eunuch's eyes. He did not question how the emperor knew. There was no need. At their level, many strange methods existed. Since the emperor had said the prince was dead, then he was undoubtedly dead. Immediately, Eunuch Liang's tone became considerably graver. Could there be a connection between the third prince's death and young Prince Rui's previous death? The emperor remained silent briefly afterward. "It is possible." Eunuch Liang's brows furrowed deeply. "That is troublesome." The old eunuch slowly lowered his head slightly in thought. The Black Serpent Empire possessed very few true enemies. However, every single one of those enemies was extremely terrifying. For someone to repeatedly target imperial princes, this was no longer a small matter. Eunuch Liang's eyes darkened faintly. "Who would dare go this far against the imperial family?" he muttered slowly. "Are they truly not afraid of starting a war with the empire?" The emperor's eyes turned cold afterward. "Perhaps war is exactly what they want." Eunuch Liang immediately raised his head. The emperor slowly recounted everything that had happened through the mental imprint inside the third prince. From Michael's intrusion into the prince's consciousness, to the mental confrontation, to the destruction of the prince's mind. The more Eunuch Liang listened, the graver his expression became. Especially after hearing that the mysterious figure had actually resisted and fought evenly against the emperor's mental imprint for a period of time. Finally, the emperor's voice slowly echoed through the office once more. "That figure." The emperor's eyes narrowed coldly. "Was no weaker than the two of us." The atmosphere inside the room instantly became heavier. If Michael had heard these words, he would have first cursed the empire for concealing their true strength so deeply. Together with Eunuch Liang, who was clearly a close confidant of the emperor, it meant the empire had at least 5 legendary beings, and that was before accounting for whatever other trump cards they might possess. Michael currently had no idea that the upper levels of the empire were already discussing him seriously and treating him as a genuine enemy. Even if he knew, he honestly would not have found it strange. After all, with the deaths of 2 imperial princes, this matter had already long surpassed Ariane's death alone. Whatever personal grudge existed at the beginning had now escalated into something far larger. At this point, Michael and the Black Serpent Empire could truly be considered enemies. At this moment, Michael had already quietly entered the imperial capital itself. Naturally, sneaking into the capital of such a massive empire was not an easy task for ordinary people. Countless magic circles covered the city walls while heavily armed guards patrolled everywhere. Above the capital, flying knights circled slowly beneath the clouds while detection arrays continuously scanned the surroundings. Unfortunately for the empire, Michael was not ordinary. With wisdom's assistance alongside his various concealment methods, entering the city silently was far easier than most would imagine. Currently, Michael stood atop one of the capital's tallest buildings while quietly observing the city beneath him. Honestly, the Black Serpent capital truly deserved its reputation as one of the finest in the world. Even Michael had to admit this place was incomparably prosperous. The streets below stretched endlessly like black rivers beneath countless glowing spirit lamps. Massive flying ships could be seen moving slowly through the skies at intervals while enormous towers covered in draconic carvings rose throughout the city one after another. People filled the streets everywhere. Warriors. Merchants. Nobles. Soldiers. The flow of mana throughout the city alone was several times richer than Lionheart's capital. Even the weakest guards standing casually at street corners possessed cultivation levels that would already qualify them as experts in smaller kingdoms. The deeper Michael looked, the more he understood why the Black Serpent Empire had ruled this region for so long. This was not merely a powerful nation. It was a true hegemonic force. However, as Michael continued observing the capital, he noticed that beneath all that prosperity, the entire city felt strangely oppressive. At first glance, everything appeared lively and glorious. Yet after observing longer, Michael slowly noticed certain details. The way ordinary civilians lowered their heads instinctively whenever nobles passed. The fear hidden within the eyes of weaker cultivators. There were several more examples like these. This place was a city where bloodline truly mattered. Status mattered. Birth mattered. Family mattered. It seemed to matter more than strength, perhaps even more than morality itself. In the Black Serpent Empire, noble blood was almost law. And those standing at the very top of that hierarchy naturally possessed the right to trample everyone beneath them. Michael quietly watched a carriage pass below after hitting an old woman on the road, escorted by armored soldiers who did not even slow down. The people on the street immediately moved aside instinctively. No one dared block the road. No one dared complain. Even the guards nearby lowered their heads respectfully. Michael remained silent for several seconds afterward. Then eventually, he exhaled softly. No wonder. No wonder the third prince had grown into that sort of person. In this empire, power and bloodline had already become absolute privileges long ago. Someone born at the top could likely spend their entire life without ever hearing the word no. Thinking this, Michael's eyes slowly turned colder again. At the same time, Wisdom quietly perched upon his shoulder while observing the capital with glowing white eyes. Suddenly, Michael turned to look toward the empty air beside him. "Since you're already here, Emperor," he said calmly, "why not come out?" For a brief moment, nothing happened. Then space distorted quietly. A tall middle-aged man dressed in black robes stepped out from the void itself. His expression remained calm, yet the surrounding air instantly became heavier the moment he appeared. The Black Serpent Emperor. However, neither Michael nor Wisdom looked surprised in the slightest. Clearly, both of them had already noticed his presence long ago. Michael casually stroked Wisdom's feathers once more afterward. The owl let out a soft cry before its body dissolved silently into space. The Emperor's gaze lingered briefly where Wisdom had disappeared. "That is a special bird." His deep voice echoed calmly across the rooftop. "I do not know its species, but creatures capable of entering the void without a monster lineage to support them are rare even across the entire world." Michael nodded slightly afterward. "Thank you." Silence fell briefly between the two. The imperial capital below remained lively and noisy as always, yet the atmosphere atop the tower felt strangely cold. Eventually, Michael spoke first again. "Since we both already know how this ends," he said calmly, "we should probably skip the unnecessary conversation and get straight to it." The Emperor slowly raised an eyebrow. "Oh." His gaze sharpened slightly afterward. "You do not seem very concerned for someone who is surrounded." The Emperor's aura quietly spread across the surroundings. Meanwhile below, the ordinary civilians throughout the capital remained completely unaware of what was happening above them. However, upon hearing the Emperor's words, Michael suddenly laughed softly. Then he shook his head. "No." The Emperor's eyes narrowed slightly. Michael's smile widened faintly afterward. "I'm not surrounded." The next instant, without hesitation, the Emperor's hand shot directly toward Michael's neck. The surrounding air exploded violently. Unfortunately, he grabbed nothing. The Emperor's eyes immediately lifted upward. His gaze narrowed. High above the imperial capital, several hundred figures had already appeared silently throughout the sky. At the center of them all stood Michael calmly in midair. Michael was not particularly surprised that his entry into the imperial capital had been discovered. After his previous clash with the Emperor through the Third Prince's mental imprint, there had already been a high possibility the Empire would increase the capital's defenses afterward. And even if the Emperor had somehow not done that, perhaps out of confidence that no sane person would willingly walk into what could become a cage at any moment, Michael still would not have underestimated the capital itself. Legendary beings were only considered rare relative to ordinary people. To existences like the Emperor, they were likely far more common than outsiders imagined. If powerful figures at that level could casually enter and leave the Emperor's personal territory unnoticed, that would be a terrifying flaw for the Empire. Michael had already expected the imperial capital to possess methods specifically designed to detect powerful intruders. Of course, if he had managed to sneak in completely undetected, Michael would not have found that strange either. He possessed quite a few absurd concealment methods and was confident in his ability to hide when necessary. Still, being discovered changed very little. From the very beginning, he had never truly intended to remain hidden forever. High above the capital, cold wind swept across the night sky. Several hundred undead floated silently in formation. Terrifying energy rolled across the clouds while countless glowing eyes stared downward toward the imperial capital beneath them. At this moment, the Emperor's expression had become noticeably colder. Suddenly, a sharp scream echoed across the imperial capital. Enemy attack! The voice was amplified by mana and spread throughout nearly half the city instantly. Highest alert level. Legendary grade threat detected above the capital. The peaceful atmosphere below shattered immediately. Boom! One after another, countless magic circles suddenly lit up across the skies. Massive glowing formations expanded above the capital like layers of overlapping heavens. Strange runes rotated endlessly while pillars of blue light erupted upward from different regions of the city. The entire imperial capital instantly transformed into a gigantic fortress. At first glance, the formations did not seem to do anything directly. However, only a second later, Michael's expression shifted slightly. Oh! He immediately felt it. The void itself had been sealed. Or more accurately, locked. The surrounding space had not become inaccessible, but heavily restricted. Michael could still enter the void if he wished, yet movement through it would remain limited entirely within the boundaries of the imperial capital. In simple terms, he was trapped. At the same time, many of the undead behind Michael stirred slightly as they sensed the surrounding changes. The Emperor, meanwhile, simply stood silently in the distance while observing him. Michael did not look afraid at all. Instead, his eyes calmly swept across the glowing formations covering the heavens. Interesting. He wondered briefly whether his high drake could forcefully break through. After all, that was a near demigod creature. Below, panic had already begun spreading rapidly throughout the city. Countless civilians fled into buildings while armored soldiers flooded the streets. Flying knights rapidly gathered in formation across the skies while powerful auras awakened continuously throughout the capital one after another. The Emperor slowly looked toward Michael. You entered the imperial capital willingly. Did you truly think leaving would be so easy? Michael merely laughed softly. Leaving? Who said I was planning to leave immediately? The Emperor's eyes narrowed faintly. High above the capital, hundreds of undead remained floating silently like an army of death overlooking the empire itself. Cold wind swept across the skies. Michael's expression remained extremely calm, though internally his thoughts were moving rapidly. Michael was not reckless enough to believe attacking the Black Serpent Empire directly would be easy. This was not Lionheart. This was the strongest hegemonic force in the region. The fact that they could lock down the void across an entire capital already proved how terrifying their foundations truly were. Still, Michael was not without confidence. He possessed multiple legendary undead and over 2,000 rank 3 undead. Looking around, he could also not deny that the Black Serpent Empire was truly powerful. Just from the Imperial family alone, Michael could already sense around 400 rank 3 knights and mages mobilizing rapidly throughout the capital. 400. Even in Aurora, he had not seen such a massive number of rank 3 existences gathered together openly like this. Of course, this did not mean the Empire was stronger than Aurora. Comparing the two directly was somewhat unfair. Aurora was a whole high-tier civilization. The structures of both powers were entirely different. Still, the sheer military strength displayed by the Empire was undeniably terrifying, and that was only the royal family itself. As Michael's senses swept farther outward, he quickly noticed several powerful auras rising from different noble districts as well. The great noble clans possessed their own rank 3 experts. Some families had 1. Some had 3. A few had even more. Gradually, the total number of rank 3 beings surrounding the imperial capital climbed past 500. Michael's eyes narrowed slightly. This probably still isn't everything. The Empire had been caught somewhat unprepared tonight. Many experts were likely absent from the capital entirely. If the Empire had been fully prepared beforehand, the number would have been even more absurd. The Black Serpent Empire had existed for hundreds upon hundreds of years. Even if ascending to rank 3 was difficult, enough time would naturally produce a terrifying accumulation. Whether it was cultivation manuals, rare treasures, or special resources like law seeds, the Empire almost certainly possessed enormous reserves of all of them. Even people lacking natural talent could potentially ascend given sufficient comprehension and the right inheritance. This was the true terror of ancient hegemonic powers. Accumulation. As for the countless supernaturals below rank 3 gathering throughout the city, Michael barely paid them any attention. To his current level they were honestly irrelevant. Even his ordinary rank 3 undead could slaughter through them endlessly. Yet despite the Empire's overwhelming numbers, the expressions on many faces below were solemn. Some were even pale. Although Michael had not summoned all of his undead, there were already around 800 rank 3 undead floating silently behind him. 800. In terms of sheer numbers, Michael had actually surpassed them. Not only were they fearful, they were also confused. What noble power was bold enough to openly oppose the Empire, and how had a force of this level entered the capital undetected? Were the capital guards blind? Then suddenly, Michael's mana erupted outward. Boom! The skies trembled violently. The hundreds of undead floating behind him unleashed their auras simultaneously. Terrifying energy instantly flooded the surroundings. Some weaker rank 2 beings nearly lost control of their breathing entirely, while ordinary soldiers turned pale from the pressure crushing down upon them. At the center of it all, 4 especially terrifying auras slowly rose behind Michael. 5 auras total, noticeably stronger than all the others. Legendary beings. Many experts immediately realized in terror. Fear instantly spread through the capital. None of them also realized those terrifying beings were actually undead. Only true rank 4 existences might eventually notice abnormalities after prolonged observation. After all, Michael's undead were relatively human-like until they revealed their true forms. Because of this, many interpreted the 800 figures above as an external power rather than the force of a single person. Even the Emperor thought the same. His heart shook considerably. How had more than 800 beings appeared out of nowhere? Even though he could see a small coffin floating beside Michael, he did not want to believe such a treasure could truly exist. There was also a trace of genuine fear stirring in his heart. Above him floated 5 beings radiating legendary auras. Who was vicious enough to want to ruin his empire? Was killing 2 of his sons not enough? Meanwhile, Michael amplified his voice across the entire capital. I do not care about the rest of you. His voice echoed like thunder throughout the skies. My grudge is only with the imperial family. As long as you step aside, you will not die tonight. I do not enjoy killing innocents. Internally, however, Michael could not help muttering coldly to himself. As if the Empire's upper levels truly contained many innocent people. Still, there were naturally ordinary civilians throughout the capital who had nothing to do with his conflict against the Empire. Michael had no interest in massacring random people simply because they lived here. The moment his words fell, countless expressions below only became even more solemn. Regardless of his intentions, the pressure from Michael's side was simply too terrifying. Then, boom! Another overwhelming aura exploded into the sky. The Emperor finally moved. His figure instantly appeared high above the capital opposite Michael while terrifying pressure spread across the skies. Beside him, an old man in black robes emerged silently from the void as well. The moment the old man appeared, another rank 4 aura erupted outward, no weaker than any on Michael's side. Michael's eyes narrowed instantly. Internally, he cursed. Eunuch Liang. From the memories he had devoured, Michael of course knew of this figure, but was this old man not supposed to be an ordinary rank 3 existence? The aura radiating from the eunuch clearly belonged to a legendary being. These people had been hiding their strength the entire time. Then again, there had also supposedly been no public information regarding the Emperor himself already being a legendary existence either. Clearly, the Empire enjoyed pretending to be weaker than it truly was. Looking below, Michael quickly noticed the expressions of many experts changing into visible shock. Even many of the Empire's own subjects seemed unaware of Eunuch Liang's and the Emperor's true cultivation. Michael's lips twitched faintly. Acting like pigs to eat tigers. Boom! Michael's relaxed expression soon collapsed. Several terrifying auras suddenly erupted from deep within the Imperial Palace itself. The skies darkened instantly. Even the clouds above the capital distorted violently under the pressure. In merely a few breaths, 5 figures had already emerged high above the Imperial Palace. Some were old. Some middle-aged. One even appeared like a scholarly man carrying a jade scroll. Yet despite their differing appearances, the pressure radiating from every single one of them was horrifying. Legendary beings. Each aura was no weaker than Michael's own at the very least, and 2 among them seemed to be approaching the level of his stronger undead. The expressions of countless people throughout the capital immediately changed drastically. Even many Imperial experts looked stunned. Clearly, a large portion of them had absolutely no idea these existences were hidden here. Michael stared at the scene silently for several seconds. Internally, he cursed violently, working his way through Princess Priscilla, the 10th prince, the 9th prince, the 3rd prince, and finally the Emperor himself. 7 legendary beings. Together with the Emperor and Eunuch Liang, the Black Serpent Empire actually possessed 7 rank 4 existences. At this point, even Michael could not maintain his calm expression completely. This was ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. These were beings capable of becoming regional overlords anywhere they went, and yet the Black Serpent Empire had somehow hidden 7 of them beneath the surface the entire time. Below, countless nobles and soldiers stared upward in shock and disbelief. Clearly, even many members of the imperial family were unaware of the Empire's true foundations. Michael's lips twitched slightly. What is wrong with these people? Still, Michael was not scared. His heart was beating faster, but he was not scared. Only 5 of the 7 were genuinely formidable. The other 2, though radiating strong auras, felt somewhat unstable. The fact that they could only barely match his own aura, and he was still technically a fake rank 4, suggested they were not particularly powerful within the rank 4 tier. Compared to his 4 undead, they were likely weaker. The Emperor stared at Michael silently for several seconds. Then eventually, his voice echoed across the skies. You have reached this level of strength already. That is not easy. The pressure around him intensified faintly. So I will give you one final chance. I do not know your grievance against me and my empire. Leave now, and I can pretend tonight never happened. His tone carried unquestionable authority. Then his eyes turned colder. Or, if you truly are not afraid of dying after cultivating to this level, stay. The atmosphere instantly became heavier. Even the winds around the capital seemed to freeze. Michael looked at the emperor quietly. Then finally, he spoke. I killed 2 imperial princes. If your empire can promise in front of everyone here that you will not pursue this matter further, then I will leave. Silence. But if you cannot, then let's fight to the death. The skies trembled faintly. Below, countless people held their breath. Of course, if Michael could not defeat the empire without paying a devastating cost, he would run. But that was a thought he kept to himself. The emperor stared at him silently. Several seconds passed. Then finally, so be it. The emperor's expression turned incomparably cold. Everyone. Attack. Boom. The countless massive formations above the capital erupted with blinding light. Michael's expression changed instantly. Space distorted violently around him. His vision blurred. An overwhelming spatial force swallowed him whole before he could fully resist. Boom. The world changed. Everything around him transformed into endless darkness. Michael's eyes narrowed sharply. He had actually been forcefully dragged into the void itself. Not only him. Behind him, roughly 500 undead had also been pulled into the isolated space. As for the remaining undead, Michael could faintly sense them outside the void. Clearly, the Empire's formation had intentionally separated part of his forces. Although he could still forcibly leave if he truly wished, doing so would require time and effort. They had trapped him temporarily, and the Empire's experts clearly had no intention of giving him time to break free calmly. Boom! One after another, terrifying auras rushed toward him through the void itself. The Emperor led the charge personally. Behind him followed the 7 legendary beings of the Empire. The void trembled violently beneath the pressure of so many powerful existences moving simultaneously. Damn! The instant Michael saw the Empire's experts rushing toward him through the void, he immediately understood their plan completely. They had divided his forces. The roughly 300 undead left outside would now be forced to face the Empire's subjects within the capital. Meanwhile, Michael and the larger portion of his legion had been dragged into this isolated void battlefield where the Empire's true experts could focus entirely on crushing them. As for the 500 rank 3 undead beside him, the Empire's experts probably did not care much about them at all. At this level, the shockwaves from a battle between multiple rank 4 existences alone could already destroy ordinary rank 3 beings in large numbers. They were essentially collateral. It was honestly an excellent strategy. No. It was a terrifyingly good one. The Empire clearly possessed extensive experience dealing with large-scale wars and powerful enemies. The Emperor had not acted impulsively even after losing 2 sons. Instead, he had remained calm enough to instantly create the battlefield most advantageous for the Empire itself. Though Michael also wondered briefly whether part of that composure came from not particularly caring about those sons to begin with. Either way, Michael could not help feeling slightly impressed. These old monsters truly deserved to rule a hegemonic empire. However, impressive as the strategy was, it still had one fundamental flaw. They had underestimated him and his legion far too much. Outside the void, the moment Michael and nearly 500 undead vanished from the skies, many people immediately realized what had happened. The Emperor trapped them. He dragged them into the void. Focus on the ones remaining outside. Kill them before they can regroup. Instantly, countless gazes turned toward the 300 undead still floating above the capital. The expressions of many Imperial experts became fierce and eager. Even if the enemy still possessed hundreds of rank 3 beings above the city, their true strength had been separated away. As long as the Empire eliminated the undead outside quickly enough, they could consolidate their victory before whatever was happening inside the void resolved itself. Also, they were about 200 more people than the other party. The Empire side was filled with confidence. Even if the other 500 returned after this, they wouldn't be scared since the number would be even by then. Several hundred Imperial Rank 3 experts began advancing upward with weapons drawn. The great noble clans mobilized their own forces alongside the Imperial Knights. It was a coordinated encirclement. However, despite the overwhelming force closing in from every direction, the remaining undead showed absolutely no panic. Putting aside the fact they were incapable of feeling it, there was truly no need. The Imperial experts suddenly slowed as a figure in black robes stepped forward from among the undead. It was Spartan. Black flames quietly burned across the surface of his body. Without warning, terrifying black flames exploded outward from his body. Several Rank 3 experts charging at the front immediately changed expressions. Defend! It was already too late. The black flames swept across the skies like a tidal wave. Boom! The surrounding air distorted violently. One armored knight was sent flying backward instantly while coughing blood. Another mage screamed miserably as the protective barriers around his body melted apart like paper. The charging momentum of the Imperial forces was forcibly halted in a single exchange. Countless expressions changed drastically. What kind of flame is that? It corroded my mana. Careful. Meanwhile, Spartan merely stood silently amidst the spreading black fire. Then his voice echoed across the battlefield. My master already gave you a chance. His grudge is only with the Imperial family, not with the rest of you. Step aside and you will not die tonight. But if you refuse, then all of you will die here. Michael's impression of Spartan was that it was very steady. Other than Jester, it was the only other undead that could pass as human. However, compared to Jester it was not particularly flexible. Though it could be ruthless, it lacked Jester's extreme mindset, but what it had instead was stability. Perhaps even rigidity. When Michael had said that the Empire's subjects would live if they surrendered, Jester hearing that might either comply as told or find a way to twist the words around if he had his own ideas. That way he would technically not disobey his master's words while potentially gaining more benefits for himself or his master. Of course this depended on whether Jester had any other thoughts in the first place. As a bloodthirsty creature, there was a high chance he would simply kill before they had the chance to surrender. But this also went to show one of Jester's greatest strengths. His flexibility. Spartan was not quite like that. He was flexible, but not to Jester's degree. Since his master had said that if they did not surrender they would die, then they had to die. Even if Spartan had its own thoughts, its master's words were ironclad. After seeing the effect of Spartan's attack, many of the Empire's subjects were visibly shaken. Unfortunately, while there were many who did not want to fight to the death, there were also many who were serious about fulfilling the Emperor's will. With the surface advantage of their numbers and the pressure of their peers watching, no one surrendered. They immediately charged at Michael's undead legion. Since the other party did not want to surrender, Michael's army did not hold back either. The next moment, the sky above the capital erupted with the clashing attacks of hundreds of supernaturals. Meanwhile, in the second layer of the void, the battle between several rank 4 beings had begun. Knowing the pain of losing multiple undead at once and understanding the full magnitude of this battle, Michael immediately had many of his weaker undead distance themselves from the fighting. He unsummoned the ones he could back to the netherworld. If he had a bit more time he would have placed them inside the damaged coffin of the Forgotten, but even a second's delay against opponents of this caliber could put him in serious trouble. Before both parties met, as was customary between beings of their status, all parties aside from Michael greeted each other with their domains in an attempt to draw the opposing party in. As expected, the clashing domains cancelled each other out. Based on the intensity each opponent gave off, each party chose a target of matching strength. The two figures whose intensity approached the High Drake immediately went for it. Knowing the destructive potential of their combined attacks, all three distanced themselves from the others. With the High Drake gone, it remained Lily, beginning, the rank 4 demonic supernatural, and Michael. After the High Drake, the next figure giving off the strongest aura was the demonic supernatural. The Emperor immediately took it on alone. Lily and beginning each found their own opponents as well. Meanwhile, Michael was immediately targeted by the two legendary beings with the weakest auras. At first glance, the Empire's division of opponents was quite flawless. Boom! The instant the two weaker legendary beings rushed toward Michael, the void itself split violently. One was an old man cloaked in dark blue-black flames. Every movement he made caused the surrounding void to corrode and distort faintly, as though the fire itself could burn space apart. The second was a middle-aged woman dressed in deep azure robes. Terrifying waves surged around her body endlessly, transforming into enormous water dragons that swam freely through the void itself. Their attacks arrived almost simultaneously. The old man thrust his palm forward. Boom! Dark flames erupted like a volcanic explosion. At the same time, the woman waved her sleeve coldly. An enormous wave instantly swallowed the surroundings like a collapsing ocean. Michael's eyes narrowed sharply. Without hesitation, he reached into his storage space and a dark spear instantly appeared in his grasp. The weapon radiated terrifying energy as runes flickered continuously across its surface. The next moment, Michael thrust the spear forward directly. As long as the use of domains remained limited, even with almost half of his engraved creatures in their summoned state, Michael dared to fight. Even if a domain was deployed, they had to catch him first before they could think about killing him. Boom! Black flames exploded across the void. The three attacks collided violently. The impact alone shattered the surrounding space repeatedly while enormous cracks spread throughout the void layer itself. Michael was blasted backward immediately afterward. His body shot through the darkness like a meteor while violent force traveled up both his arms. So strong. Michael's expression became even more serious. These two might have been the weakest among the Empire's rank 4 existences, but they were still genuine legendary beings. The two opponents clearly had no intention of giving him breathing room. Both rushed after Michael instantly through the shattered void. After personally testing their attacks with his own body, Michael actually felt a degree of confidence rather than fear. The pressure from the two legendary beings was indeed terrifying, but not enough to crush him instantly. As Michael shot backward through the void, he activated his law and immediately copied Beginning's trait. A ripple spread across his body as his skin turned slightly gray. The next moment, his aura changed drastically as strength surged through him. Crack! Michael flexed his fingers around the dark spear. Excitement appeared within Michael's eyes as he watched the two opponents close the distance. There truly were not many opportunities to fight battles at this level. Ever since reaching his current strength, Michael had developed countless theories regarding how to use his abilities and laws in combat. Unfortunately and fortunately at the same time, he rarely encountered enemies powerful enough to test those ideas properly. But now, he finally could. The thought had barely crossed his mind before the two opponents attacked again. The old man suddenly spread both arms outward. The blue-black flames surrounding him instantly transformed. The fire condensed into countless gigantic serpents made entirely from corrosive flame. Each serpent radiated terrifying law fluctuations while burning holes directly through the void itself. Law skill. The old man's cold voice echoed throughout the darkness. Netherflame Serpent Realm. His. Thousands of flaming serpents instantly surged toward Michael from every direction. At nearly the same moment, the woman in azure robes raised one hand. The ocean around her suddenly froze still for a fraction of a second. Then, boom! The water compressed violently before exploding outward. Massive blue symbols appeared across the surrounding void while the ocean transformed into countless rotating water rings sharp enough to sever space itself. Law skill. Her eyes turned icy cold. Abyssal tidal judgment. The surrounding void instantly became filled with overwhelming pressure. Two completely different law skills descended toward Michael simultaneously. Law skills. These were the true trademark abilities of seasoned law wielders. If ordinary abilities were like weapons, then law skills were the crystallization of a supernatural's understanding of their law. They were centralized manifestations born directly from one's law itself. Some civilizations referred to them as divine abilities, as they far surpassed ordinary supernatural techniques in both scale and power. Of course, that did not mean ordinary attacks from a rank 4 being were weak by comparison. Even a casual strike from a legendary being was already terrifying enough to kill most rank 3 supernaturals instantly. The reasons were numerous. The purity of mana, the density of energy, the strengthening effect granted by one's law, the transformation of their bodies after advancing into the next rank. At that level, even ordinary attacks already carried traces of one's law unconsciously. A slash from a rank 4 swordsman was no longer merely a slash. A flame from a rank 4 fire supernatural was no longer merely fire. Everything they did had already begun affecting reality itself. Still, law skills were different. They represented focused expressions of one's path. The stronger and more experienced a supernatural became, the more terrifying their law skills naturally became as well. And this was something Michael severely lacked. His growth speed had simply been too absurd. Compared to other rank 3 supernaturals who had spent decades or even centuries polishing their laws and developing signature abilities, Michael's foundation was honestly shallow. Even if his combat strength was monstrous, his experience was not. Because of this, many of Michael's attacks until now had honestly been quite crude. Overwhelming strength. Overwhelming mana. Overwhelming numbers of undead and copied skills. Most of the time, he simply crushed enemies head-on with sheer advantage. Michael often fought more like a brute than a refined high-level supernatural. It worked, so that mattered. But the stronger he became, the clearer this weakness became as well. It was the same for many of his undead. A true powerhouse could not rely on raw force forever. Fortunately, after all this time, Michael himself had grown in many other ways beyond just raw stats. Seeing the 2 law attacks bearing down on him, Michael immediately used his law to copy the traits of the rank 4 demonic supernatural. A ripple spread across his body. Dark water suddenly erupted around Michael. The moment it appeared, the surrounding void distorted as though unable to bear its weight. Law skill. Michael's voice echoed through the void. The dark water rapidly condensed around him before forming a massive shield several dozen meters wide. Its surface resembled a perfectly still ocean at midnight. An ocean could withstand countless storms because it accepted everything. Mountains collapsed into it. Rivers flowed into it. Rain fell endlessly upon it. Yet the ocean remained. Michael's eyes shone faintly. Eternal abyss barrier. Michael had spent months thinking about how his law could be used beyond simply copying traits. If he copied enough of a subject's law and studied it extensively with the source as reference, could he create a law skill? Today was his first real attempt. Boom! The Netherflame Serpent Realm crashed into the shield first. Thousands of flaming serpents slammed into the dark water surface simultaneously. The Abyssal Tidal Judgment arrived an instant later. Countless water rings capable of severing space itself descended at the same moment. The void exploded. For a brief moment, even the darkness of the second layer vanished beneath the collision. The barrier trembled violently. Cracks spread across its surface. Yet the attacks that should have destroyed it immediately were instead being swallowed layer after layer, absorbed into the depths of the dark water like stones dropped into a bottomless sea. Michael's eyes widened slightly. Then a grin slowly appeared on his face. It worked. For the first time since becoming this strong, Michael felt as though he had finally stepped onto the path of a true law wielder rather than a powerful brute relying solely on overwhelming advantages. As for whether he could create law skills from his own law entirely, that was left for the future him to solve. The current Michael now only wanted to use the Black Serpent Empire as a whetstone to grow stronger. Let's continue. As the battle between Michael and the two legendary beings grew more intense, the other battles happening throughout the void were no weaker. Among them, the second most violent clash was the one between the Black Serpent Emperor and the rank 4 demonic undead. Boom! Purple flames and black water collided once more. The resulting explosion instantly shattered several kilometers of void around them. The Emperor's expression remained calm, but his eyes had long since turned cold and inhuman. At some point, he had already revealed his true bloodline form, causing his power to surge even further. A gigantic black serpent over 200 meters long coiled through the void. Its scales resembled black obsidian while purple flames burned between the gaps, and runes continuously appeared and disappeared across its body. Each movement caused space itself to tremble. This was the true bloodline that had allowed the Black Serpent Empire to dominate the region for centuries. The Imperial Black Serpent. The Emperor opened his enormous jaws. A sea of purple fire erupted forward. Unlike ordinary flames, these fires possessed a strange quality. Wherever they passed, mana itself ignited. Even the void seemed to burn. Meanwhile, opposite him, the rank 4 demonic undead remained expressionless. Dark water flowed endlessly around its body. Boom! The black water rose like a tidal wall and crashed directly against the purple flames. The collision generated enough force to split the void repeatedly. For a moment, neither side gained an advantage. The Emperor's law focused on destruction and domination. His purple flames represented authority. The will to suppress. The will to conquer. The will to rule all beneath heaven. Neither side naturally countered the other. Boom! The gigantic serpent suddenly lunged forward. Its enormous body crossed space in an instant. At the same moment, the demonic undead raised one hand. The endless black water surrounding it suddenly condensed. The ocean disappeared. Then reappeared around its fist. An entire sea compressed into a single strike. The Emperor's pupils contracted. Law skill. Demonic abyss crushing tide. The fist moved. The void collapsed. For the first time since revealing his true form, the Emperor's expression changed. He could clearly feel it. This attack was strong enough to seriously injure him. Boom! The serpent's head and the abyssal fist collided head-on. The resulting shockwave spread across the entire second layer of the void. Far away, even Michael and the other legendary beings felt the terrifying fluctuation and instinctively looked in that direction. It was also at this point that Michael realized his high drake was nowhere to be found. He immediately understood. The other party had probably dragged it into their domain. Far away from the other battlefields, hidden within another layer of the void entirely, a completely different world existed. The sky was dark crimson. Countless volcanoes stretched endlessly across the horizon while rivers of molten lava flowed like oceans beneath the heavens. Every few seconds, massive eruptions occurred somewhere in the distance, launching mountains of magma into the sky. The temperature alone was enough to instantly vaporize ordinary rank 3 beings. At the center of this world, boom! A colossal dragon nearly 300 meters tall smashed through a volcanic mountain. Molten rock exploded in every direction. The high drake spread its wings. Its enormous body was covered in crimson scales, each one glowing faintly like heated metal fresh from a forge. Red flames flowed continuously across its body. Roar! The entire volcanic world shook beneath the dragon's roar. Opposite it stood 2 gigantic serpents. One burned with deep blue flames. The other burned with pink flames. Both possessed bodies over 400 meters long. Both radiated terrifying rank 4 pressure. These were 2 of the legendary ancestors of the Black Serpent Empire. Together with the Emperor, the royal family alone had 3 legendary beings. The other 4 were not from the family. Eunuch Liang belonged to an orphan force under the empire, while among the remaining three, one belonged to the strongest noble family after the royal family, and one was the empire's strongest military officer. The blue-flamed serpent opened its mouth. A beam of deep blue fire shot forward. The surrounding lava instantly froze into crystal before shattering apart. Almost simultaneously, the pink serpent attacked. Its flames transformed into countless blooming flowers made entirely from fire. Beautiful and deadly. Every flower contained enough power to erase a mountain. The high drake responded with overwhelming simplicity. It inhaled. The entire world seemed to darken. Then, roar. A sea of red dragon fire erupted outward. The three flames collided head-on. Red. Blue. Pink. The resulting explosion illuminated the entire volcanic world. Volcanoes collapsed. Lava seas split apart. Space itself cracked repeatedly. Yet despite fighting two opponents at once, the High Drake showed no signs of weakness. Instead, it was suppressing them. The dragon's red flames steadily pushed backward against both opposing laws. The two serpents immediately felt the pressure. Their expressions changed. Not only was the High Drake stronger than both of them combined, but the dragon's bloodline alone was suppressing theirs. Boom! The High Drake suddenly disappeared. The next instant, one enormous claw descended from above. The blue serpent barely raised a defensive wall of flame in time. Crash! Its body was smashed directly into a volcano. The entire mountain exploded. Before the blue serpent could recover, the dragon's tail whipped around. Boom! The pink serpent was sent flying through dozens of kilometers of volcanic terrain. The entire world trembled. For the first time, fear appeared in the eyes of both serpents. They had expected a difficult fight. They had not expected this. High above the volcanic world, cracks slowly began spreading across the domain itself. The two serpents noticed immediately and their hearts sank. The cracks were being caused by the High Drake's mere presence. The domain was beginning to struggle to contain a creature infinitely approaching the demigod realm. Where did that fool go? The pink serpent suddenly cursed. Its voice echoed throughout the volcanic world. Damn it! It has been 10 years. The blue serpent's expression darkened as well. The figure they were referring to was the other legendary ancestor of the Black Serpent Empire. One of the Empire's oldest protectors, and the very same ancestor who had once crossed paths with Shoujo and ultimately lost. Unfortunately for them, they still did not know the truth. Unlike ordinary royal family members whose deaths could be tracked through life lamps and bloodline altars, legendary beings were different. Their existence was too powerful. Once they reached that realm, many methods used to monitor lower-ranked supernaturals became unreliable, and their deaths were often difficult to confirm. As a result, the Empire still believed their missing ancestor might be alive somewhere. Neither serpent knew he had died long ago. Nor did they know that the enemy currently attacking the Empire was connected to the chain of events surrounding that death. In truth, just like the Emperor, they understood almost nothing about this conflict. When the alarm had sounded, they had simply assumed some powerful force was attacking their homeland and entered battle accordingly. Only now, while being driven backward by the High Drake, did a disturbing thought begin forming in their minds. Who exactly was this enemy? Where had these terrifying people come from? Roar! Their thoughts were interrupted as the High Drake spread its enormous wings. The volcanic world darkened. Red flames flooded the heavens. The cracks spreading across the domain multiplied instantly. The expressions of both serpents changed. The blue serpent hissed furiously. Forget that idiot. The pink serpent nodded grimly. Let's survive first. Back in the second layer of the void, Michael's battle had also reached a new stage. At this moment, Michael no longer looked entirely human. His body had expanded slightly, not to the size of a true giant, but enough to give him the appearance of a miniature titan. Gray-black patterns covered parts of his skin, while dark water and faint black flames twisted around his body like living armor. In his hand, the long dark spear hummed violently. Boom! Michael swung the spear horizontally. The two legendary beings attacking him were forced backward at the same time. The old man's blue-black flames shattered apart, while the woman's water rings collapsed into countless droplets across the void. Michael's eyes were bright. The earlier success of Eternal Abyss Barrier had opened something inside his mind. It was as though a door had finally been pushed open. Ideas that had previously existed only as vague concepts were becoming clearer with every exchange. Michael's understanding deepened rapidly in the middle of battle. Taking advantage of the moment, he began comprehending the one law he was most familiar with. Beginning's law of brutal rebirth. The law of brutal rebirth was not simply about surviving injury. It was not merely regeneration, endurance, or stubborn vitality. Its deeper concept was evolution through violence. Beginning embodied that concept perfectly. The more damaged it became, the more terrifying its rebirth became. Michael's eyes shone brighter. So that's it. The old man and woman immediately felt that something was wrong. Stop him! The woman shouted coldly. The old man's flames erupted again, transforming into a massive serpent head that lunged directly toward Michael. At the same time, the woman summoned a giant spear of compressed abyssal water and hurled it forward. Michael did not retreat. Instead, he gripped his spear with both hands. Dark gray light erupted from his body. Law skill. His voice was low, but it echoed clearly through the void. Brutal rebirth, first state. Crack. A violent sound erupted from inside Michael's body. For a brief instant, his heartbeat became thunder. His muscles tightened, his bones creaked, and his mana surged like a dam breaking apart. A terrifying force flooded every part of him as though his body had been forcefully dragged beyond its natural limit. His power instantly rose by nearly 50%. Boom! Michael disappeared. The old man's pupils shrank. Fast. Too fast. The next instant, Michael appeared directly before the serpent head of blue-black flame and thrust his spear forward. Boom! The flame serpent exploded instantly. Without stopping, Michael twisted his body and swung the spear again. The dark spear collided head-on with the woman's abyssal water spear. The water spear shattered. The woman was forced backward several hundred meters through the void, her expression filled with disbelief. Michael remained in place, breathing slightly heavier than before. He could feel it clearly. This law skill was strong. Very strong. But the cost was equally obvious. His life force was being consumed. Even with his terrifying vitality, this was not something he could maintain casually. It was a burst-type skill and a trump card meant to decide a dangerous moment, not something to use freely in a prolonged battle. Yet Michael's excitement only grew because he could feel that this skill was incomplete. Beginning's law possessed 3 states depending on the severity of its injuries. Michael was not arrogant enough to believe he could perfectly replicate all 3 right now, but he was confident he could eventually develop at least a second state. Perhaps even a third one in the future. What made this skill even more special was that it did not interfere with Beginning's passive law effect. The more injured he became, the stronger he grew. Which was to say that perhaps, in the future, Michael could achieve as many as 6 different burst effects. The thought alone made his blood heat slightly. Unfortunately, now was not the time to slowly study it. The 2 legendary beings had already recovered from their shock. Michael slowly raised his spear again, his aura pressing down on both of them like a mountain. When are the 2 of you planning to reveal yourselves? The 2 immediately started looking uneasy. When Michael had first fought them, he felt a strange sensation from the pair. The longer the battle continued, the stronger that feeling became. After some time, he noticed that both possessed bloodline fluctuations similar to the Black Serpent royal family. Yet neither had revealed a true bloodline form. Not once. That alone was abnormal. The Emperor had transformed. The two ancestors fighting the High Drake had transformed before they disappeared. Every bloodline warrior Michael had encountered eventually relied upon their bloodline form when pushed into a corner. So why had these two not done so? It was then that a shocking realization came to him. These two were monster kin. Bloodline warriors gave off a certain aura. Monsters gave off another. Even if a monster transformed into a human, traces always remained. Likewise, bloodline warriors who transformed into beasts still retained their human origins. They were similar, but not identical. The same principle applied to Michael's undead. A sufficiently powerful observer could always notice subtle differences. When all those clues were placed together, the answer became obvious. These two had monster origins. Michael did not know whether they were the children of the Emperor or some other ancestor, but he had to acknowledge their adventurous spirits. However, outside of their bloodline issue, Michael was focused on something else. Killing humans did not provide experience points. The same was true for other intelligent races outside the monster race. Since these two were technically monsters, was it possible that killing them would grant experience points? Though he suffered from the increasingly difficult requirements of leveling through experience points, these two were stronger than him and he was only a single level away from reaching the maximum. Only one of them was needed. Combined with the bonus he would receive from killing a higher level opponent, he would almost certainly level up and reach the limit. By then, his rank advancement quest would finally be revealed. And as long as he completed it, rank 4 would not be far away. The moment Michael exposed their secret, the atmosphere changed. The old man's expression twisted. The woman's face became incomparably ugly. Their attacks instantly became more violent. It was as though Michael had struck a hidden nerve. Boom! A massive serpent made of corrosive fire smashed toward Michael. At the same time, hundreds of water blades descended from above. Michael laughed and met them head-on. The dark spear tore through the serpent. His fist shattered dozens of water blades. The battlefield immediately became chaotic. Yet the more they fought, the more convinced Michael became. He had guessed correctly. Perhaps they could still be considered human since they were likely born in that form, but these two truly possessed monster blood. Enough monster blood to affect their very existence. Boom! The old man was forced backward again. A trace of killing intent flashed through his eyes. Then suddenly, his gaze met the woman's. A silent exchange occurred. The next moment, the surrounding void distorted. A strange fluctuation spread outward. Michael's expression immediately changed. No. Unfortunately, it was already too late. Michael's vision blurred. The world around him twisted. Space folded repeatedly as a familiar sensation of transportation engulfed him. Meanwhile, the old man and woman were equally shocked. What? He actually got pulled in. Both of them looked genuinely stunned. Their original intention had merely been to test him and try their domain. A domain was expensive. Even legendary beings did not casually activate one. It consumed significant amounts of energy. Usually, when two rank 4 beings fought, their domains would clash and cancel each other out. Very rarely would one side continuously attempt to use a domain against the other. For a brief moment, the two simply stared. Neither knew what to think. Had Michael made a mistake and reacted too slowly? Or was his domain somehow weaker than theirs? They could not understand it. Unfortunately for them, the answer was much simpler. Michael was not a rank 4. The reason he had not been dragged into a domain during the opening exchanges was because one of his undead had secretly covered for him. Whenever the other legendary beings attempted to spread their domains earlier, one of Michael's powerful undead had subtly interfered and neutralized the pressure. As a result, everyone naturally assumed Michael possessed a domain of his own. If these two had activated their domain from the very beginning of the battle, his secret might have been exposed much earlier. Fortunately, domain activation was not something legendary beings used casually. That single misconception had protected Michael until now. Unfortunately, that protection had finally disappeared. When Michael's vision stabilized, the first thing he noticed was that the surroundings had completely changed. The endless darkness of the void was gone. In its place stood a vast forest. Ancient trees stretched thousands of meters into the sky. Their trunks were wider than mountains, while countless vines hung from the heavens like green rivers. The air itself carried an oppressive vitality. Everything here was alive. The ground. The trees. The flowers. Even the wind. However, Michael immediately felt a powerful suppressive force descend upon his body. He knew this was the suppression effect of a domain. His movements became heavier. The mana around him became sluggish. Even his laws felt slightly restrained. So this is a domain. Michael narrowed his eyes. This was the first time he had truly experienced one alone. Within a domain, the owner became closer to the embodiment of their law itself. The world favored them and weakened their enemies. At the same time, Michael felt another discomfort. Brutal rebirth. The strain from the skill was accumulating. His body was already consuming life force continuously. Without hesitation, Michael deactivated it. The gray-black light vanished. The miniature giant form rapidly shrank. His muscles returned to normal size, while the terrifying pressure surrounding him weakened considerably. His robes, however, had suffered greatly. The violent battle had left them tattered in several places. Ignoring the state of his appearance, Michael stored the dark spear away with a thought. Then he calmly reached into his storage space once more. A different item appeared in his hand. It was a pipa with 4 strings. At the same time, the old man and woman finally stopped hiding their true forms. Their human forms exploded apart. In place of the old man stood a gigantic beast. It resembled a wolf. Yet not entirely. Its body was covered in dark scales rather than fur. Massive antlers grew from its head, while blue-black flames burned within its eye sockets. In place of the woman emerged a gigantic creature. A white deer. At least, part of it was. The creature possessed 6 eyes, crystal antlers, and scales covering portions of its body. Neither of them looked remotely similar to serpents. Yet Michael could still sense traces of the black serpent bloodline within both creatures. Michael's eyes immediately brightened. As expected. His earlier suspicion had been correct. For something like this to happen, the explanations were limited. Either 2 different bloodline warriors had somehow produced offspring whose bloodlines fused and mutated. Or the possibility Michael considered far more likely. A bloodline warrior had mated with a monster. The resulting offspring inherited both lineages. Half human. Half monster. Monster-kin. It was probably why the 2 had hidden their forms as well. Their very existence was likely a secret. Perhaps one the Black Serpent Empire did not want widely known. The wolf-like creature stared at Michael with murderous eyes. Its voice echoed throughout the forest. You should have kept your mouth shut. The 6-eyed deer lowered its head. The surrounding trees immediately began moving as they burst into flames. Seeing this, Michael knew it was the old man's domain he had entered. However, though he was facing stronger opponents, Michael felt more excited than afraid. Without hesitation, he reached toward one of the strings of the pipa and plucked it. The sovereign pipa had 4 strings, each possessing a different effect. As a 3-star epic grade item, its abilities were extremely powerful. The first string was called Shattering Pluck. It released a concentrated sonic burst in a straight line, with the force scaling according to the amount of mana invested. The second string was Binding Resonance. A sustained note released an invisible resonance field that anchored targets within range, restricting spatial movement, including teleportation, for as long as the note was maintained. The third string was Soul Tremor. A plucked cord sent vibrations directly into the spiritual bodies of targets within range, destabilizing active domain effects. The fourth string was Sovereign's Dirge. A full strum released a sweeping wave of oppressive sound that suppressed all living targets within range, reducing their combat output by 20% for 30 seconds. Michael's finger rested upon the third string. The moment he touched it, he did not hesitate. Twang! A deep note echoed across the forest. Immediately, Michael felt a terrifying amount of mana leave his body. His expression changed slightly. So expensive? The drain was enormous. Normally it would already have been costly, but after battling several legendary beings, using law skills, activating brutal rebirth, and exchanging attacks continuously, his mana reserves were far from full. Even someone with Michael's absurd mana pool felt the loss instantly. The wolf-like creature immediately noticed. Its antlers glowed. Boom! The entire forest domain responded. Blue-black flames erupted from every tree. Countless pillars of fire shot toward Michael from every direction. At the same time, the six-eyed deer raised its head. The air trembled. Thousands of droplets appeared above the forest, each one rapidly expanding into spears of compressed water. Boom! The water spears rained downward. Michael immediately moved. His figure blurred through the forest as explosions erupted behind him one after another. Ancient trees collapsed. Flames devoured the landscape. Water spears blasted craters into the earth. Twang! Michael plucked the string a second time. The sound spread farther than before. Invisible ripples flowed through the domain. This time he immediately noticed something. Several nearby trees trembled. The blue-black flames flickered slightly. The suppression pressing down upon him weakened by a tiny amount. Michael's eyes lit up. It was working. The effect was small, but it was undeniably working. The wolf-like creature's expression darkened. Stop him! It roared furiously. The six-eyed deer reacted immediately. Its 6 eyes glowed simultaneously. Boom! The rivers flowing through the forest suddenly rose into the sky. The water twisted and transformed into enormous dragons. 5. 10. 20. The water dragons roared as they surged toward Michael. Twang! Michael plucked the third string. The sound became sharper. The invisible vibration spread throughout the domain. Croak! A tiny crack appeared in the crimson sky above. The surrounding forest trembled violently. The wolf-like creature's eyes widened. The six-eyed deer immediately noticed it as well. The domain had been damaged. A supreme treasure. The deer spoke coldly. Neither of them had expected Michael to possess something like this. The wolf-like creature's killing intent intensified. Michael did not answer. He continued dodging the attacks thrown at him. Boom! A dragon of water exploded behind him. Boom! A sea of blue-black fire engulfed the place he had occupied moments earlier. The domain continuously strengthened the wolf-like creature. Every tree. Every vine. Every flame. Everything within this world obeyed its will. Meanwhile, the deer continuously supported it from the side. Water spears. Water dragons. Water blades. Relentless attacks rained toward Michael. Twang! The fourth pluck echoed across the forest. This time the effect was immediate. The invisible sound wave spread through the entire domain. Crack! A massive crack split open the heavens. Entire sections of forest shook violently. Countless burning leaves fell from the sky. The domain was beginning to destabilize. The wolf-like creature finally lost its composure. No! Its roar shook the forest. The blue-black flames throughout the domain exploded. Thousands of burning vines erupted from the earth. The six-eyed deer joined in immediately. Boom! Entire rivers rose into the air. Thousands of water spears condensed simultaneously. The sky itself disappeared beneath the attacks. For a brief moment there was nowhere left to dodge. Michael's expression remained serious as his body flashed through countless attacks. Several water spears grazed his shoulder. A burning vine struck his back. Another attack tore through his robes. Boom! Michael crashed through several gigantic trees. Fresh blood appeared at the corner of his lips. Yet when he looked upward, he smiled. Around him were cracks. They were everywhere. The sky resembled shattered glass. The forest trembled continuously. The flames were becoming unstable. Even the domain suppression had weakened significantly. The wolf-like creature and the six-eyed deer both felt panic rising within their hearts. Domains were not invincible. Once heavily damaged, the backlash would directly affect the owner. At best it would be minor damage that could be ignored. At worst it would be a crippling backlash. Michael stood up. Blood dripped from his arm. His mana reserves had fallen dramatically. This should be enough, he muttered as he reached for the third string again. The wolf-like creature immediately charged. Its massive body crossed the forest in an instant. Blue-black flames gathered within its jaws. The six-eyed deer raised all six eyes toward the sky. Boom! A gigantic ocean suddenly appeared above the forest. Countless water spears condensed within it. Both attacks descended simultaneously. Michael calmly plucked the third string one final time. Twang! The sound that erupted was completely different from the previous four. The entire forest froze. The flames froze. The water froze. Even the wind stopped moving. For a brief moment, absolute silence descended. Then, crack! The sky shattered. The forest split apart. The burning trees exploded into fragments of light. The rivers suspended in the heavens collapsed. The entire domain broke apart like a shattered mirror. The wolf-like creature coughed blood instantly. The six-eyed deer staggered backward. Both stared in disbelief. No. Boom. The forest world collapsed completely. The endless darkness of the void returned. Michael reappeared within the second layer of the void. His robes were torn. His mana reserves were heavily depleted. His body carried multiple injuries. Yet the grin on his face had never been brighter. The wolf-like man and the six-eyed deer woman were not nearly as calm. That was what Michael called them now, as both had reverted back to their human forms. The instant the domain shattered, blood spilled from the corners of the old man's mouth. As the domain owner, he had suffered the majority of the backlash. It was not enough to cripple him, and given some time he could even activate it again, but it was enough to affect him considerably. Unfortunately for him, Michael had no intention of giving him time to recover. The moment he saw the two appear outside the collapsed domain, his eyes lit up. Got you. Boom. Michael shot forward like a black comet. The old man's expression changed drastically. Protect me. The woman reacted instantly. Hundreds of water blades appeared around her. At the same time, countless waves surged forward in an attempt to intercept Michael. Unfortunately, she was too late. Michael had already arrived. Boom. His fist crashed directly into the old man's chest. The old man's ribs shattered instantly. His entire body folded inward before being blasted thousands of meters through the void. Blood exploded from his mouth. The force of the punch continued traveling through him, rupturing organs and tearing apart muscles. The old man felt his vision darken. Too fast. The attack had come too fast. Before he could even stabilize himself, Michael appeared again. The old man's eyes widened. No. Boom. The second attack landed. This time Michael's fist smashed directly into his face. Half the old man's skull collapsed. His body spun uncontrollably through the void while blood and shattered teeth scattered everywhere. The surrounding space distorted violently. The old man had already reached the brink of death. His aura plummeted. His soul fluctuated violently. The woman finally arrived. Her expression was filled with fury. Stop! Boom! A gigantic tidal wave descended from above. Water dragons. Water spears. Water blades. Everything she could summon crashed toward Michael simultaneously. Michael ignored all of it. A water spear pierced through his shoulder. A water blade sliced across his back. One dragon slammed into him hard enough to crack several bones. Yet Michael did not stop. His eyes remained fixed on the old man. The old man's face finally showed fear. At that moment he could sense death approaching closer than it had ever been. For the first time since becoming a legendary being, he felt it truly near. Save me! He screamed toward the woman. Unfortunately, Michael was already there. The third attack arrived. Boom! The entire void shook. Michael's fist punched directly through the old man's chest. The old man froze. His eyes widened. His mouth opened. Yet no words came out. A moment later, cracks began spreading across his body. Then everything shattered simultaneously. Boom! The old man's body exploded into pieces. Michael's hand twisted at an unnatural angle, but a moment later it instantly healed. Silence descended. The woman froze. For a brief moment, she could not believe what she was seeing. A legendary being. Dead just like that. Michael slowly withdrew his arm. Blood dripped from his fist. Several wounds covered his body. His breathing was slightly heavy. Yet his eyes remained bright. The moment the old man died, a notification panel appeared before him. At the same time, a sensation of strength filled him. Though minor, it was enough to heal him slightly. Michael had leveled up. More importantly, he had leveled to level 75, which was the maximum level for rank 3. This meant his rank advancement task had finally generated. The moment the old man exploded apart, the woman finally reacted. The shock and disbelief vanished from her face. What replaced it was pure killing intent. If Michael had paid more attention to his earlier suspicion, he would have noticed something. These two were definitely monster-kin, meaning a human had mated with their mother. Or perhaps their father. But there were two of them. Had that human mated with the monster twice, or were the two likely twins? You bastard! Boom! The surrounding void instantly transformed into a raging ocean. Countless rivers appeared from nowhere. Water dragons roared. Thousands of water spears condensed around her. Every attack she could unleash descended toward Michael simultaneously. The sheer fury behind the assault was enough to distort the surrounding void. Unfortunately for her, Michael had already seen it coming. Boom! His figure vanished. Several hundred water spears pierced through the place he had occupied moments earlier. The void exploded. The woman did not stop. She had already realized something. Michael was exhausted. His mana reserves were low. His body was injured. His strongest treasure had consumed an absurd amount of energy. If there was ever a chance to kill him, it was now. Die! Boom! A colossal water dragon lunged toward Michael. At the same time, dozens of tidal blades cut through space from every direction. Michael dodged the dragon. Unfortunately, he could not avoid everything. A water blade sliced across his chest. Another pierced through his thigh. A third exploded against his shoulder. Fresh blood sprayed into the void. Yet Michael did not retreat. Instead, his eyes became colder. If she wanted his life, then he would exchange injuries for hers. Without hesitation, Michael activated his law skill once more. Brutal rebirth. First state. Crack. His heartbeat exploded like thunder. The strain that had only just begun fading immediately returned. His muscles tightened. His bones creaked. His life force began burning once more. The familiar surge of power flooded his body. The woman's expression changed. Boom. Michael disappeared. The woman immediately retreated. Water surged around her. Defensive barriers appeared one after another. Water dragons moved to intercept him. Unfortunately, she was slower. Much slower. Boom. Michael's fist smashed through the first barrier. Boom. The second shattered. Boom. The third exploded apart. The woman's eyes widened. She immediately condensed a spear of abyssal water and thrust it forward. Michael ignored it. The spear pierced directly through his abdomen. Blood exploded from his mouth. Yet his speed did not decrease. The woman's heart sank. This madman. He was not even trying to defend. He was only trying to kill her. Before she could retreat further, Michael arrived. Boom. His fist smashed into her shoulder. The entire arm exploded. The woman screamed. Her body spun backward through the void. Unfortunately, Michael was already following. The second attack arrived almost instantly. Boom. His knee collided with her ribs. Bones shattered. Several organs ruptured. Blood poured from her mouth. Her aura immediately weakened. Yet she was still alive. After all, she was a legendary being. Not someone who could be killed so easily. Unfortunately, Michael had no intention of giving her time to recover. The woman finally panicked. For the first time since becoming a rank 4 being, she felt genuine terror. No. She unleashed everything she had. Thousands of water blades erupted outward. Water dragons exploded. Tidal waves swallowed the surrounding void. Michael endured everything. One blade nearly severed his left arm. A dragon shattered several ribs. Another attack tore through his back. His injuries rapidly accumulated. Yet every wound only brought him closer, and at the same time filled him with strength. The woman's face became increasingly pale. The third attack arrived. Boom. Michael's fist smashed directly into her chest. The woman's eyes widened. Time seemed to freeze. Then cracks began spreading across her body. Her soul. Her law. Her origin. Everything began collapsing simultaneously. No. Those were her final words. Boom. Her body exploded into countless fragments. As Michael fought his opponents, the battles between the other legendary beings had also reached their peak. However, among all the battlefields, two in particular had taken an unexpectedly strange turn. One belonged to Beginning. The other belonged to Lily. Once again, Michael's troublesome undead proved they could do more than create problems for their master. The one who had chosen to fight Lily was the Emperor's closest confidant. Eunuch Liang. In terms of pure combat ability, Eunuch Liang was actually stronger than Lily. After all, he was a genuine legendary being who had spent centuries perfecting his law. His combat experience vastly surpassed Lily's. His understanding of battle surpassed Lily's. Yet at this moment, Eunuch Liang's expression was incomparably ugly. Hidden beneath it was something else entirely. Dread. And disbelief. Never in his entire life had he encountered such an absurd opponent. The battlefield they occupied existed within a hidden world inside the second layer of the void. It was a world of mountains. Nothing else. Endless mountains stretched toward the horizon. Gigantic peaks rose tens of thousands of meters into the sky. The air was thin. The earth was heavy. Gravity itself seemed several times stronger than normal. At the center of this mountainous world stood Lily. Unlike her usual appearance, she had already expanded her body. A 40-meter-tall giant stood atop a shattered mountain. Her pale skin resembled marble. Her long black hair danced wildly behind her. In comparison, Eunuch Liang appeared tiny. The old man floated several hundred meters away, his robes fluttering in the wind. Boom! A mountain exploded apart. Thousands of stone spears erupted from beneath Lily's feet. The countless stone spears transformed into golden chains before wrapping around Lily from every direction. Any ordinary legendary being would have dodged or destroyed the attack. Lily did neither. Instead, she opened her mouth. Chomp! The nearest chain vanished. Eunuch Liang blinked. Chomp! A second chain disappeared. Chomp! 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 Within seconds, thousands of meters worth of law-infused chains had vanished into Lily's mouth. Eunuch Liang stared. His eyelid twitched. He still remembered the first time it happened. At first he thought it was some kind of illusion. Then he thought it was a defensive skill. Unfortunately, the truth was much worse. She was literally eating his attacks. Not redirecting. Not neutralizing. Eating. As if his carefully crafted law attacks were nothing more than snacks. Eunuch Liang unleashed another attack. Golden mountains descended from the sky. Each one contained enough force to flatten entire regions. Lily looked upward. Then smiled. She had actually learned this from Spartan. He always smiled when he saw something good. Food was good enough to smile at, right? Unfortunately, as an undead, even with high intelligence to mimic emotions, she was still miles away from undead like Spartan and Jester. A mountain-sized mouth opened and swallowed Eunuch Liang's attack whole. Crunch! 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 The sound echoed throughout the world. Eunuch Liang nearly coughed blood at the sight, especially when he noticed that not only had the attack disappeared entirely, but Lily's injuries were healing. The cuts on her body closed. Even her aura grew slightly stronger. Lily suddenly appeared before him. Despite her massive size, her speed was absurd. Her fist descended. Eunuch Liang immediately raised several layers of defense. The first shattered. The second shattered. The third exploded apart. The old man's face changed. A moment later, the giant fist smashed into him. His body shot through 3 mountains before finally stopping. Blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. Far away, Lily charged again. Eunuch Liang's scalp went numb. This was another problem. Lily was not only difficult to kill. She was physically powerful. Ridiculously powerful. Every attack carried terrifying force. Every strike could shatter mountains. Every punch forced him to waste enormous amounts of energy defending. And every time he managed to injure her, she ate something and healed. At this moment, Eunuch Liang genuinely felt wronged. For decades he had fought countless enemies. Sword experts. Beast tamers. Elemental supernaturals. Assassins. Necromancers. Yet never once had he fought something like this. Just what kind of monster is this? Eunuch Liang could not help but curse. At this point, if he could not tell Lily was not normal, he might as well commit suicide. Unfortunately, Lily did not care about his complaints. Eunuch Liang launched another attack. Lily rushed forward with excitement as his face turned even uglier. The giantess crossed dozens of kilometers in an instant. Her enormous foot landed on a mountain peak, causing the entire region to collapse beneath the force. Eunuch Liang immediately retreated. Golden chains erupted from behind him. Each chain carried traces of his law and enough force to easily bind ordinary legendary beings. Lily's mouth widened as entire sections of the golden chains vanished. Crunch. 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 The sound of metal being crushed echoed endlessly across the mountain world. Eunuch Liang nearly vomited blood. This was not a battle. This was robbery. Every attack he launched became her nourishment. Every successful strike became healing. Every exchange strengthened her. Meanwhile, his own reserves continued falling. Die already. Golden light erupted from his body. Thousands of golden runes appeared throughout the sky. The mountains rose. Even the earth itself rose. Everything transformed into weapons. A mountain several kilometers wide ripped free from the ground and smashed toward Lily. Another followed. Then another. And another. Within seconds, the sky was filled with falling mountains. Lily finally stopped charging. She looked upward. Then she opened her mouth even wider. She spoke out her law name before doing so, though in truth she did not need to use her mouth to devour. It was simply the most efficient and direct method. Eunuch Liang's eye twitched. Don't you dare. Lily dared. Her mouth expanded. Then expanded again. And again. Chomp. One mountain disappeared. Chomp. A second vanished. Chomp. A third followed. The giantess happily continued eating while molten rock and shattered debris fell around her. Eunuch Liang felt something crack inside his heart. This thing was unreasonable. Completely unreasonable. Before Lily could finish her meal, dozens of golden chains erupted from beneath her feet. Unlike before, these chains wrapped around her arms, legs, waist, and neck simultaneously. The mountains themselves joined the suppression. For the first time, Lily's movement stopped. Eunuch Liang's eyes lit up. Finally. Finally he had managed to restrain her. Without hesitation, he thrust both hands forward. Mountain burial. The entire world shook. Thousands of mountains descended simultaneously. The sheer weight distorted space. Lily disappeared beneath the attack. Then came the impact. Boom! The mountain world trembled violently. Shockwaves spread across the horizon. Entire peaks shattered. Even Eunuch Liang was forced backward by the resulting force. For several seconds, silence descended. Then a sound echoed from beneath the pile of mountains. Crunch. Eunuch Liang froze. Crunch. 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 No. The sound grew louder. Crunch. 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 Then the mountains exploded apart. Lily burst free. Chunks of mountains were still in her mouth. She was literally chewing them. Not only that, the injuries she had accumulated throughout the entire battle were gone. Completely gone. Eunuch Liang stared blankly. His attention shifted for only a fraction of a second. Against ordinary opponents it would not matter. Against Lily, it was fatal. The giantess vanished. Eunuch Liang's heart sank, but it was already too late. A colossal hand appeared around him. The old man barely raised a defense before the impact crushed it apart. Lily had caught him. Her gigantic hand enclosed him completely. The old man's face turned pale. It was then that he realized something, seeing as the giantess had not killed him even though she clearly could. From the very start, Lily had not been trying particularly hard to kill him. She had been trying to eat him. Slowly. Very slowly. The giantess brought her hand toward her face. Eunuch Liang struggled frantically. Golden chains erupted. Golden mountains formed. Law power exploded. Everything smashed against Lily's fingers. Nothing worked. The hand continued moving. Closer. 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 Until Eunuch Liang found himself staring directly at a gigantic mouth. A mouth large enough to swallow mountains. Soon his vision darkened amidst his screams. Meanwhile, in another hidden region of the second layer of the void, a completely different battle was taking place. Unlike Eunuch Liang's mountain world, this domain was bizarre. It was a world of scrolls. The sky was covered in endless burning scrolls stretching beyond sight. Rivers made entirely from parchment flowed across the land. Mountains of ancient documents rose toward the heavens. Some scrolls were golden. Some were black. Some burned with crimson flames. Others floated silently through the air as though possessing minds of their own. Countless words and runes drifted throughout the world. Every second, thousands of flaming scrolls opened and closed by themselves, releasing waves of law power into the surroundings. This was the domain of one of the Empire's legendary beings. The Scroll Sovereign. Among the 7 legendary beings, 3 belonged to the royal family. This included the Emperor and his 2 ancestors. The 4th was Eunuch Liang, who belonged to one of the Empire's eunuch forces. Among the remaining 3, 1 belonged to a powerful noble family, 1 was the Empire's military general, and the last was said to be an invited force. Or at least, this was the understanding of the 2 Empire ancestors. They were of course very mistaken, as even they had no idea of the true identity of the other 2. Most likely only the Emperor and the first ancestor who had died to Shoujo knew their true identities. The reason the first ancestor knew and not the other 2 was simple. He was their father. Yes, the figure who had fought against Shoujo had also mated with a legendary stage monster, who had birthed 2 children for him. As for why the 2 ancestors still did not know about this, and why even someone like Michael could find out, it was partly because of the decades-long seclusion where only the Emperor could meet them personally, and partly because the Emperor had deliberately ensured both sides never crossed paths. As for the outside world remaining unaware, on any normal day the 2 bloodlines were sealed. Only when fighting at full strength would their true identity be revealed. This was also why the 2 ancestors had noticed nothing when they briefly encountered them outside the void. They had only spared the 2 a glance before the Emperor answered their questions through voice transmission, offering a half-truth that concealed their real nature. Like the Emperor and Eunuch Liang, these 2 also hid their true power, though in the eyes of the outside world they openly appeared to be at the peak of rank 3. The Scroll Sovereign, on the other hand, was genuinely from a noble family, though he too had hidden his true strength from the world. Only a select few knew how powerful he truly was. At the center of the Scroll Sovereign's domain stood Beginning. A giant standing over 60 meters tall amidst the endless sea of burning scrolls. His gray skin resembled ancient stone. Countless wounds covered his body. Deep cuts. Missing chunks of flesh. Burning scars. Broken bones protruding from several locations. Yet his expression remained completely calm, as though none of it mattered in the slightest. Meanwhile, in one enormous hand, Beginning was holding a man. The Scroll Sovereign. At this moment the man was desperately struggling to escape. His face was pale, his breathing heavy, and a look of pure terror was painted across his entire expression. A gigantic flaming scroll descended from the sky. The scroll opened. Thousands of glowing runes erupted outward. The surrounding world immediately shook. Law skill. The old man roared desperately. World scripture annihilation. The countless runes condensed together, then transformed into a gigantic spear of blazing scripture hundreds of meters long. The attack descended directly toward Beginning. The spear struck. A massive explosion illuminated the entire domain. The surrounding scrolls burned away instantly as the resulting shockwave spread thousands of kilometers. When the light finally faded, what the Scroll Sovereign saw only deepened the dread in his heart. Beginning had not been stopped by the attack. The spear had pierced directly through his chest, creating a gigantic hole in the center of his body. One could see completely through him. His left arm had been torn off entirely. Half his ribs were gone. His internal organs had practically been vaporized. Even for a legendary being, such injuries were horrifying. And yet Beginning simply looked down at the hole in his chest, then returned his gaze to the old man. His expression never changed. Meanwhile, his aura seemed to climb even higher. The Scroll Sovereign's face lost all color. No. His voice trembled. No. 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 This was not the first time something like this had happened. The series of injuries covering Beginning's body was proof of that. However, knowing how Beginning's law functioned, should all of those injuries not have disappeared already? Should his body not have healed completely and become even stronger? If nothing was wrong with his law, the answer was simple. Beginning was suppressing his own healing. At the start of their battle, Beginning had fought normally, or rather, as normally as Beginning ever fought. He had intentionally allowed the Scroll Sovereign to injure him, since every brush with death increased the power of his brutal rebirth. Initially, that had been his entire plan. Then a thought occurred to him, and his entire approach changed. It was also the reason he had willingly entered the Scroll Sovereign's domain, and the reason he had tolerated injury after injury instead of ending the battle immediately. Beginning wanted the greatest possible benefit from this fight. And the way to achieve that was through his own law domain. Back in Hell, during his battle against the rank 4 Amazari, Beginning had already attempted something similar. At the time, rank 4 beings were heavily suppressed and his law had not been complete. What he created back then could only be described as a partial manifestation. A prototype. But things were different now. Beginning had advanced. He was a genuine rank 4 existence. And his law had evolved alongside him. The law of brutal rebirth was not merely a law of healing. Its deepest concept was transformation through adversity. The closer one approached destruction, the greater the rebirth. The closer one approached death, the greater the return. Eventually, that understanding gave birth to Beginning's domain, which also happened to be a very rare type of domain. A trial domain. Unlike most domains, Beginnings did not necessarily require a hidden layer in the second layer of the void to manifest. It could become a world, but it did not have to. More importantly, it did not care about physical bodies. What mattered were souls and essence. As long as Beginning possessed even the slightest advantage over an opponent, he could forcibly drag their soul and essence into his trial domain. The trial domain was essentially a death battle. A brutal contest between two souls. The winner devoured. The loser was devoured. Simple. Cruel. Absolute. If Beginning won, the opponent's soul and essence would become nourishment for his rebirth. If Beginning lost, he would become nourishment instead. The victor would inherit everything. Strength. Potential. Essence. It was direct and brutal strengthening. This was the rebirth Beginning had discovered within his law back in Hell. It was also precisely because of this new plan that he had allowed the Scroll Sovereign to injure him so heavily. Back in Hell, using this law domain had carried somewhat less risk since rank 4 beings had been suppressed there. Here, things were different. One mistake could kill him. If the gap between him and his opponent was too small, activating the trial domain would be gambling with his own existence. A slight advantage was not enough. Beginning wanted certainty. He wanted overwhelming superiority. So he endured. And endured. And endured. Every wound increased his strength. That was why he had not healed. Everything had been deliberate preparation. Everything had been leading to this moment. The Scroll Sovereign, however, knew none of this. All he knew was that the monster before him continued growing stronger. The more damage he dealt, the stronger Beginning became. Beginning stared silently at the struggling old man in his palm, then lowered his gaze toward the countless injuries covering his own body. For the first time, Beginning seemed satisfied. There was no point continuing. The Scroll Sovereign had already reached his limit. More importantly, Beginning had reached the limit of what he was willing to risk. The law of brutal rebirth was powerful, extremely powerful, but there was a limit. The closer he approached death, the stronger the return. However, if he truly died before that return arrived, then everything would become meaningless. Even Beginning understood that. A moment later, he stopped suppressing his healing. The entire domain shook violently. The Scroll Sovereign's eyes widened. Beginning's wounds began healing with terrifying speed. The flesh around the gigantic hole in his chest grew visibly before the eye. Broken bones twisted back into place. Missing organs regenerated. Cracks throughout his body disappeared one after another. The arm that had been completely torn off rapidly reformed. At the same time, his aura exploded upward. A terrifying shockwave swept across the scroll world. Countless burning scrolls were torn apart. The rivers of parchment below erupted into the sky. The Scroll Sovereign's face turned even paler. He wanted to escape. Unfortunately, he could not. Beginning was still holding him. The old man could feel his bones creaking. What are you?" The Scroll Sovereign's voice trembled. Beginning did not answer. He simply continued healing and growing stronger. If Michael had been present, he would have immediately noticed something shocking. Before the High Drake's recent evolution, the current Beginning was no weaker than the High Drake had been. In fact, he might have been stronger. Then the Scroll Sovereign felt a chill spread throughout his soul. A chill unlike anything he had experienced before. A dark aura began spreading from Beginning and quickly covered him entirely. This was Beginning's domain, and yes, it could be activated even within another's domain. This was not entirely unheard of. Cultivators with great control and understanding over their domain could create partial manifestations, like certain half-step rank 4 experts, and use some of their domain abilities inside another's territory. The only difference between that and Beginning was that for him it was entirely natural. The trial domain did not require territory. It did not require a world of space, because its battlefield had never been physical to begin with. Its battlefield was the soul and essence of the parties involved. The moment the dark aura completely covered him, the Scroll Sovereign suddenly lost control of his body. Everything froze. Even Beginning himself. Everything became motionless. The old man looked around in confusion. Then he noticed something horrifying. His body had become translucent. Was this his soul? No. Something even deeper than that. It was a mixture of his soul and essence condensed together, a representation of his very existence. Before he could fully comprehend what was happening, another figure appeared in the darkness opposite him. Beginning. The giant no longer possessed a physical body. Yet his presence felt infinitely heavier. The countless injuries that had covered him earlier were gone. Though only essence mattered here, Beginning's essence was terrifying. The Scroll Sovereign immediately tried to retreat. Unfortunately, he was too slow. Putting aside whether he could even escape this domain, Beginning was no longer the weakened opponent from the start of their battle. The darkness exploded. Beginning appeared before him instantly. The Scroll Sovereign's eyes widened. No. The old man unleashed every technique he possessed. Countless scripture runes erupted around him. Golden scrolls appeared. Thousands of symbols flooded the darkness. Unfortunately, nothing happened. Or rather, everything happened too slowly. Beginning simply reached forward. His gigantic hand closed around the old man's soul. The Scroll Sovereign screamed. "Wait! Wait! I surrender." Unfortunately, Beginning did not understand mercy. Nor did his domain possess such a concept. The trial domain had only two outcomes. Victory or defeat. Devour or be devoured. Nothing else. Before the Scroll Sovereign could react further, Beginning pulled him closer. The giant opened his mouth. The Scroll Sovereign struggled desperately, but Beginning's hand remained unmoving. He was brought closer and closer to the giant's mouth. "No." His voice became weaker. "No. Regret appeared in his eyes. It was unclear whether it was for personal reasons or whether he simply hated that he was dying for something like the Empire. Amidst his thoughts and screams, beginning swallowed him. Gulp. Michael breathed heavily. His body was covered in injuries and his mana reserves were low, yet despite all that, his mood was excellent. Not only had he finally reached level 75, the maximum level of rank 3, but his advancement task had also finally been generated. After waiting for so long, he was finally about to see what stood between him and rank 4. Well, in truth, this could count as his fastest advancement speed outside when he wanted to advance to rank 1. Michael immediately focused on the system. However, before he could check the newly generated task, another notification suddenly appeared. Ding! Your undead, Lily has leveled up. Current level, 86. Michael froze. What? For a moment, he thought he had misread it. Level 86. Lily? Michael blinked several times. Then his expression became strange. His first thought was simple. Had the opponent Lily fought been a monster? After all, only monsters granted experience points. If Lily had killed a powerful monster, then reaching level 86 might not be impossible. But Michael immediately dismissed the idea. It made no sense. If Lily had killed a monster, he would have received a kill notification as her master and shared a portion of the experience gained. Yet he had received nothing, which meant Lily had not killed a monster. Michael's brows furrowed. Then realization slowly appeared in his eyes. Lily. A complicated expression crossed his face. The details of Lily's law flashed through his mind. Lily could devour the essence of whatever she wanted for personal benefit. Not only could she use it to absorb the traits of what she devoured, she could also use it to grow. Michael had known about the latter for a long time. After all, he had personally fed her many corpses. Yet until today, despite all that feeding, Lily had never directly gained a level from it. He had assumed it had something to do with the quality and quantity of what she consumed. In any case, for her to level up now, knowing Lily, there was a high probability she had eaten something. And that something was most likely her opponent. A silence fell over Michael. His expression became even more complicated. On one hand, he was pleased. His undead becoming stronger was naturally a good thing, especially an undead as terrifying as Lily. On the other hand, the person Lily had eaten had been human. An intelligent being, not a monster or some mindless creature. Michael stared at the notification panel for a few moments. Then he sighed. He was not yet at the stage where he could willingly feed a human to his undead, even knowing it would benefit them and even himself, since his talent could also devour their corpses for evolution points. But since he had not been there to make that call, he had no grounds to dwell on it. Before Michael could think any further, another notification suddenly appeared. Ding! Your undead, beginning has leveled up to level 89. Michael's eyes widened. What was this nonsense? Normally his undead leveling up was great news, but when it came from Beginning and Lily it was strange in many ways. Did Beginning leveling up mean his opponent had also been a monster in disguise? Even Michael did not believe such a coincidence was possible. So how had Beginning leveled up from killing a human as well? Lily was understandable given her law, but Beginning would not grow simply from eating someone. Oh. It was then that Michael recalled the ability of Beginning's trial domain, and understanding washed over him. Though both undead were technically doing the same thing in a broad sense, Beginning's method of devouring was far more acceptable to Michael than Lily's. Perhaps it was simply a matter of aesthetics. In any case, his undead leveling up was good news. It also meant that in addition to the 2 he had killed himself, plus the 2 the undead had accounted for, the Empire only had 3 legendary beings remaining out of their original 7. The Emperor was currently fighting the rank 4 demonic supernatural, while the Empire's 2 strongest protectors were battling the High Drake. Though he wanted to focus on his rank advancement quest now, Michael knew what his priority currently was. Aside from beginning, none of his current available forces could realistically assist the High Drake, and might even get themselves killed trying. That meant the only viable target left was the Emperor. With him gone, only those two serpent ancestors would remain, and with everything Michael could bring together, this battle with the Empire would soon be over. Thinking this, Michael took a deep breath and immediately made his way toward the Emperor's location in the void while reaching out to Lily and beginning through their bond. Far away from Michael's battlefield, another battle was reaching a critical point. Purple flames and black water collided once more. The resulting explosion tore apart massive sections of the void as shockwaves spread in every direction. The Emperor's enormous serpent body twisted through the darkness. His obsidian scales were cracked in several places. Purple blood dripped into the void while flames burned between the gaps in his armor-like scales. Opposite him, the rank 4 demonic supernatural stood silently. Dark water flowed endlessly around its body. Its expression remained as calm and emotionless as ever. A gigantic serpent tail descended. The demonic supernatural raised a hand. An ocean condensed around its fist. The two attacks collided. Space shattered. The Emperor was forced backward several hundred meters. Normally, such an exchange would not have affected his composure. Unfortunately, he could not calm down. Something felt wrong. Very wrong. The Emperor's eyes flickered across the surrounding void. Where were they? The battle had been going on for a long time. His side had possessed 7 legendary beings. The enemy had only 5. Even accounting for the terrifying strength Michael's forces had displayed, numerical superiority still existed. By now, at least one battlefield should have been resolved and someone should have appeared to reinforce him. Yet there was nothing. Only silence. The Emperor's heart gradually sank. A terrible possibility surfaced within his mind, one he immediately suppressed. These were legendary beings. People who had dominated entire eras and could destroy kingdoms easily. Even if they lost, they should have been able to retreat. Yet still no one had appeared, and even the Emperor could not enjoy his own confidence now. The Emperor's expression became increasingly ugly. His instincts screamed that something terrible had happened. Ha! The demonic supernatural suddenly appeared before him. The Emperor reacted a fraction too slowly. A fist wrapped in endless black water smashed directly into his jaw. In the eyes of others it might have looked like nothing more than a large sphere of water surrounding the combatants, but the Emperor knew it carried the weight of an ocean. Boom! The gigantic serpent's head snapped sideways. Several scales exploded. Purple blood scattered across the void. The Emperor immediately recovered. Unfortunately, the demonic supernatural had already launched another attack. A sea condensed around its arm once more. Demonic abyss crushing tide. Boom! The fist landed squarely against the Emperor's chest. This time dozens of scales shattered. The Emperor's enormous body shot backward like a meteor. Visible anger immediately appeared on his face. The demonic supernatural watched him silently. Then it spoke. You are distracted. The Emperor's eyes narrowed. He did not answer, but the other party was correct. He was distracted. Very distracted. The silence from the other battlefields was becoming increasingly difficult to ignore. Shut it and fight. The Emperor exploded forward again. This time his attacks became noticeably fiercer. Purple flames flooded the void. The demonic supernatural met every attack head-on. The two exchanged dozens of blows in seconds. Each collision shattered space. Yet despite fighting at full strength, the Emperor's unease only continued growing. Then suddenly, a strange fluctuation spread through the void. The Emperor froze as he watched 3 figures rapidly making their way toward him through the darkness. Each figure looked like they had been through a war, yet each also carried a terrifying aura. Though he did not know any of them individually, he recognized what they represented. And it was precisely because he recognized them that his heart shook. If these three were here, then what had happened to their opponents? The three figures were, of course, Michael and the two undead who had gathered together to deal with the Emperor. What Michael did not expect was that the moment they appeared, the Emperor would immediately retreat. The gigantic serpent did not hesitate. Purple flames exploded throughout the void as the Emperor forcibly broke away from the demonic supernatural and shot toward the edge of the battlefield. The demonic supernatural immediately attempted to pursue. Unfortunately, the Emperor was willing to pay any price. Several scales exploded from his body. His aura weakened slightly. Yet his speed increased dramatically. In a few breaths, he vanished into the distance. Michael was stunned. He ran. Even beginning paused briefly. The current beginning was no weaker than the two serpent ancestors fighting the High Drake. After absorbing the scroll sovereign and completing his rebirth, the aura he radiated had become terrifying. Even Michael had been surprised when they regrouped. Facing a demonic supernatural, Michael, Lily, and the current beginning simultaneously was enough to make any sane legendary being reconsider their life choices. The Emperor had simply chosen the most practical option. However, Michael's expression soon changed as he recalled his undead outside. The moment that thought appeared, anxiety rose in his heart. Aside from the undead he had been able to unsummon to the netherworld through undead summoning, many others had forced their way out of the void after the battle began. If the Emperor targeted them, the result would be disastrous. A rank 4 being could easily massacre many rank 3 creatures. Even extraordinary undead would not last long. Unfortunately, the void trap only seemed effective against outsiders. The Emperor himself appeared capable of leaving freely, which explained why he had escaped so quickly. However, Michael was not particularly worried about leaving himself. With beginning, Lily, and the demonic supernatural assisting him, breaking out of the void would not take long. The real concern was whether the Emperor would decide to vent his anger on the undead army before they could arrive. Move! Michael shot forward. Beginning followed immediately. Lily's gigantic figure tore through the void behind them while the demonic supernatural silently joined the pursuit. The group crossed the second layer of the void at astonishing speed. A few seconds later, they burst out into the outside world. Michael's eyes immediately swept across the battlefield. Then he froze. Huh! The sight before him completely caught him off guard. His undead were fine. Not only were they alive, they appeared completely untouched. The massive undead army still filled the skies and surrounding regions. Instead, something else had happened. The capital was glowing. More specifically, it was the Imperial Palace. A gigantic dome of golden light had appeared over the entire palace grounds. Runes flowed across its surface. The light was so bright it illuminated half the capital. Michael immediately recognized what it was. A protection formation. His expression became strange. Then finally he spoke. Did the Emperor just lock himself inside his own palace? Even he found it difficult to believe. This was the ruler of the Black Serpent Empire. A rank 4 existence. A being feared throughout the entire region. And now he was hiding behind a formation. Michael's gaze shifted toward the glowing barrier. His eyes slowly narrowed. If the Emperor was willing to retreat to this extent, then there were only a few possibilities. Either the formation possessed enough power to stop all of them, or the Emperor himself had already lost confidence in winning, or he was planning something. Michael strongly suspected it was the second or third. Far below, countless cultivators, soldiers, and nobles stared at the glowing palace. Many of them were equally stunned. Meanwhile, high above the city, Michael slowly smiled. If the Emperor thought hiding inside a formation would end this battle, then he was about to be very disappointed. With a thought, the sovereign pipa appeared in Michael's hand. The 3-star epic treasure radiated a faint pressure that seemed to stir the surrounding air. Michael did not hesitate. He immediately tossed it toward the rank 4 demonic supernatural. Use it. The demonic supernatural caught the instrument without question. Unlike Michael, who was relatively weakened and running on depleted mana reserves, the demonic supernatural still possessed enough power to fully utilize the treasure. Michael's eyes remained fixed on the glowing palace. The Emperor had clearly prepared something. The man did not strike him as a coward, so Michael did not dare underestimate him, nor was he currently qualified to. The problem was that Michael did not know the Emperor's plans. Fortunately, or unfortunately, he did not need to wait long to find out. A horrifying scream suddenly erupted from within the palace. The sound echoed throughout the entire capital. Everyone froze. Cultivators. Soldiers. Nobles. Even Michael's undead. The scream did not sound like a single person. It sounded like close to 1,000. Countless voices merged together into a single terrifying cry. Michael's expression changed instantly. Boom! The next moment, a pillar of bloody light erupted from the center of the palace. The protective formation trembled violently. Crimson energy flooded the heavens. At the same time, an aura began rising. Growing stronger and stronger. The pressure rapidly climbed toward a terrifying level. Michael's eyes remained narrowed. The aura felt familiar. Very familiar. It's the Emperor. Meanwhile, feeling the aura coming from the palace, blood drained from the faces of countless spectators. Michael remained focused on the Emperor's aura. It carried the Emperor's presence, yet it was also different. More violent. More chaotic. Very unstable. It was as though countless presences had been mixed together into a single existence. Boom! The bloody pillar expanded again. The aura continued rising. Soon it approached beginning's current level. Michael immediately understood he could no longer keep waiting. Whatever the Emperor was doing, it could not be allowed to continue. Attack! Break it now! His voice thundered across the capital. The moment the command left his mouth, beginning moved. The giant's body rapidly expanded. 60 meters. 70. 80. The surrounding air exploded as his terrifying physique loomed above the capital. Countless people looked up in horror. The giant raised his fist. Meanwhile, the demonic supernatural had already raised the sovereign pipa. The amount of mana entering it was far greater than anything Michael had previously supplied. The strings immediately began trembling violently. The demonic supernatural's finger landed on the first string. Shattering pluck. Twang. The sound exploded across the heavens. Unlike Michael's previous attacks, this was a rank 4 existence wielding the treasure. The difference was immediately obvious. A concentrated sonic burst shot forward, appearing almost invisible. Only a thin line distorting reality itself marked its passage. Then it struck. Boom! The golden barrier shook violently. Countless runes exploded apart. Cracks instantly spread across the surface. Far below, screams erupted throughout the capital while the bloody aura inside the palace fluctuated. Again. Michael roared. The demonic supernatural plucked the string a second time. Twang! Another sonic burst erupted, even stronger than the first. The protective formation trembled violently. Entire sections of the barrier caved inward. The golden light dimmed. At the same moment, beginning attacked. His gigantic fist descended from the heavens. The world seemed to go silent for a fraction of a second. Then, boom! The fist smashed directly into the weakened formation. The capital shook. Buildings collapsed. Shockwaves flattened entire districts. The protective barrier distorted dramatically. Thousands of cracks spread across its surface. Inside the palace, the bloody aura suddenly surged again. Michael's expression immediately darkened. Not only had the attack failed to stop whatever ritual was occurring, it seemed to have accelerated it. Faster. Beginning attacked again. The demonic supernatural plucked another string. Twang. Boom. The barrier trembled continuously. Chunks of golden light exploded away. Runes shattered as formation nodes collapsed. The entire capital watched in horror as the protection formation of the palace was slowly torn apart. Yet despite the terrifying attacks raining down upon it, the bloody aura within the palace only continued rising. The pressure spreading from within was becoming increasingly suffocating. Michael's expression darkened. This could not continue. Together. His voice echoed throughout the sky. Beginning moved immediately. The giant drew back his fist while the demonic supernatural simultaneously placed its fingers upon the first string of the sovereign people once more. Twang! The heavens shook. The concentrated sonic burst tore through space itself. At the exact same moment, Beginning's fist descended. The two attacks landed simultaneously. This time the protective formation could no longer endure. The already damaged runes shattered one after another. Entire sections of the barrier collapsed. Golden light exploded outward. Then, crack. A gigantic crack spread from the center of the formation. For a brief moment, everything seemed to freeze. Then the entire defensive barrier exploded. Boom! A storm of golden fragments swept across the capital. The palace grounds were finally exposed. What everyone saw caused countless faces to pale. Michael's expression immediately changed. The palace, or rather what remained of it, was devastation. The majority of the palace complex had already collapsed. Spread throughout the entire area were bodies. Hundreds of bodies. Men. Women. Children. Servants. Guards. The dead were everywhere. Blood covered the ground. It flowed through the ruins like rivers. Even many of the Empire's surviving experts outside the palace who had remained loyal until now stared in disbelief. The scene resembled a sacrifice. A massive sacrifice. At the center of it all stood 11 figures. Or rather, 11 corpses. Their bodies remained standing despite being completely drained. Their skin had shrunk tightly against their bones. Their eyes were hollow. Their expressions were frozen in pain. And standing amongst them was the Emperor. He had returned to his human form. Blood-red veins covered his entire body. His black robes had long since disappeared. Crimson energy continuously flowed from the 11 corpses into him. The surrounding space distorted from the pressure. The Emperor's rising aura had now stabilized, though even then it seemed marginally stronger than Beginning beside him. Michael's frown deepened. Even from thousands of meters away, his eyesight remained terrifying. After absorbing so many memories recently, he immediately recognized 8 among the standing figures. 8 of them were direct descendants of the Emperor. The remaining 3 were unfamiliar, but judging from their position and aura, they were clearly not ordinary individuals either. Most likely direct descendants of the Emperor as well. The moment Michael saw them, realization immediately struck him. So that's what you did. A rare trace of disgust appeared on his face. The Emperor had sacrificed them. Their blood. Their vitality. Their essence. Everything. All of it had been fed into himself. The bloody aura flooding the heavens suddenly made sense. The instability. The violent fluctuations. The mixture of countless presences. Michael finally understood why the aura had felt so strange earlier. It was because it was no longer entirely the Emperor's. It was a fusion. A forced amalgamation created through sacrifice. Far below, many of the Empire's experts reached the same conclusion. At the center of the ruins, the Emperor slowly raised his head. His eyes had become completely crimson. The bloody aura around him surged violently. Then his gaze locked onto Michael. A vicious smile slowly spread across his face. You forced me to this point. Boom! The 11 corpses instantly collapsed into dust. The Emperor's aura surged once more. Michael felt his heart sink slightly. Beginning. He had only just shouted the giant's name when a figure suddenly appeared barely 10 meters away from him. The speed was so absurd that Michael's pupils contracted instantly. Too fast. Far too fast. The Emperor's crimson eyes locked onto him. A vicious grin stretched across his face. Michael felt death descend upon him. Every instinct screamed. Even his soul seemed to freeze. This attack would kill him. Just as the Emperor's claw-like hand was about to reach him, twang! The heavens exploded with sound. The demonic supernatural reacted first. The first string of the sovereign pipa vibrated violently. A concentrated sonic burst erupted forward. The attack struck the Emperor's side. Boom! The Emperor was blasted sideways. The sonic wave distorted space itself. Unfortunately, Michael was just as close. The shockwave swept over him as well. Boom! Michael felt as though an entire mountain had smashed into him. His body spun uncontrollably through the air. Several of his ribs cracked. Fresh blood sprayed from his mouth. A cold sweat covered his back. Fortunately, he was still alive. If not for the demonic supernatural's intervention, he would already be dead. Meanwhile, Beginning had already reacted. The giant's eyes locked onto the Emperor. Without hesitation, he threw a punch. Boom! A fist larger than buildings descended toward the Emperor. Yet this time the Emperor did not run. Instead, the bloody aura around him erupted and his body suddenly began changing. His human form rapidly distorted as he entered his bloodline state. Beginning's punch landed. Boom! The Emperor crossed his claws. The collision shook the entire capital. Shockwaves flattened countless buildings. Space shattered. However, seeing the Emperor's transformation, not only were the Empire's experts shocked, even Michael's eyes widened. The creature standing before him no longer resembled the 200-meter serpent from before. No. It looked frighteningly familiar. Massive wings. Draconic claws. A scaled body. A long tail. A powerful neck. And a head that carried both serpentine and draconic characteristics. It looked eerily similar to his undead high drake. Not identical, but close enough that Michael immediately recognized the connection. The Emperor slowly lowered his claws. Purple flames dripped from his mouth. His crimson eyes glowed with madness. The aura rolling from his body became increasingly unstable, yet it was undeniably powerful. Realization struck Michael. Just as he had done with his rank 4 undead high drake, the Emperor had also used the black serpent bloodline to push the purity of his bloodline further. The Emperor looked toward Michael and laughed. The sound was completely unhinged. Boom! His wings expanded. A pressure even greater than before swept across the capital. Countless people collapsed to their knees. Even many rank 3 experts turned pale. Before Michael could fully process the Emperor's transformation, Beginning had already moved. Unlike everyone else present, Beginning did not care about bloodlines. He cared about one thing. The Emperor's face. Boom! The giant vanished. The Emperor's newly transformed eyes narrowed slightly. Fast. Beginning appeared directly before him and threw a punch. The Emperor immediately counterattacked. His claw descended. The collision shattered the surrounding sky. For a brief moment, both figures froze. Then the Emperor's claw tore straight through Beginning's shoulder. Purple flames erupted. Half the giant's upper body exploded apart. Blood rained from the sky. The surrounding spectators gasped as many dodged or sought shelter. Even Michael's expression changed. That attack had been devastating. However, the Emperor's expression suddenly became strange. Unlike others who thought he had gotten an advantage over Beginning, he sensed that the attack just now could have been blocked. Yet, this monster seemed to have taken it deliberately. And as expected, boom! The law of brutal rebirth activated. The flesh around Beginning's injury immediately began regenerating. And as the healing completed, Beginning's aura rose significantly. The Emperor frowned. What? Beginning answered with another punch. This time the Emperor was forced backward. The capital grounds shook. The Emperor's expression changed. The previous attack had not possessed this level of force. Yet before he could think further, Beginning attacked again. The Emperor met him head-on. Boom! A claw pierced through Beginning's abdomen. Boom! A flame blade sliced across his chest. Boom! Purple flames exploded throughout his body. Any one of those attacks would have severely injured an ordinary rank 4 being. Beginning endured all of them. Then once again, boom! His injuries healed. The gigantic holes disappeared. The severed flesh regenerated. The burns vanished. And his aura climbed again. The Emperor's confusion deepened. The stronger he injured Beginning, the stronger Beginning became. What kind of monster are you? Uncertainty appeared in the Emperor's voice. Beginning remained silent. The giant merely looked at him. A strange light flickered within his eyes. The Emperor felt like Beginning seemed almost satisfied. Michael suddenly realized what Beginning was doing. His expression immediately changed. Wait. Unfortunately, he was too late. The Emperor suddenly felt a chill spread through his body. A very familiar one. The same chill the Scroll Sovereign had felt before his death. Beginning slowly raised a hand. Darkness spread outward. The surrounding air became heavy. The Emperor's pupils contracted. What is this? The darkness continued spreading. Beginning's voice finally sounded. Calm and emotionless. Trial. The moment the word fell from Beginning's mouth, alarm appeared in the Emperor's eyes. What are you doing? Beginning did not answer. He simply extended his hand, letting the darkness spread outward to touch the Emperor, who tried to dodge but could not. Above the capital, countless supernaturals felt their souls tremble simply from staring at the sea of darkness overhead. Even Michael felt goosebumps spread across his body. The physical bodies of Beginning and the Emperor stopped moving. Both figures remained suspended in midair. It was as though time itself had stopped for them. What happened? Why did they stop? What's going on? Panic spread throughout the capital. Most of it came from the citizens who had at some point emerged from their hiding places for reasons known only to themselves. A gigantic sea of darkness had appeared overhead, and within it stood two colossal figures. Together with the physical representations of the Emperor's and Beginning's essence, it felt as though four gigantic creatures loomed above the capital sky, creating a dreadful feeling that hell itself was about to descend. The Emperor's soul form resembled an enormous draconic serpent. Bloody energy flowed endlessly through its body. Countless screaming faces could be seen beneath its scales, obviously the remnants of the sacrifices he had consumed. Meanwhile, opposite him stood Beginning. A gigantic humanoid titan. His body appeared forged from stone. Michael stared upward silently, worry etched into his expression. He knew this was probably the same method Beginning had used to level up moments ago, but it was a different story when the Undead used his domain while Michael was not close by versus when he was present and aware. Michael would have preferred Beginning's domain be used on creatures far weaker than him, where the outcome was far more stable and certain. Now it might seem as though Beginning had the advantage since he had forcefully dragged the other party into his domain, but when the gap in strength was not sufficiently large, anything could happen. Michael himself was proof of that, which was precisely why he disliked this sort of reckless behavior. Unfortunately, through his connection with Beginning, he could tell that his undead had grown quite greedy. It most likely stemmed from the significant increase in strength Beginning had only just undergone. It did not matter whether it was an undead or a living creature. The instinctive desire for more strength was universal. Far above, inside the sea of darkness, the Emperor finally understood what had happened. His expression changed drastically. "You dragged me into your domain." His voice thundered across the darkness. The Emperor immediately tried to retreat. Unfortunately, nothing happened. The Sea of Darkness possessed no exit. At the same time, foreign information about the domain drilled into his mind. The Emperor's expression finally became ugly. What he hated most was a battle with life and death as the stakes, and this creature had just forced him into exactly that. Thinking this, the soul of the Emperor turned to glare at Michael outside. At this point, he had already realized that these creatures were not mindless beasts. Though he did not believe they belonged to Michael, or even think in that direction, the Emperor had concluded that Michael was an important figure within the group that wished to destroy his empire. Feeling the Emperor's gaze on him, Michael angrily returned the glare. After all, if it was not for this man, he would not be worrying about the life and death of his undead. Well, it was technically already a dead being, but that was beside the point. Clearly, Michael was feeling a mixture of justifiable and entirely unreasonable anger. The battle unfolded almost exactly as Michael had feared. Beginning was stronger. That much was undeniable. However, strength and victory were not the same thing. The Emperor had lived for decades. Beginning had not even existed for a full year. The difference in combat experience was significant. Whether in terms of practical experience or simply years of existence, Beginning was ultimately a newborn. An extraordinarily powerful newborn, but a newborn nonetheless. Inside the Sea of Darkness, the two colossal soul forms collided repeatedly. Boom! Beginning's fist crashed into the Emperor's jaw. Then a moment later, the Emperor twisted his body unnaturally and tore 3 massive chunks of essence from Beginning's shoulder. The giant staggered. For the first time since the battle began, Beginning's aura dropped slightly. Below, Michael's expression changed. The Emperor's eyes widened in surprise as realization struck him. So that's how it works. The foreign information granted by the trial domain had already explained the rules. Victory or defeat. Devour or be devoured. With the rules of Beginning's domain, among roughly equal opponents, the first one to successfully consume the essence of the other would strengthen themselves while weakening their opponent. The Emperor looked down at his body. The fragments of Beginning's essence were already dissolving into him. A moment later, his aura rose. At the same time, Beginning's aura fell by an equal amount. The two were now almost perfectly equal. The Emperor froze. Then a smile slowly spread across his face. A genuine smile mixed with pure joy. Ha ha ha. His laughter echoed throughout the Sea of Darkness. The bloody draconic serpent raised its head. The benefits were far greater than he had imagined. The domain's information had told him what the rewards would be, but understanding something and experiencing it were entirely different matters. The strengthening was immediate, direct, and perfect. There was no refinement process. No bottleneck. No waste. Everything became his. The Emperor felt power flooding through every part of his soul. His eyes brightened. The fear he had initially felt rapidly disappeared, replaced entirely by greed. His gaze locked onto Beginning. The giant no longer looked like a threat. He looked like an opportunity. A heaven-sent opportunity. If I kill you. The Emperor's excitement deepened as his thoughts began to race. If I completely devour you. The current increase alone was already significant. What if he won completely? What if he absorbed everything? Wouldn't he emerge from this domain as a completely different existence? Wouldn't he stand equal to or even surpass his two ancestors? The more he thought, the more the Emperor began to see a path opening before him. The Black Serpent Empire. Suddenly it seemed too small. Far too small. Why stop there? Why remain confined to a single empire? Why continue bowing before his ancient ancestors? Why not set his eyes on the neighboring empires? Ambition ignited in the emperor's heart. His laughter echoed once more. Ha 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 ha. Outside the domain, Michael's expression darkened. He could not hear the emperor's thoughts, but through his connection with beginning he could feel something changing. The emperor was becoming more dangerous. He also seemed to have grown considerably more confident. This was not a good sign. Inside the sea of darkness, the emperor spread his wings. Bloody energy flooded the horizon. His eyes locked onto beginning. Thank you. The emperor smiled. It was a strange sight on a serpent's face, but a smile it was nonetheless. I was worried this would be a life-and-death trap. His expression shifted. A vicious grin stretched across his face. But now. This looks more like an opportunity. Boom. The draconic serpent shot forward. Beginning charged at the exact same moment. Two gigantic soul forms collided once more. If Beginning could not defeat the Emperor while possessing a clear advantage in power, then there was even less chance of overwhelming him now that both stood at nearly the same level. That was the cruel reality of combat. Strength mattered. Experience mattered too. And in that regard, the Emperor possessed decades of advantage. Boom! The sea of darkness exploded once more. Beginning's gigantic fist smashed toward the Emperor's head. The draconic serpent twisted its body with impossible flexibility. The attack brushed past his scales before he counterattacked instantly. His claw swept across Beginning's ribs. Boom! A massive section of the giant's side exploded apart. Before Beginning could recover, the Emperor's tail struck. Boom! The Titan was blasted backward through the darkness. The Emperor pursued relentlessly. For the first time since entering the trial domain, he had completely abandoned caution. Why would he be cautious? The more he fought, the more benefits he obtained. The more Beginning weakened, the stronger he became. Boom! The Emperor appeared above Beginning. A claw descended. Beginning blocked. The collision shook the darkness. Then another claw followed. Then another. Then another. The Emperor attacked like a storm. His mountain of combat experience was finally being displayed in full. Beginning fought back fiercely. His fists shattered scales. His kicks fractured bones. Several times he even forced the Emperor backward. Though they were only in their soul states, what they felt was just as real as what their physical bodies would have experienced. Yet unlike before, the Emperor no longer feared exchanging injuries. He welcomed them. Boom! Beginning's fist smashed into the Emperor's neck. Several scales shattered. At the same moment, however, the Emperor's jaws snapped shut around Beginning's forearm. The darkness trembled. Below, Michael's expression hardened further. No. Inside the trial domain, excitement lit up the Emperor's eyes. Chomp! A massive chunk of Beginning's essence disappeared. The giant staggered. His aura immediately dropped. Meanwhile, the Emperor's body shook. Then, boom! His aura surged upward once more. The strengthening was immediate. The Emperor's laughter echoed throughout the darkness. Ha 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 ha. It really works. He released Beginning's arm and retreated several hundred meters, his gaze sweeping across his own body. He could feel it. Every bite made him stronger. Every bite made Beginning weaker. Beginning's expression remained unchanged, seemingly unbothered. But Michael could clearly feel the difference through their connection. Beginning was losing, and if something did not change soon, he would die. At that point there would be no use worrying about Beginning either, as they would all have to worry about their own lives. The Emperor was simply too skilled. Boom! The battle resumed. The giant's attacks remained terrifying, yet whenever the two exchanged injuries, it was almost always the emperor who emerged with the greater gain. Minutes passed. Then the emperor intentionally allowed Beginning's fist to strike his shoulder. At the same time, however, his claws pierced directly into Beginning's chest. The giant froze. The emperor smiled. Then pulled. Rip. Another enormous chunk of Beginning's essence was torn free. For a moment, the entire sea of darkness seemed to freeze. The emperor immediately swallowed it. Gulp. Boom. His aura exploded upward again. Meanwhile, Beginning's aura visibly weakened. The emperor spread his wings. Bloody energy flooded the darkness. His eyes gleamed with greed. More. He wanted more. He could already see the future. Defeat this giant. Devour everything. Leave this domain. Surpass the ancestors. Conquer neighboring empires. Become the true ruler of the region. The emperor's gaze locked onto Michael outside the domain. He flashed him a smile before charging at Beginning again. At this point he believed he was going to win. He was not alone in that belief. Michael, as Beginning's master, felt the same way. Michael's expression darkened further. He felt helpless. He wanted to help, but unfortunately he dared not. The moment he tried to interfere with the trial domain, the domain itself would react. He had already witnessed this once before, back in Hell. A rank 4 Amazari had nearly suppressed Beginning during an earlier use of the domain. At the time, one of the surrounding allies had attempted to assist. The result was immediate. The trial domain had forcefully dragged them inside as a participant. The moment one interfered, they became part of the trial, and once inside there was only one way out. Victory or death. Even if some miracle occurred and Michael entered the domain and helped Beginning kill the Emperor, there would still be a problem. The trial domain only released participants when a single victor remained. That meant if both he and Beginning survived, one of them would still have to die. The winner would devour. The loser would be devoured. That was the absolute rule governing Beginning's law. Michael had no intention of gambling his life on that. Nor did he intend to gamble Beginning's. Above him, the sea of darkness shook violently. Another portion of Beginning's essence disappeared. The Emperor's laughter followed shortly afterward. Michael clenched his fists. Damn it. For the first time in a long while, he felt powerless. Then suddenly, his eyes narrowed as a memory surfaced. Back in Hell, the ally that had been dragged into the trial domain had been eaten by Beginning almost immediately. At the time, Michael had not paid much attention. After all, the situation then was chaotic and the important thing was that Beginning had survived. But now Michael could not help but start recalling everything carefully. Though it was tragic that the helper had died, they had also strengthened Beginning in the process. Michael slowly raised his head. His gaze returned toward the sea of darkness. If interference drags someone into the domain, and if that person dies, Beginning would devour them for greater strength and perhaps even reverse the situation entirely. Boom! Above the capital, Beginning was thrown backward again. Another portion of his essence vanished. The Emperor's advantage continued growing. Michael's mind raced. The more he thought about it, the more possible it seemed. The trial domain only cared about participants. It did not care whose side they were on. It only cared about winners and losers. Meaning, if enough participants entered and Beginning could devour them to strengthen himself, it could theoretically reverse the battle entirely. Unfortunately, there was a problem. Who exactly was he supposed to sacrifice? Michael immediately rejected several possibilities. He first thought of the Emperor's subjects, but unfortunately he still was not cruel enough for that. Michael's expression became conflicted as he started battling with his sense of morals. Then subconsciously, his eyes drifted downward toward the hundreds upon hundreds of undead spread across the capital. All were rank 3. None of them individually mattered much compared to Beginning. Michael froze. Then he looked again. His breathing slowly stopped. A thought appeared inside his mind. A thought so ruthless that even he instinctively recoiled from it. If a few dozen, even hundreds. Yes. The number was more than enough, Michael thought. If even a fraction of them were dragged into the trial domain and beginning devoured them, they would become fuel for his victory. Michael stared at the undead below. The undead stared back with empty eyes. For a long moment, he said nothing. The battle above continued. Beginning kept losing while the Emperor kept growing stronger. A dangerous light appeared in Michael's eyes. He could see a possible way to turn the tables. The only question remaining was whether he was willing to pay the price. It did not take long for Michael to make a decision. Come. His voice echoed through the battlefield. Soon, 100 rank 3 undead stood before him. Various undead of different forms and strengths, all waiting silently. The surrounding experts were confused by Michael's actions. Nobody understood what he was doing, but nobody dared to interrupt either. Michael stared at the undead before him. A strange feeling appeared inside his chest. Truthfully speaking, Michael was not particularly close to most of them. How could he be? He possessed thousands of undead. Building meaningful relationships with every single one was impossible, especially when he had only been a necromancer for less than a year. The undead closest to him were only a few, and most of the time they were either the strongest, the most unique of his legion, or the ones that had stayed with him the longest. These 100. Some of them Michael did not even know by race from memory alone. Yet despite that, his expression remained complicated. After all, they still belonged to him and were loyal to him as their master. And now he was about to send them to their deaths. For a brief moment, Michael wondered if something was wrong with him. Perhaps only Michael would think something like this. If an orthodox necromancer were to hear his thoughts, they would not just laugh. They would spit on him with disgust and mock him. Call him immature, naive, and weak-hearted. To most necromancers, only special undead mattered. The strongest. The rarest. The most useful. Everything else was simply resources, consumables, and expendable assets. If sacrificing 100 ordinary undead could save a powerful one, there was nothing worth considering. If sacrificing 1,000 weak undead could strengthen a rank 4 servant, most necromancers would do it without blinking. In fact, many would celebrate. A profitable transaction. That was all it would be. Nothing more. Nothing less. Michael also understood that logic. Objectively speaking, it was only right. Beginning alone was worth far more than these 100 undead combined. 1,000 times more. Perhaps 10,000 times more. The giant was one of the foundations supporting his entire future. Without beginning, his current law would not exist as it did, and he would likely have turned to bones somewhere in hell. Meanwhile, these undead could be replaced. Yet despite understanding all of that, Michael still felt uncomfortable. Unfortunately, reality rarely cared about feelings. Above the capital, the sea of darkness shook violently again. Another portion of beginning's essence disappeared. The Emperor's triumphant laughter followed immediately afterward. Michael's expression hardened. The conflict in his eyes vanished. Sorry. The word escaped his mouth quietly. The undead naturally gave no response. They merely continued waiting for orders. The first thing Michael did was sever his connection to the 100 undead. His body trembled slightly. A small backlash traveled through his soul. Yet compared to the pain he would experience if 100 contracted undead died simultaneously while still connected to him, this was insignificant. A slight headache. Nothing more. Michael immediately stabilized himself. He had done this for 2 reasons. The first was that he had absolutely no idea whether undead participating in the trial domain while still bound to him would cause the domain to classify him as a participant as well. If that happened, everything would be over. The second reason was even simpler. Pain. Back in hell, the death of multiple undead had almost crippled him from soul backlash. His soul was stronger now, but pain was still pain. So he cut the connections. For a brief moment, the 100 undead became ownerless. But Michael was not worried. Even after severing the contracts, the undead still stood obediently before him. The reason was simply his class, Death's Heir. The class itself granted him near absolute dominance over dead creatures. These undead were no longer his servants, yet they still obeyed him just as naturally as before. Michael slowly looked over them. Above the capital, the sea of darkness shook again. Through his connection with beginning, Michael felt another loss. The Emperor was slowly winning. Michael's expression hardened. A command traveled outward. The 100 undead immediately rose into the sky. Whoosh! 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 Like arrows released from a bow, they shot upward toward the sea of darkness. Many of the surviving experts immediately noticed. What are they doing? Where are they going? Some began to realize something. Their faces changed. Even the Emperor, who was currently tearing chunks from beginning's essence, noticed the approaching figures. His eyes narrowed. What is he doing now? Meanwhile, Michael reached through his connection with beginning and sent it a simple message. Eat. The 100 undead had already approached the edge of the sea of darkness. The domain reacted immediately. The moment the trial domain classified the 100 undead as participants, their essence forms were dragged from their bodies one after another. Above the capital, a strange sight appeared. 100 translucent figures emerged from the physical bodies of the undead. Some were wolves. Some were insects. Some were humanoid undead. Others possessed bizarre forms entirely their own. Inside the domain, the Emperor's eyes widened. What? 100 new participants had suddenly appeared inside the domain. The newcomers were insignificant individually. Compared to him in beginning, they were little more than ants, yet their sudden arrival immediately disrupted the flow of battle. The Emperor's gaze shifted toward Michael outside the domain. Then realization appeared. You. His expression darkened. Meanwhile, the moment the 100 undead appeared, beginning immediately acted. Boom! A devastating punch forced the Emperor backward. The attack was not particularly powerful, at least not powerful enough to seriously injure him. But that had never been the objective. Taking advantage of the opening created, beginning retreated toward the 100 undead who were already rushing toward him. The Emperor's expression changed. No. At that moment he finally understood what was happening. Unfortunately, he was too late. The 100 undead possessed no intention of fighting. The giant opened his mouth wide. Unlike the Emperor, who had to overpower his prey and tear away chunks of essence through combat, beginning faced no resistance. The undead willingly entered. The entire process was instantaneous. One after another, their essence forms dissolved into streams of energy before disappearing into beginning. The sea of darkness shook violently. The surrounding darkness surged like an endless storm. The Emperor's face became increasingly ugly. Stop! He exploded forward. Unfortunately, he was too far away. Everything happened too quickly. The giant's aura exploded. A terrifying shockwave swept through the sea of darkness. Beginning's previously weakened essence body immediately stabilized. The portions torn away by the Emperor rapidly recovered. His fading aura surged upward once more. Not enough to completely surpass the Emperor. But more than enough that the Emperor could no longer do anything decisive to him in a short period of time. The Emperor's expression became distorted. The advantage he had painstakingly accumulated throughout the battle instantly disappeared. Beginning was still weaker, yet the difference was no longer significant. More importantly, the Emperor could no longer rapidly snowball his advantage. The giant now possessed enough strength that every exchange would become dangerous again. "Damn you!" the Emperor roared. His draconic body erupted forward. Boom! The two colossal figures collided once more. Far outside the domain, Michael released a slow breath. The gamble had worked. Beginning was still losing. But now the Emperor could no longer devour him to death within a short period of time. The battle had been dragged back into uncertainty. Michael pulled his attention away from the battle overhead. His eyes swept across the ruined capital. Aside from the collapsed buildings and broken streets, what caught his attention was something he had noticed since coming out of the void. The remains of the Empire's forces that had refused to surrender before being cut down by Spartan. It was unknown whether some with the intention to surrender had died before they could act, but that detail did not matter now. Among the corpses, many had been torn apart beyond recognition. Yet among the dead were still hundreds of relatively intact bodies. 300 at least, perhaps more. Of those, just over 200 remained largely complete. Michael's mana spread outward. A vast invisible force descended over the battlefield. The nearest spectators immediately noticed. "Huh! What is he doing now?" The surviving Imperial experts suddenly felt a very bad premonition. Under their gaze, more than 200 corpses slowly rose into the air. The sight was horrifying. Soon the bodies had gathered around Michael. The scene looked bizarre. The young Necromancer stood calmly at the center. Around him floated hundreds of corpses. Behind him stood Lily, the demonic supernatural, and countless undead. Above him, the sea of darkness continued churning. The image was so terrifying that many citizens subconsciously lowered their heads. The surviving Imperial experts felt their faces turn pale. Michael paid no attention to the Empire's subjects below. Summoning the damaged coffin of the Forgotten, he placed all the corpses inside the coffin space. Was it easier to sacrifice his undead or to sacrifice the Empire's subjects? To Michael, even without being close to those 100 undead, sacrificing them had been difficult. But he had done it anyway, and for clear reasons. Before being dragged into the void, he had told the people below that if they surrendered they would live. Though young and lacking experience compared to his opponents, Michael was not a saint. Many times, he knew how to gauge what was beneficial to him. If none of the surviving experts had surrendered and were still actively fighting his undead when he came out of the void just to find beginning in a death battle with the Emperor, using them instead of his undead would have been the obvious choice without a second thought. However, if he used them even after they had surrendered, every action he had taken and not taken for moral reasons before would become proof of hypocrisy. After all, if he had no problem sacrificing people who were technically only opponents due to differences they themselves were not directly involved in, then he should have no problem feeding anyone to undead like Lily to accelerate their growth, or even devouring a few humans himself with his talent to gain evolution points. Of course, Michael was still not a saint. If it were not for the fact that 200 rank 3 materials could be immediately converted into another 100 rank 3 undead, effectively maxing out his contract slots again, and if he had actually been close to the 100 undead he had sacrificed, his choice might have looked very different. At that point, morals might not have entered his thinking at all. Fortunately, the loss here was also one that could not quite be called a loss. The surviving experts, unaware of any of this, did not realize how narrowly they had escaped death. Unfortunately, buying beginning a little more time and restoring some of his lost essence did not change the reality of the situation. Beginning was still losing. The giant had recovered enough strength to prevent the Emperor from overwhelming him immediately, but that was all. The Emperor remained the superior fighter. Inside the Sea of Darkness, the battle continued. The darkness trembled continuously. Neither side could gain a decisive advantage anymore, but Michael could tell through his connection what was truly happening. The giant was still being pushed back, little by little. Michael slowly exhaled. This still isn't enough. He had expected this, so he was not surprised. His gaze shifted away from the Sea of Darkness as he summoned the damaged coffin of the Forgotten. The lid opened, and within moments, 100 corpses floated around him. Michael's eyes swept across the floating bodies. Reviving undead was as easy as breathing for him now. Unfortunately, properly reviving 100 rank 3 existences simultaneously in a short amount of time was not currently possible. However, this was only the case if he wanted to revive them properly. Fortunately, he had his class. Many of the class's greatest strengths were not reflected on his status panel. Thanks to the authority over death his class granted him, all he needed was a thought and mana. Michael extended his hand. His mana spread outward. Immediately, the lingering spirits sleeping inside the 100 corpses began to stir, and soon they all awakened. The process looked almost effortless. Yet Michael knew the truth. This was not proper revival. At most, it was closer to a temporary awakening. A crude use of his authority. The lingering spirit would serve as an anchor while his mana served as fuel. The corpse could move and fight and perform many other functions like any other undead, but only temporarily. Once the spirit was exhausted, it would disappear completely. At that point, even properly converting the corpse into an undead later would become difficult, as it would be little more than an empty shell. The process was inherently wasteful. This was not because of the Death's class itself, but because of Michael. If a true master of death stood in his place, they could likely achieve the same result without such drawbacks. Unfortunately, Michael was not yet that person. His understanding was insufficient and his mastery over the class was incomplete. He had never even fully mastered his previous class, so expecting him to have already mastered this newer and obviously more uniquely powerful one was asking too much. Michael did not hesitate. The moment the 100 temporary undead stabilized, he sent the command. Go. The newly awakened undead immediately shot toward the Sea of Darkness. Unlike the previous 100, these undead were inferior in several respects. Their essence was weaker and their spirits were unstable. If one of the previous undead had been worth a full unit of essence, then one of these improvised creations was perhaps worth half that amount. Maybe less. Two of them together might barely equal one of the original sacrifices. Still, quantity had a quality of its own. 100 remained 100. Above the capital, the trial domain reacted once more. The moment the undead touched the edge of the Sea of Darkness, their essence forms were dragged inside. The Emperor's face immediately darkened. Again. Inside the domain, beginning received Michael's intention. The giant launched himself forward. A devastating exchange forced the Emperor backward. No. The draconic serpent had already realized what was happening, but was ultimately helpless to stop it. The newly arrived undead rushed toward beginning. Just like before, they offered no resistance. The giant opened his mouth. Streams of essence poured into him. The process completed almost instantly. Boom! Beginning's body erupted with power. His aura surged upward once more. Though the increase was smaller than before due to the lower quality of the sacrifices, the effect was still obvious. This time, Beginning stood on equal footing with the Emperor once again. Outside the domain, Michael released a long breath. The price he had paid just to prolong the fight had been 200 undead. If Beginning had entered the trial domain with this much additional essence from the start, he might have won already. Unfortunately, the giant had been greedy and challenged an opponent he should not have challenged. Fortunately, the situation had finally stabilized. Inside the Sea of Darkness, the Emperor's expression became increasingly ugly. The easy victory he had envisioned no longer existed. Boom! The two colossal figures collided again. The battle became increasingly violent. Minutes passed. Michael continued observing from below. Part of him was already wondering whether he should prepare another 100 corpses when a sudden change occurred. Michael's eyes narrowed. Inside the Sea of Darkness, the Emperor's aura fluctuated. The bloody energy flowing beneath his scales suddenly became chaotic. Countless distorted faces appeared briefly across his body. The same faces Michael had seen earlier, the remnants of the Emperor's sacrificed descendants and kin. Realization struck Michael. Oh! A strange expression appeared on his face. The power the Emperor had gained through sacrifice had come back to haunt him. Perhaps it was not that the sacrifice itself was inherently flawed, but that it had been performed too hastily. When it came to the fusion of supernatural materials to increase one's foundation, Michael could be considered a minor expert. For the power the Emperor had gained, the time taken had been far too short. It was not surprising that problems would surface later. Seeing the faces appearing across the Emperor's essence, Michael could make a reasonable guess. When the Emperor had devoured his kin, it had most likely been done without properly separating their bloodlines, simply consuming everything whole. That was obviously going to become a problem eventually. At first, the enormous increase in strength had hidden the flaws. But now that the battle had dragged on within the trial domain, the instability was beginning to surface. The Emperor felt it as well. His movements became less fluid. Beginning immediately seized every opening. Below, Michael slowly lowered the hand he had been raising toward the coffin. Perhaps he would not need another 100 after all. In the end, Michael never needed to sacrifice another 100. The battle continued for another 2 hours. At some point, many of the capital's residents had emerged from their hiding places to watch the battle that would decide their fate. The clash had long surpassed their level of understanding. All they could see were two colossal figures repeatedly colliding inside the darkness above. Inside the domain, the Emperor's situation grew increasingly worse. His original advantage had vanished the moment Michael restored the giant's strength, and the instability within his essence continued growing. There was also the matter of beginning himself. The giant was a terrifyingly quick learner. He lacked experience, but he possessed something equally frightening. Adaptation. The Emperor gradually discovered that tricks which worked once no longer worked twice. Methods that had succeeded 10 minutes ago suddenly failed. Openings that had previously existed disappeared. Mistakes were never repeated. Beginning was learning throughout the entire battle. Learning. Adapting. Improving. Again and again with every exchange. At first the Emperor could still rely on superior technique and experience, but the gap slowly closed due to his deteriorating condition until it finally disappeared entirely. Damn monster! The Emperor cursed with undisguised hatred. His essence remained unstable and the screaming faces beneath his scales appeared more and more frequently, steadily weakening him even without beginning actively devouring portions of his strength. Meanwhile, beginning only grew stronger. The more they fought, the more the Emperor also understood this creature had been born for battle. The battle became one-sided. The Emperor's confidence, greed, and ambition all vanished one after another. Now only survival remained. The Emperor no longer thought about surpassing his ancestors. He no longer thought about conquering neighboring empires. He no longer thought about ruling the region. He only wanted to leave. Unfortunately, the trial domain possessed no exit. Time passed, and the end finally arrived. The Emperor's draconic body was barely holding together. Large sections of his essence had already been devoured. His aura had fallen dramatically. Meanwhile, beginning stood before him like an unmovable mountain. The Emperor let out a bitter laugh. Heh! What a terrifying monster! Beginning moved. The giant's hand closed around the Emperor's enormous neck. The draconic serpent struggled weakly. No. His resistance amounted to nothing. The giant opened his mouth and devoured him completely. The Emperor's screams echoed throughout the sea of darkness, then disappeared entirely. The ruler of the Black Serpent Empire was gone. Outside the domain, his body turned to ash alongside 200 others. At the same time, a panel appeared before Michael. Your undead beginning has leveled up to level 96. A 7-level increase. At the same time, under the shocked eyes of everyone present, a roar sounded and shook the entire Imperial capital. Michael's undead High Drake emerged from the void. It too had already finished its battle. With this, Michael had finally defeated the most powerful enemy he had faced until now. It was finally time to deal with the aftermath. The first thing Michael did after confirming the Emperor was dead had nothing to do with the surviving citizens, the surrendered experts, or even the countless rewards he had yet to examine. Without hesitation, Michael stepped directly into the void. The surrounding experts were confused, but none of them could have guessed his true objective. Corpses. Rank 4 corpses. The moment Michael entered the void, his eyes immediately swept across the shattered battlefield left behind by the High Drake and the two serpent ancestors. The battle had been unimaginably destructive. Fortunately, Michael found what he was looking for quickly. The first and second ancestors. The enormous serpent corpses floated silently within the void. Neither possessed any signs of life. Their heads had both been separated from their bodies, but both remained relatively complete. Michael's breathing became slightly heavier. Rank 4 corpses. 2 complete rank 4 corpses. Without wasting time, he immediately summoned the damaged coffin of the Forgotten. The gigantic corpses disappeared inside, making the already tight space even tighter. Only after both had been secured did Michael finally relax. A smile slowly appeared on his face. Together with Shoujo's corpse, which he had yet to revive, that made 3. 3 future rank 4 undead. The number might seem small, but Michael knew exactly how terrifying it truly was. Once all 3 were successfully revived, that would give him 7 rank 4 combatants, excluding himself. 7. Even Michael felt slightly dazed thinking about it. Just a year ago he had been struggling to kill slimes. Now, even many established powers throughout the universe could not match the strength he commanded. Some entire realms would struggle to gather 7 rank 4 combatants. The thought caused Michael to chuckle softly. For a moment, he simply stood there in the void. The endless darkness stretched in every direction. At this point, Michael realized that like many other powerful beings, it was time to consider ascending into the third layer of the void in search of opportunities. After all, his current problem was no longer strength. At least not directly. It was resources. Items capable of accelerating his growth and the growth of his undead. The most direct form of resources for him remained the corpses of supernatural beings. The land of origin provided many opportunities, but it was far from the only source. The void itself was filled with them. Many powerful experts had spent significant portions of their lives wandering through the void. Michael had never truly understood the appeal before. Now he did. Somewhere out there existed ownerless realms. If he were lucky enough to find one populated only by monsters, aside from evolving all his undead and advancing them to rank 4, he might even accumulate enough for a rank 5. He could also use such a realm to conceal the advancement phenomenon of his undead. If he discovered a realm rich enough in resources, it could support his growth for years. And even if it could not, the Academy or Federation would pay handsomely to purchase the information. Any sufficiently valuable realm possessed tremendous strategic value, and selling information alone could earn unimaginable wealth. The more Michael thought about it, the more attractive the idea became. Perhaps it truly was time to step beyond the boundaries of ordinary exploration. Of course, not immediately. He still needed to revive the new rank 4 corpses and deal with the Black Serpent Empire. The only reason the urge to enter the void had grown so strong right now had everything to do with his advancement quest. Thinking of what he had seen a few hours ago, Michael could not help but give a bitter smile. Rank Advancement Quest. Comprehend a domain, 0% progress. A Death's Heir is the future sovereign. Even young, every supreme has been stated to be special. Be renowned. Influence levels, realmic, multi-realmic, sectoric, grand sectoric, galactic, multi-galactic, cluster sovereign, supercluster sovereign, cosmic, universal. Current influence level, multi-realmic. Progress, complete. Own an entity on the level of your personal influence. Not less than 3 levels below. 0% progress. Have 500 rank 4 subjects, progress, 4 out of 500. Time limit, 5 years. Rewards, 15 level UPS, 400 attribute points, 500 attribute points in all stats, 3 random epic grade treasures, 1 random gift, a title, a random trait, and 1 random legendary grade item. Failure, cannot attempt advancement for 10 years. Just as Michael had suspected when the Origin will first informed him that every future advancement would be tied to the highest possible limit break path, it had truly meant what it said. At least, that was his conclusion after seeing the requirements. None of them were simple. Not even one. Compared to his previous advancement quests, where the requirements had largely revolved around obtaining stronger undead and completing specific milestones, things had become far more technical, far more troublesome, and far more ridiculous. You have got to be kidding me. The first requirement was not too bad, but that was only in relation to the others. Comprehend a domain. At first glance it looked reasonable. But one had to understand that for most supernaturals, advancing to rank 4 did not require possessing a complete domain. In fact, the overwhelming majority of rank 3 existences advanced with nothing more than a prototype for their domain. After advancing, they would spend time gradually perfecting it until it matured into a true domain. That was the normal path. The common path. Michael had personally encountered numerous rank 4 existences already, and he believed not one of them had needed to fully comprehend a domain before advancing. Yet there it was. Comprehend a domain, 0%. No mention of a prototype. The Origin will wanted a complete domain. Michael's eyelid twitched. What kind of nonsense is this? Finally having a moment to himself, Michael could not help but vent a little. Unfortunately, he had no one to blame but himself and his past actions. He was simply paying the price now. Like the first, the second requirement was also strange. But at least it was already complete. Truthfully speaking, Michael had encountered similar requirements before, though not personally. He had read about them through other classes. Classes like the merchant or the chef, for example. Many unusual professions required fame, reputation, influence, or recognition. He had even read about a rank 4 advancement quest belonging to a chef, the requirement being to create an entirely new supernatural dish. With examples like those, seeing a renown requirement attached to Death's Heir was not completely shocking. After all, according to the Origin will, a Death's Heir was supposed to be a future sovereign. What surprised him was the level. Realmic made sense. Multi-realmic did not. Michael could understand reaching the first level. Months ago, his college entrance examination had been broadcast across Aurora. That alone had given him a ridiculous amount of attention. Currently, one of his social media accounts had 10 million followers. The number still felt unreal. The strangest part was that he had not posted anything in a very long time, yet the number continued growing. Michael still did not fully understand why. Perhaps people simply enjoyed following someone who never spoke. Or perhaps they were merely curious. Either way, he had stopped paying attention long ago. Realmic influence? He could accept that. But multi-realmic? That was where things became confusing. Michael frowned. How exactly did I reach that? His best guess was that it had something to do with his time in Hell. After all, he had fought alongside multiple races against a common enemy, and afterward had traveled to the Elven realm and fought their princess as well. If these counted as having influence in other realms, then reaching the multi-realmic level made sense. As for the other levels listed after multi-realmic, the system had provided a brief explanation on each. Realmic meant one's name and deeds were known within their home realm. Multi-realmic extended that further, meaning recognition had spread across at least 2 realms. Sectoric referred to influence spanning an entire sector, a collection of hundreds of realms sharing proximity. Grand Sectoric was simply that, but across multiple sectors simultaneously. Galactic and multigalactic were self-explanatory, influence measured against the scale of one or several galaxies respectively. Cluster sovereign and supercluster sovereign represented influence over groupings of galaxies, the former covering a single cluster and the latter spanning multiple. Cosmic meant recognition felt across the universe. Universal was the final level. The system offered no elaboration. Michael was not entirely sure, but he suspected that reaching the universal level would require standing among the top figures of the strongest races in the universe. Perhaps being at the levels of their leaders to be specific. In other words, completely unreachable by any normal standard. Michael was only 19. He had been a supernatural for less than a year. The origin will truly had no concept of moderation. Fortunately, the second requirement counted as complete. Michael figured it was because the requirement only demanded that he reach one of the listed influence levels. It did not require him to continuously increase it afterward. Otherwise, he suspected the origin would have forced him to climb all the way to universal before allowing him to advance. And considering how unreasonable the thing already was, Michael was not entirely convinced it would not do exactly that one day. Still, compared to the first requirement, the influence requirement was practically a gift. Unfortunately, the third requirement was just as complicated. Michael's gaze slowly shifted downward. Own an entity on the level of your personal influence. Not less than 3 levels below. The more he looked at it, the more confused he became. What exactly does that even mean? Entity. The word was extremely broad. Did it mean to create an organization? Or was it a guild? Or maybe a kingdom? All of them could technically be classified as entities. Michael rubbed his forehead. The requirement became even stranger when paired with the influence levels. His current influence level was multi-realmic. The requirement stated that the entity could not be more than 3 levels below his personal influence. That meant the requirement was effectively demanding he possess an entity operating at either realmic or multi-realmic level. Is it because of the word heir in my title? Michael suspected it was. Unfortunately, due to the nature of this requirement, it meant he could only realistically achieve it in the real world, and even that would not be easy. The land of origin was not particularly helpful here either. At least from what he knew, the concept of the third layer of the void did not exist there. The land of origin was simply an extraordinarily large world, possibly as wide as the universe itself, but contained within a single world. After the third came the final requirement. Have 500 rank 4 subjects, 4 out of 500. It was a familiar sight. Before this advancement, this type of requirement had been the only kind he had faced from rank 1 to rank 3, and it was the reason he had achieved so many limit breaks. Of everything listed, it was arguably the easiest, second only to the already completed influence requirement. If Michael excluded the second and fourth requirements, the only things standing between him and advancement were the first and third. Creating a complete domain before advancing, and establishing an entity of sufficient scale. The latter was confusing and would require time to properly understand. The former was simply troublesome. And he only had 5 years to finish all of it. With his comprehension, Michael felt that creating a domain before advancing might not be impossible. But suddenly, he who had initially been so impatient to advance found himself feeling that 5 years was too little. He was not confident enough, but he could not blame anyone but himself for the situation he was now in. Fortunately, the rewards made everything seem worth it. And the penalty for failure was clear enough to keep him motivated. If he failed to advance within 5 years, he would be unable to attempt advancement again for another 10. That meant at least 15 years of stagnation at the very worst. Though the urgency made him anxious, it also made him want to act immediately. He truly did not have much time to waste. Fortunately, the rewards were genuinely worth the pain. Putting aside the epic grade treasures, attribute points, and legendary item, just the gift and 15 level ups alone made 5 years of suffering look worthwhile. The gift was the reason he was an awakener in the first place. Aside from the mark of origin, he possessed another gift, the Eye of Truth, and each was unique and extraordinarily powerful in its own right. A third gift at that level would be an overall boost to everything he was capable of. The 15 level-ups were self-explanatory. Even if his peers ascended before him in 5 years, the moment he advanced to rank 4 he would emerge as a level 90 awakener. Only 10 levels from level 100. Alongside the other rewards, this task could truly be said to represent the highest possible grade advancement the Origin will had promised him. Michael could imagine that if he had not been in his current situation, a standard first limit break task might have looked something like this instead. Rank Advancement Quest. Achieve full comprehension of your law and begin touching the realm of domain. A Death's Heir is the future sovereign. Even young, every supreme has been stated to be special. Be renowned. Achieve real mic influence level. Have 5 rank 4 subjects. Perhaps it truly might have been something as simple as that. Unfortunately, there were no shortcuts. Closing his panel, Michael turned to exit the void, where outside the people of the Black Serpent Empire waited to learn their fate. Meanwhile, back in Aurora, inside the Purple World, another important matter was approaching its conclusion. At the center of a vast clearing stood a beautiful naked woman. Or rather, a body. The clone vessel Michael had prepared for Ariane. Grass and flowering vines covered the important parts of her form, concealing her nudity while simultaneously feeding life essence into the newly created vessel. Not far away stood a coffin formed entirely from cold blue ice. Within it rested Ariane's original body. Her eyes remained closed. The entire coffin radiated chilling mist as layer after layer of preservation formations continuously maintained her condition. Several dozen meters away, Michael and Jester stood side by side. Both looked exhausted. Their faces were slightly pale and traces of dried blood could still be seen around the enormous formation beneath their feet. The formation itself stretched for hundreds of meters. Countless runes overlapped one another. Michael stared at it with narrowed eyes. Truthfully speaking, he did not understand half of what Jester had done. The former Golden Core cultivator possessed centuries of accumulated knowledge while Michael had been a supernatural for less than a year. Many times he had considered inheriting the full knowledge directly, but had always settled for only having Jester vet specific methods for him. Now that decision was even more important given how many strong individuals' memories he had already absorbed. If he was not careful, he could create serious problems for himself. Yet despite not fully understanding the ritual below, Michael felt increasingly reassured the longer he observed. Several portions of the formation looked strangely familiar. He could clearly recognize traces of his own undead revival skill hidden within the larger structure. The discovery significantly increased his confidence in the process. The preparation is complete, Jester stated, his gaze shifting toward the clone body. The difficult part starts now. Michael nodded. After everything they had invested, there was no turning back. Soon they would discover whether Jester's method truly worked, and whether it was truly possible to bring someone back from the dead as a living creature.